So many of us believe our lives are stalled, that we're stuck because we lack enough time, enough money, or simply enough luck. We point to external factors, our circumstances, our past mistakes, the very environment we inhabit, as the culprits. We become experts at blaming the outside world, blind to the most significant obstacle of all, which resides right here, within our own minds. We carry around a silent, insidious collection of repetitive thoughts, deeply ingrained limiting beliefs, and toxic ideas that have been operating beneath the surface for years, dictating our reality without us even realizing it. I've learned, through countless experiences, that no amount of strategy, no brilliant plan, can truly function if the mind itself isn't clear. Everything, absolutely everything, begins with what we think, what we repeatedly tell ourselves, and what we permit to take root within us. You deserve a new life, and that begins with a new mind. This profound transformation is ignited the moment you commit to detoxifying your inner world, the moment you stop feeding the cycles of fear, complaint, and destructive comparison, and instead begin to cultivate focus, clarity, and your innate inner power. Your mind doesn't magically cleanse itself. It requires intention, discipline, and consistent daily action. And you, right now, have the power to start that process today. The initial step towards this mental detoxification is to ruthlessly eliminate the excess of unnecessary information that bombards you daily. We are living in an era where the most potent poison doesn't enter through what we eat, but through our eyes and ears. Every single day, we consume far more than our minds can possibly process. Endless streams of negative news, the seemingly endless scroll of empty social media feeds, opinions offered without substance, constant stimuli that don't build us up but merely saturate us. This relentless influx of noise doesn't make us wiser. It makes us more scattered, more anxious, more profoundly confused. When everything is allowed to enter without any filter, your mind loses its clarity, its inherent strength, and its essential direction. For years, I was a willing victim of this unintentional consumption. I would spend hours reading things that offered no lasting value, watching content purely on impulse, jumping from one topic to another without ever achieving any depth. By the end of each day, I felt utterly exhausted, yet I hadn't accomplished anything meaningful. It was a silent, yet very real, mental fatigue. The most insidious part was that I believed I was informed, when in reality, I was simply overwhelmed. I had confused knowledge with mere consumption. I mistakenly thought that filling my head with information was the same as personal development, and it is most certainly not. Anything that isn't applied begins to decay. Anything that isn't filtered contaminates. Anything that isn't selected creates disorder. It was at this point that I made a radical decision. I began to guard what I allowed into my mind with the same care I would protect my own home. I started to clean, to eliminate, to filter. I turned off notifications. I silenced the digital noise. I unfollowed accounts that only served to fuel my anxiety or my tendency towards comparison. I distanced myself from empty conversations. What initially felt like a loss quickly transformed into a profound liberation. Because with every piece of content I stopped consuming, I reclaimed space. Space to think, space to focus, space to act with greater presence and intention. This pivotal step taught me a crucial lesson. You don't need more information. You need to make better, more discerning choices about the information you allow in. Because the person who carefully curates what enters their mind is the one who builds with precision and purpose. They no longer act out of reaction to external stimuli. They act from a place of deep intention. They are no longer at the mercy of every news headline, every passing opinion, every fleeting trend. Instead, they are guided by their own vision, not by the dictates of an algorithm. And that, my friends, changes everything. Because a clean mind isn't one that knows everything. It's one that possesses the clarity to discern precisely what it needs to learn and, perhaps even more importantly, what it needs to consciously ignore. Today, I select what I consume with the same rigor that I select the food that nourishes my body. Because just as the body can become toxic with junk food, the mind can become poisoned by junk content. I refuse to feed my head with anything that weakens me. I only permit that which elevates me, that which challenges me in a constructive way, that which truly shapes me. Because I've come to understand that if I desire a life that is clear, focused, and powerful, I need a mind that operates at that same elevated level. And the foundational step to achieving that is to clean house, to eliminate the excess, to stop filling ourselves out of habit, and to begin nourishing ourselves with clear, unwavering purpose. This is the starting point. And if you commit to this seriously, you will feel its impact from the very first day. Because when the noise recedes, the mind begins to breathe. And when the mind breathes, everything within you begins to find its rightful order. The second crucial step in detoxifying your mind is to surgically sever the insidious habit of constant comparison. There exists no more silent, yet profoundly destructive and alarmingly common practice than this. We habitually glance sideways, constantly measuring our intrinsic worth against what others possess, achieve, or merely project. We compare our physical appearance, our relationships, our financial standing, our chosen lifestyles, even the carefully curated facade of their happiness. This occurs so automatically, so reflexively, that we often perceive it as entirely normal, but it is anything but. It is, in fact, a collective mental ailment that systematically corrodes your focus, erodes your self-esteem, and ultimately obliterates your unique identity. The more you compare, the less you truly live your own life. The more you fixate on the external, the less you can hear the whispers of your own inner truth. I, too, was once ensnared by this venom. I found myself scrutinizing profiles, listening to tales of success, observing the advancements of others, and without consciously realizing it, I began to feel diminished, inadequate, perpetually behind, as if I were locked in a race I never actually chose to enter. My own decisions became suspect. My personal timeline felt perpetually flawed, and my respect for my own unique journey began to dissipate. What's more, this comparison often felt irrefutable. Others appeared happier, more complete, further along their path. But this was a carefully constructed illusion, a compilation of highlight reels, expertly applied filters, and narratives deliberately omitting the less palatable realities. I was punishing myself with a story whose full truth I did not know. Then, one day, I declared, enough. I deliberately disconnected from the external noise, embraced a profound silence, and posed a simple, yet powerful, question to myself. Who am I when I am not comparing myself to anyone else? What do I truly desire when I remove the pressure of competition? What aspects of my life hold intrinsic value, even if they remain unseen by others? In that quiet space, I rediscovered something I had long forgotten: my own authentic vision, my deeply held personal values, my unique and unhurried rhythm. I came to a profound realization. As long as I remained fixated on what others were achieving, I would never be able to sustain the growth of what I was building. Comparison, I understood, doesn't propel you forward. It distracts you. It doesn't motivate, it exhausts. It steals your vital energy, sows seeds of doubt, and drags you into the shallow waters of superficiality. Consequently, from that moment on, whenever my mind attempts to stray into comparison, I intercept it, not with harshness, but with unwavering clarity. I remind myself that I do not possess the complete narrative of the other person. Their triumphs do not diminish my inherent worth. Their timeline is not a benchmark for my own. I do not need to emulate anyone else to find inner peace. I simply need to be congruently aligned with myself. For an individual at peace with their own process feels no threat from the processes of others. And someone who genuinely respects themselves will not sacrifice their own unique path merely to appear successful in the eyes of those whose opinions hold no true significance. This specific step is not merely beneficial. It is foundational to clearing your mind, because comparison contaminates every single decision you make. It compels you to choose from a place of insecurity, from a sense of external pressure, from a desperate need for validation based on appearance. And anything born from such a place, however grand it may seem, is destined to crumble sooner or later. However, when you consciously release the compulsion to validate yourself through the achievements of others, you reclaim ownership of your own narrative. You begin to make decisions with profound honesty, to move through life with genuine freedom, and to build with unwavering dignity. You finally grasp that your only true competition lies with the version of yourself that has yet to fully emerge into the light. And with every single day that you choose to advance without looking over your shoulder, you draw closer to that liberated self. Therefore, today, if your intention is to begin thinking with clarity, to reclaim your focused attention, and to live with a renewed sense of inner fortitude, start by shifting your gaze. Look less at the external world and more within. Cease measuring your progress by another's yardstick. Release the pressure of demanding a life you never truly chose, and instead, begin to honor the ground upon which you are currently sowing your seeds. Because what you construct free from comparison will inevitably flourish without interruption. And that profound mental peace, that deep inner strength, is worth infinitely more than any visible success. It is worth more because it is unequivocally yours, and no one can ever take it away. The third vital step in detoxifying your mind involves dismantling the negative inner narrative that you subconsciously replay day after day. We all possess an internal monologue, a constant stream of consciousness that doesn't register through our ears but operates tirelessly, shaping how we perceive ourselves, the way we converse with ourselves, and how we interpret every event that unfolds in our lives. If this inner voice is saturated with relentless judgment, self-reproach, and incessant criticism, then no amount of reading, no amount of outward progress, no level of achievement will ever truly satisfy you. You will continue to feel inadequate, to engage in self-sabotage, and to harbor the deep-seated belief that you are fundamentally insufficient. This is because the true poison doesn't originate from external circumstances. It stems from the way you address yourself when no one else is listening. For a considerable period, this internal voice was my most formidable adversary. Each time I stumbled, it would whisper, "You've ruined it again." When I found myself comparing my situation to others, it would declare, "You'll never reach that level." Any setback would trigger the pronouncement, "This is happening because you lack discipline, because you're incapable, because you don't possess what it takes." And, alarmingly, I began to internalize these pronouncements. When a voice consistently reiterates a message, it gradually begins to feel like an unassailable truth, and that perceived truth solidifies into your identity, your perceived limitations, your personal prison. Consequently, even if you project an image of outward confidence and progress, internally, you remain contaminated, wounded, and burdened by a weight you yourself have meticulously constructed. The shift wasn't catalyzed by a single book, a pithy quote, or someone else's assurance of your worth. It began the moment I grew utterly weary. I grew tired of treating myself as an enemy. I grew tired of feeling ashamed of my personal journey. I grew tired of repeating phrases that were not inherently mine, but had been absorbed during moments of pain, humiliation, or rejection. It was then that I paused, looked myself in the mirror with brutal honesty, and declared, "Enough is enough. This narrative I'm repeating is not the absolute truth. It is merely a deeply ingrained habit, and habits can be changed." The process was undeniably challenging, but undeniably necessary. I started to document the pronouncements of that critical inner voice. I confronted its assertions with logic. Was this statement factually accurate? Did I possess concrete evidence of my incapacity? Did this judgment serve to elevate me or to drag me down? And each time that voice resurfaced, I countered it with a new narrative, not one that was fabricated or excessively optimistic, but one that was grounded in reality, delivered with clarity, and stated with unwavering firmness. Instead of saying, "I am a complete disaster," I began to affirm, "I am in the process of learning." In place of, "No one takes me seriously," I started to state, "My true capabilities are yet to be fully understood, and I am actively working on myself." And when the thought, "This is not meant for me," arose, I reframed it as, "This presents a significant challenge. However, I am committed to mastering it." Over time, this internal voice transformed. It didn't vanish entirely, but it lost its power to dictate my actions and perceptions. This specific step is profoundly potent because if you fail to reshape your internal dialogue, your mind will inevitably sabotage every effort towards progress. You might possess the most meticulously crafted plan, the most talented team, or the most advantageous opportunities, yet still feel undeserving of success. This is because if your underlying narrative is one of self-deprecation, your identity will adapt to reinforce that perception. Conversely, when you diligently cleanse and direct this inner voice, when you consciously rewrite it each day with resolute intention, you begin to think differently, to act differently, and ultimately, to live differently. Today, each morning, I address myself with respect, not arrogance. I do so because I am taking responsibility for my growth, because I am evolving, and yes, because I am making mistakes, but more importantly, I am moving forward. And that journey merits encouragement, not punishment. No one can construct a life of substance and resilience by speaking to themselves as if they were worthless. The mind requires direction, not judgment, and you are the sole architect capable of providing it. Therefore, commence this practice today. Pay close attention to the internal messages you send yourself. Actively alter them, imbue them with strength, and make them authentically yours. The life you are in the process of building requires an internal leader, not a hidden saboteur. And when you silence that self-destructive voice, your mind ceases to be a battleground and transforms into your most invaluable ally. The fourth critical phase in detoxifying your mind involves shedding the heavy burden of resentment that you've been carrying. There is no more corrosive, no more debilitating, and no more restrictive thought pattern than one that remains fixated on perceived wrongs committed by others, on betrayals endured, on harsh words spoken, or on promises left unfulfilled. Resentment is akin to knowingly drinking poison, all the while hoping that the other person will suffer the consequences. The reality is that it poisons you, it weakens you, it contaminates you, yet you cling to it, perhaps believing that letting go would be too great a concession, as if retaining the pain somehow grants you power. In truth, it only bestows bitterness, blurs your vision, and drowns you in mental clutter. For years, I too clung to the unspoken words, the unacknowledged contributions, the rejections, the humiliations, and the absences. I would replay these moments repeatedly in my mind, as if the act of revisiting them would somehow fortify me, as if not forgetting would make me stronger. Yet, this was not strength. It was a form of imprisonment. Each thought directed toward the past arrested my progress in the present. No matter how diligently I strove to move forward, an internal force consistently pulled me backward, an unresolved anger, a mourning process left incomplete, an inner voice lamenting, "I don't deserve this," yet I continue to carry it. The transformative shift occurred when I finally grasped a fundamental truth. Forgiveness is not about justification. It is not about pretending an event never happened, nor is it about minimizing its impact. Rather, it is about liberating yourself. It's about severing the emotional tether to that particular moment so that you can reclaim your vital energy. As long as that memory remains vividly alive within you, imbued with pain, rancor, or simmering anger, your mind will remain occupied with something you can no longer alter, thereby siphoning away the very power you need to influence the one thing you can modify, your present reality. I began by writing letters I would never send, releasing in words what I had been unable to articulate, and allowing myself to grieve what I had previously suppressed. My intention was not to reconcile with others, but to achieve peace with myself, to cease being a slave to a narrative I no longer wished to inhabit. For I understood something essential. One advances because the path ahead is cleared. One moves forward when one consciously decides to release what can no longer be carried. And resentment is a heavy burden, exceptionally so. Yet, we can become accustomed to it, adapt to living with that weight, until the moment we declare that we will not carry it for even one more day. This step is profoundly liberating because, by cleansing your mind of resentment, you recover invaluable space. This reclaimed space becomes available for new ideas, for fostering healthier connections, and for making more empowered decisions. Resentment not only anchors you to the past, but also distorts your perception of the present. It can cause you to perceive enemies where none exist, to react with suspicion, harshness, or cynicism, ultimately leading you to push away genuine opportunities because of ancient wounds. You may inadvertently perpetuate damaging patterns because you failed to address the root cause. Today, I carry no resentment, not because I haven't experienced hurt, but because I hold myself in too high a regard to allow someone who has wronged me to continue exerting power over me. I have forgiven them. I have let go, not for their sake, but for mine. Because my energy is far too valuable, and my mind requires a state of clarity and focus, prepared for creation, for building, for forward momentum, rather than perpetually reliving what can no longer be changed. If this resonates with you, if you recognize that there's a lingering issue you're still carrying, I implore you to write it down, to release it. Do this not to forget, but to cease fueling the poison. Because when you cleanse your mind of resentment, your life begins to open up, a sense of calm returns, and the internal noise dissipates, making way for genuine transformation. This does not imply that everything is suddenly perfect, but rather that you have made a conscious decision to detach yourself from what was once wrong. And that decision embodies pure power, a power that no one can seize from you because you chose it deliberately, in stillness, in peace, and for good. The fifth step in detoxifying your mind is to release the pervasive habit of living in a perpetual state of urgency. The mind doesn't just become tainted by negative thought patterns. It also becomes poisoned by constant speed, the insistent pressure to have everything resolved immediately, to achieve goals with breakneck haste, and to advance relentlessly without pause, respite, or any space for genuine breathing. This frantic pace isn't propelled by your core purpose. It is driven by a deep-seated fear, the fear of not succeeding, the fear of falling behind, the fear of appearing sluggish. However, this relentless urgency doesn't truly drive you forward. It consumes you. It compels you to act from a place of anxiety, not clarity. And when your mind exists in this chronic state of pressure, its eventual collapse is almost inevitable. I experienced this for a significant period of my life. The moment I woke up, I already felt I was running late. Everything I attempted felt insufficient. If I allowed myself rest, I would feel guilt. If I progressed slowly, frustration would mount. If I paused to contemplate, a wave of distress would wash over me. I had internalized the damaging notion that if I wasn't moving at 1,000 miles per hour, I was somehow missing out on life itself. Yet, the very thing I was missing was the present moment. My mind was in a state of constant alarm, perpetual reaction, and unyielding tension. This state not only depleted my energy, but also led me to make poorer decisions, rendering me less productive, less creative, and ultimately, less human. The turning point arrived when I began to accept that advancing is not synonymous with running at full speed, that true productivity is distinct from overwhelming anxiety, and that valuable accomplishments are not forged through haste but cultivated with presence. I started deliberately slowing down, establishing my own pace, and ceased mimicking the rhythms of others. I began asking myself a critical question. Am I undertaking this action out of genuine conviction, or am I doing so out of a fear of being left behind? Within that simple inquiry lay profound freedom. I began to move forward with greater stability, a more centered focus, and enhanced clarity. Because when your mind isn't in a constant state of high-speed pursuit, it gains the capacity to perceive with genuine clarity. This particular step is absolutely vital because perpetual urgency disconnects you from your own core self. You cease to listen to your body's signals, you neglect your own well-being, and you lose touch with your own feelings. You are merely fulfilling obligations, delivering results, and pushing forward. And this is not how a robust and resilient life is built. It is a path toward a fractured existence. Consequently, it is imperative to reduce the internal noise, to take deep breaths, to eliminate superfluous elements, to prioritize what is truly essential, and to advance with calm, unwavering consistency. For a serene mind is not a slow mind. It is a precise and deliberate one. If you are hearing this and feel a sense of recognition, consider subscribing to this channel. This platform is dedicated to those who are weary of mental chaos, for those who aspire to move forward with clear direction, not merely with blind speed. Share in the comments below the specific area of your life where you experience the most unnecessary pressure. Write it down with complete honesty, because once you acknowledge it, you can begin the process of releasing it. Detoxifying your mind is not about ceasing movement. It is about moving with profound intention. It is about transitioning from a frantic run to a purposeful walk. And when this shift occurs, Inner peace becomes your new rhythm, and from that foundation of tranquility, you will build with a strength you never thought possible. The sixth pivotal step in detoxifying your mind involves confronting the deeply ingrained need to control every aspect of your environment and experience. Beneath the surface of a tense mind, every obsessive thought, and every continuous worry lies a fundamental longing for absolute dominion, the desire to anticipate every possibility, to foresee the unpredictable, and to prevent any potential misstep or failure. While this might superficially appear as responsibility or a pursuit of perfection, it is, in reality, a manifestation of fear. It is the fear of chaos, the fear of the unknown, and the fear of relinquishing your grip. However, this insatiable need for control ultimately renders you a prisoner to everything that lies beyond your direct management. It breeds stress, drains your vital energy, and traps you in a perpetual cycle of apprehension. The more you attempt to control every variable, the more likely it is that your inner world will spiral into disarray. For years, I strived to exert absolute mastery over everything. My emotions, my desired outcomes, the reactions of those around me, even the future itself. I meticulously planned every detail, analyzed every conceivable scenario, and ensured that absolutely nothing could possibly go awry. But do you know what happened as a result? I lived in a constant state of dread. This is because absolute control is an illusion. No matter how thoroughly you prepare, unexpected events will invariably deviate from your meticulously crafted script. Life, you see, will not seek your permission before altering its plans. And if your sense of inner peace is contingent upon every outcome aligning precisely with your expectations, then genuine peace will forever remain elusive. The true liberation arrived when I began to consciously loosen my grip, to allow circumstances to unfold organically without attempting to manipulate every single moment. I started permitting others to hold different perspectives, to act in ways that deviated from my own preferences, and to react as they saw fit, without interpreting their actions as personal threats. I began cultivating trust, not in the certainty of a perfect outcome, but in my own inherent capacity to adapt and respond effectively, regardless of the circumstances. And that, my friends, marked a profound turning point, because I discovered that true strength does not lie in controlling the external environment, but in mastering your own response. It resides in being so deeply connected to your inner self that even when the world around you shifts and transforms, you remain steadfast and centered. This particular step is absolutely essential because when your mind relinquishes the suffocating grip of control, it liberates a vast reservoir of energy. This energy, previously consumed by fear, anticipation, and pervasive anxiety, can now be redirected towards action, creation, and authentic presence. You no longer require all the answers before embarking on a new endeavor. You simply need to begin. You no longer need every situation to conform to your specific terms. You only need to advance with unwavering resolve, secure in the knowledge that you will respond appropriately, whatever the situation may demand. And that deep inner confidence possesses a power far greater than any meticulously crafted plan. I've come to learn that trusting the process is not the same as being naive. Trusting, in this context, is the quiet assurance that even if things don't unfold as planned, you will be all right. It is the internal knowing that you possess the resilience to sustain yourself, irrespective of external conditions. And this profound certainty is not cultivated overnight. It is nurtured through the daily practice of releasing small pieces of your need for control, releasing the rigid shoulds, the persistent what-ifs, and the illusion of absolute dominion over that which is inherently beyond your influence. Because the more you consciously let go, the more mental and emotional space you create for what you can effectively manage: your thoughts, your decisions, and your energetic output. Today, I navigate life with a fundamentally different mindset. I plan, yes. I organize, undoubtedly. But I no longer cling rigidly to those plans, for I have understood that the most potent mind is not the one that controls everything, but the one that gracefully adapts with wisdom when everything changes. If your desire is to cleanse your mind of its constant, anxious vigilance, begin by releasing the compulsion to know everything, to predict everything, to dominate everything. Instead, cultivate trust in your intuition, in your preparation, and in your innate resilience. Because the more you genuinely trust, the less you feel the need to control. And when this shift occurs, your mind experiences profound liberation, your body relaxes, anxiety dissolves, and your life begins to flow with a lightness and an internal strength that requires no external validation. For you have finally understood that you are not meant to sustain everything, only yourself. And that, in itself, is more than enough. The seventh step, and a profoundly impactful one, in detoxifying your mind is to systematically eliminate the language of defeat that you frequently employ without conscious awareness. The words we repeatedly utter do more than merely describe our reality. They actively create it. Each time you declare, "I can't, that's just how I am, this always happens to me," or "it's sure to go wrong," you are planting a seed of belief. And if that seed is repeatedly watered through repetition, it germinates into a deeply held truth within your subconscious. Your mind does not differentiate between a casual complaint and a direct internal command. If you repeat something, it accepts it as fact. If it accepts it as fact, it begins to act upon it. In this manner, you inadvertently program yourself for limitation, for failure, and for living confined within a narrative where you are your own primary obstacle. I used to utter phrases such as, "I'm just not good at that," "I always mess it up in the end," or "something's bound to go wrong." I didn't voice these sentiments maliciously. Rather, I spoke them with resignation, as if they were immutable facts, as if no alternative existed. However, each phrase I casually released without mindful consideration reinforced an identity of weakness. It diminished me. It convinced me that my self-perception was unalterable. This unconscious repetition not only robbed me of my internal strength, but also of my future potential. Because the way you speak about yourself fundamentally dictates the boundaries of your achievements. The significant shift occurred the day I began to scrutinize my words as if they were literal programming commands. I stopped speaking indiscriminately and started actively listening to myself. Each time I uttered something akin to "this always happens," I would pause and consciously reframe it. I would say, "This has happened, but it does not define what is to come." If I felt, "I am a disaster at this," I would replace it with, "I have not yet mastered this, but I am actively engaged in the process." This is not about self-deception. It is about directing your mind, about ceasing to affirm your most limited version and beginning to declare your most empowered self. This step possesses a depth that often goes unnoticed, because by purifying your language, you simultaneously purify your identity. You become acutely aware of how you define yourself, how you are actively shaping your life with every word you release without filtration. And when you embrace responsibility for this process, you reclaim your inherent power. You transition from speaking from a place of woundedness to speaking from a place of deliberate choice. You stop echoing what you have passively absorbed from others and begin constructing the internal affirmations you truly need to hear from yourself. This self-directed voice then evolves into your guide, your driving force, and your daily affirmation that you are growing, even when your progress remains unseen. Today, I speak to myself as the person I aspire to become, not as the person I once was. This is not to deny past mistakes, but rather because I no longer define myself by them. I do not drag them along as a perpetual condemnation. I have learned from them. They have refined me, but they do not represent the entirety of who I am. What I declare about myself is my profound responsibility. What I affirm becomes my guiding direction. Therefore, I exercise great care with each word I utter, for I understand that the cleaner my language becomes, the clearer my thinking will be. And when my thoughts are clear, my actions are firm, my results are coherent, and my identity is strong. Consequently, if your aim is to truly detoxify your mind at its root, begin by observing how you speak to yourself when no one else is present. What do you tell yourself when you encounter failure? What do you express when doubt arises? Within these private moments lies both the hidden poison and the potent antidote. Actively change it, correct it, and consciously transform yourself into the kind of individual who holds themselves in high regard, even in the privacy of their own thoughts. Because the life you are diligently constructing begins with the internal dialogue you maintain. And if you speak as an empowered internal leader, as a conscious warrior, as someone rising with profound purpose, that is precisely the reality you will begin to manifest, for your words possess the power to shape your world, and that world can commence its transformation today. The eighth crucial step in detoxifying your mind is to address and resolve unfinished cycles. Nothing contaminates your mental clarity more effectively than lingering remnants of what you left incomplete, what you postponed indefinitely, or what you chose to ignore, hoping it would simply resolve itself. Every pending conversation, every abandoned goal, every decision you have actively evaded represents an open file within your mental landscape. The more open files you accumulate, the slower your capacity to think critically, to make decisive choices, and to move forward effectively becomes. Your energy becomes fragmented, your attention scatters, and you are left feeling overwhelmed, often without a clear understanding of the underlying cause. However, the reason is invariably present, concealed within these unresolved fragments of your life. I, too, carried an invisible inventory of unfinished matters, individuals to whom I owed an apology, or from whom I simply needed to establish a firm boundary of no more. There were projects initiated with initial enthusiasm that were subsequently neglected, yet they continued to drain my energy in a silent, persistent manner. Decisions were postponed due to fear, but they lingered daily like dead weight. While I managed to function outwardly, internally, I felt saturated. My mind found no rest. I slept with a baseline tension, my thoughts lacked clear direction, and I lived with the persistent sensation that something essential was missing. This continued until I confronted the issue head-on. One day, I sat down and meticulously documented everything that remained unfinished, encompassing both significant undertakings and minor details. My intention was not to induce guilt, but to achieve liberation, because everything left unresolved acts as a form of personal tether, and every uncompleted action evolves into a significant drain on your vital energy. Consequently, I began to bring closure. I concluded conversations with respect and without unnecessary drama. I firmly stated, "This no longer serves me." When an interaction or situation was depleting me, I finished goals that could have been completed in a matter of days, but had been procrastinated on for months. I learned to make decisions, even in the absence of complete certainty, because prolonged indecision is, in essence, a form of self-inflicted mental poisoning. Closing cycles is not about adopting a radical stance. It is about embracing radical honesty. It involves confronting yourself with the truth about what no longer holds relevance, what no longer contributes positively, and what you are sustaining purely out of habit or a pervasive fear. And this must be done with courage, with respect, and with the unwavering conviction that each element you successfully bring to completion returns a portion of yourself to you, a portion of your lost energy, your scattered focus, and your diminished power. Because when you successfully close what was left open, your mind can finally breathe. It begins to find order, and it reclaims its inherent strength. This particular step can be emotionally challenging, as it often necessitates relinquishing past versions of yourself, letting go of aspirations that no longer resonate, and releasing connections that have ceased to be supportive. However, this is a pain that is ultimately beneficial. It is the necessary discomfort of shedding what has served its purpose and is now obsolete. If you resist this process, the old will continue to occupy the space that the new desperately needs. You will remain trapped in unproductive loops, perpetually repeating patterns that no longer align with who you are becoming. Yet, when you make the conscious decision to conclude, when you unequivocally state, "This is where it ends," and when you choose to terminate something with mindful intention, you create an opening for new goals, new relationships, and new facets of yourself that have been patiently awaiting their moment to emerge. Today, I practice this principle as a discipline. Each week, I pose a simple question to myself. Is there anything I am currently postponing? Or is there something that requires my decisive closure? If the answer is affirmative, I take immediate action. I no longer push it aside, for I have come to understand that I cannot move through life with a sense of lightness while still burdened by unresolved issues that show no sign of resolving themselves. A purified mind requires consistency, and consistency is achieved through completion. Because every situation you firmly bring to a close becomes fertile ground for something new to grow. And when you clear your mind of the lingering weight of the unfinished, you become acutely aware of the immense power you had previously kept dormant, which you can now finally reclaim and utilize to live fully, to advance with renewed ease, and with a rekindled inner fire. The ninth step in detoxifying your mind is to eliminate the ingrained habit of overthinking. Thinking itself is not the issue. The problem arises when we fail to recognize when to stop. It is the process of transforming every single decision into an intricate labyrinth, the act of endlessly replaying scenarios that lack any tangible solution, and the constant dissection of conversations in search of hidden meanings. It is envisioning every possible outcome until your energy is completely depleted, your focus is shattered, and your present moment is lost. Overthinking is a particularly insidious form of self-sabotage because it masquerades as profound contemplation but is, in reality, paralyzing inaction. It appears analytical, but it is fundamentally fear disguised in the guise of logical reasoning. And the more you engage in thinking without subsequently taking action, the further you drift from finding any resolution. I spent a considerable time trapped within the confines of my own mind. Each time I faced a significant decision, I would lose myself in mental lists of potential advantages and disadvantages. Whenever someone uttered an ambiguous statement, I would dissect it from every conceivable angle. Anytime I encountered a setback, I would mentally replay the error for days, as if doing so could somehow alter the past. However, the sole outcome of this relentless mental activity was the exhaustion of my mind, my energy, and my clarity. There is simply no pathway to progress when you are perpetually halted by thoughts that circle endlessly, like a wheel spinning without ever touching the ground. The transformative change did not occur through ceasing to think altogether, but through learning to consciously direct my thoughts, to impose a limit upon them, and to declare, "This is now sufficient," because thinking should serve you, not enslave you. I began practicing this deliberate intervention whenever I noticed myself getting caught in a loop. I would ask myself if the thoughts I was entertaining had a concrete action associated with them. If the answer was no, I would immediately halt the thought process. I would tell myself, "This is not productive thinking, it is mere noise." And then I would consciously shift my focus. I would go for a walk, engage in writing, or physically move my body, because often, a moving body can resolve issues that a static mind only complicates. Overthinking is intrinsically linked to fear. The fear of failure, the fear of making a mistake, the fear of losing something, or the fear of being judged. However, this fear is not alleviated by thinking more. It is resolved through action, through decisive choices, and through learning from direct experience. Because what you truly need when your mind feels overloaded is not more time for contemplation, but the courage to act, the decisive action required to break the cycle, the clarity to simplify your approach, and the direction to choose a path, even if it isn't perfectly defined. Today, when I detect my mind beginning to overanalyze a situation, I pause and ask myself, what is one actionable step I can take right now? Not, what could I potentially do tomorrow? Nor, what would I do in an ideal scenario? Or even, what would I do if absolutely everything went according to plan? No, the question is simply, what can I do now, with what I have, as I am, from where I stand? This question effectively pulls me out of the paralysis of overthinking and redirects me to the present moment, for it is in the now that all resolutions truly reside, not in the simulated projection of 10 potential futures that are highly unlikely to materialize. This step offers a profound mental purification. Overthinking is akin to having 100 browser tabs open simultaneously in the digital landscape of your mind, none of which are truly serving a functional purpose. When you consciously close those extraneous tabs, when you limit your analysis, and when you prioritize taking action, everything begins to shift. Your body finds rest, your decisions become clearer, your energy returns to you, and you discover that life is not nearly as complex as your mind might have led you to believe. It simply requires you to live it, rather than to dissect it endlessly. And this is not about impulsivity. It is about cultivating trust, acting upon what you currently know, and allowing yourself to move forward without the demand for absolute certainty. because no one possesses all the answers. However, the individual who takes action, who experiments, who makes a decision, will invariably find those answers along the way. Conversely, the person who remains trapped within their own thoughts merely amplifies their doubts. Therefore, if your goal is genuine mental purification, learn to think only as much as is necessary, and then act. Because clarity does not always precede the initial step. More often than not, it emerges as a direct result of taking that step. The 10th and final step in detoxifying your mind is to reestablish a connection with the profound purpose that truly drives you. A mind devoid of purpose is analogous to a train operating without tracks. It may possess considerable power and momentum, but eventually, it is destined to derail. The majority of individuals are not adrift due to a lack of inherent capability. They are lost because they have forgotten the fundamental reason why they are engaged in their pursuits. They live lives characterized by busyness, productivity, and constant activity, yet inwardly, they feel hollow. And when there is no robust why to anchor you, any obstacle encountered can topple you, any criticism can destabilize you, and any difficulty can lead you to question everything you are doing. This occurs because you are advancing without an internal compass, without a grounding anchor, without established roots. I too experienced this state of aimless drifting. I had goals, certainly, and I formulated plans. But deep down, I pursued them all from a place of empty urgency, driven by a sense of obligation or a feeling of must-do, often stemming from a fear of not being adequate. This underlying mindset propelled me forward externally, but it left me inwardly shattered. My mind was perpetually contaminated by pressure, comparison, anxiety, and unrelenting self-demand. The issue wasn't necessarily what I was doing, but rather why I was doing it, disconnected from what mattered most. My authentic vision, my core truth, my guiding purpose. That purpose is not something you need to explain to others. It is not dependent on external recognition. It does not fluctuate with changing trends. It is the purpose that sustains you when all other external supports falter. True mental detoxification occurs when you return to that core essence, when you honestly ask yourself, why am I undertaking this? What am I truly pursuing? For whom am I genuinely living? And if the answers do not stir something deep within you, if they fail to create a meaningful connection, if they do not inspire you, then you are likely following a path that is not authentically yours. And no external path, however appealing, will lead you to a life of lasting peace, because the mind only finds true calm when it perceives that its actions are imbued with meaning, not meaning dictated by others, but meaning that resonates deeply with you. Reclaiming that purpose doesn't necessitate a complete overhaul of your life. It requires active listening to your inner self, a return to the essential elements of your being, a cessation of living for external validation, and a commitment to building something that genuinely reflects your true self. And when you embrace this principle, your mind naturally sheds the extraneous noise, because you are no longer seeking validation. You are pursuing a vision. You are no longer reacting to external stimuli. You are responding to your internal guidance. This shift imbues you with an extraordinary strength, a clarity that cannot be purchased, and a direction that makes you virtually unstoppable. Today, every action I take is infused with purpose. This is not because each day is flawlessly executed, but because each day is intrinsically connected to something larger, a mission, a deeply held intention. And this connection serves as my personal filter. If an activity does not bring me closer to what I feel I am here to accomplish, it is not permitted entry. If something pulls me away from my vision, I consciously release it, because I have realized that my mind does not require more ideas, more goals, or more noise. It requires more truth, more purpose, and a deeper connection with myself. And from that place of authenticity, everything begins to find its rightful order. This step is perhaps the most powerful of all, because an individual who is genuinely connected to their purpose does not require constant external motivation. They possess inherent direction, an internal fire, and an enduring peace, even amidst life's storms, for they understand precisely why they rise each morning, why they persevere through challenges, and why they continue, even when their efforts go unnoticed. And this profound level of clarity is not imposed from the outside. it is ignited from within. If you feel you have been living in a state of disconnection, scattered focus, or mental exhaustion from incessant thinking, return to your center. Reconnect with your core truth. Re-engage in the fundamental question of who you are and what you came into this world to do. It is not essential to possess all the answers immediately. Simply beginning the quest with an open heart is sufficient. Because a mind that is singularly focused on a genuine purpose will naturally purify itself, strengthen its resolve, expand its capabilities, and ultimately transform you from the ground up. That is the true essence of power, not the possession of absolute clarity, but the courageous act of moving forward with the knowledge you possess, guided by what you deeply love. Because when your actions originate from your authentic core, your mind ceases to be a prison and becomes the most potent instrument at your disposal for constructing the life you genuinely deserve. A life built from within, with unwavering truth, intentionality, and enduring purpose. Now, let's delve into a particularly potent aspect of mental purification: dismantling the pervasive mindset of scarcity. This isn't about a lack of material possessions, but a deep-seated internal belief that there isn't enough success, enough love, enough opportunity, enough time. It's the gnawing feeling that every gain for someone else represents a loss for you. A zero-sum game where the universe's resources are finite and fiercely competitive. This scarcity mentality acts like a filter, distorting your perception of reality. Opportunities that are abundant may appear scarce. Potential allies might be viewed as rivals. And even genuine moments of joy can be overshadowed by anxiety about what you don't have or what you might lose. Consider, for instance, the individual who receives praise for a project completed. Instead of basking in the accomplishment, their mind immediately leaps to, "But what about the project I haven't even started?" Or the colleague who did even better last quarter. This internal narrative constricts their ability to appreciate the present win, effectively diminishing its value. Consequently, this mindset fosters a perpetual state of anxiety and dissatisfaction, preventing you from fully embracing and building upon the good that already exists in your life. Furthermore, it breeds a reactive, rather than proactive, approach to life. When you believe resources are scarce, your primary focus becomes protection and defense, not exploration and creation. You might hoard knowledge, fearing that sharing it would diminish your own advantage, or avoid collaboration, convinced that sharing the spotlight would ultimately weaken your position. This, in turn, stifles innovation and personal growth, as true progress often arises from the free exchange of ideas and collective effort. Building upon this, a crucial layer of scarcity is its impact on risk assessment. When operating from a scarcity mindset, the perceived cost of failure feels astronomically high. Every potential setback is magnified. Every unknown is rendered a terrifying threat. This makes venturing outside your comfort zone feel not just daunting, but potentially catastrophic. Think of the entrepreneur who has a brilliant idea for a new service but hesitates to launch, consumed by the fear of not securing enough initial clients or the possibility of a competitor already dominating the niche. This fear, fueled by the scarcity belief that opportunities are few and far between, can effectively paralyze innovation and prevent potentially game-changing ventures from ever seeing the light of day. Conversely, when you cultivate an abundance mindset, you begin to see challenges not as insurmountable barriers, but as opportunities for learning and adaptation. The belief shifts from "there isn't enough" to "how can I create more?" or "how can I leverage what I have to generate greater value?" This perspective fosters resilience. Failure is reframed not as an endpoint, but as a data point, valuable feedback that informs future actions. Consider the artist who experiments with a new technique and finds it doesn't yield the desired result. An abundant mindset allows them to view this not as a personal failure, but as an exploration that revealed a new path, perhaps leading to a more innovative approach down the line. Consequently, this shift liberates your energy and creativity, allowing you to approach life with curiosity and a willingness to explore, rather than with trepidation and a defensive posture. Another critical facet of dismantling scarcity involves recognizing its insidious connection to self-worth. Often, we unconsciously tie our value to external benchmarks: how much we have, how much we achieve, how much recognition we receive. When this happens, The belief that there isn't enough becomes intrinsically linked to I am not enough. Imagine someone who constantly compares their career progression to peers, feeling inadequate because they haven't reached a certain title or salary bracket by a specific age. Their internal dialogue might be, if I don't have X by now, it means I'm falling behind. I'm not truly successful. I'm lacking. This internal narrative perpetuates a cycle of seeking external validation, which is inherently unstable and unsustainable. The scarcity mindset teaches us to look outward for confirmation of our worth, rather than cultivating it from within. It encourages a constant state of striving, a perpetual feeling of almost there, which prevents genuine self-acceptance and contentment. Conversely, an abundance mindset allows you to decouple your self-worth from external metrics. It fosters the understanding that your inherent value as a human being is not contingent upon your possessions, your status, or the opinions of others. You begin to recognize that there is an inexhaustible wellspring of intrinsic worth within you, independent of external circumstances. This profound internal shift allows for greater generosity, both with yourself and with others. You can celebrate others' successes without feeling diminished, knowing that their abundance does not deplete yours. You can offer your skills and knowledge freely, trusting that your own value is not diminished by sharing, but potentially amplified by the positive impact you create. Consequently, this internal recalibration fosters a sense of inner security and peace, freeing you from the relentless pursuit of external validation and allowing you to live more authentically and generously. The 11th, and perhaps most profound, step in detoxifying your mind is to actively cultivate gratitude, to consciously shift your focus from what is lacking to what is present and abundant. This is not merely about polite acknowledgement. It's a deliberate practice of recognizing and appreciating the good, however small, that already exists in your life. When your mental landscape is dominated by the scarcity of what you don't have, gratitude acts as a powerful antidote, reorienting your perception towards the richness that surrounds you. Consider how often we overlook the simple blessings: the warmth of the sun on our skin, the ability to breathe freely, the comfort of a safe place to rest, the laughter of a loved one. These are not minor details. They are foundational elements of a fulfilling existence, yet they are frequently relegated to the background noise of our discontent. By intentionally bringing these elements into the forefront of our awareness, perhaps through a daily journaling practice where you list 3 things you are grateful for, or a moment of quiet reflection before sleep, you begin to recalibrate your internal compass. This practice rewires your brain, making you more attuned to positive experiences and less susceptible to the magnification of perceived deficiencies. It transforms your internal dialogue from one of complaint and lack to one of appreciation and sufficiency, even amidst challenges. Furthermore, the practice of gratitude directly combats the corrosive effects of envy and comparison. When your mind is occupied with appreciating what you have, the perceived successes of others lose their power to diminish your own sense of well-being. Instead of viewing another's achievement as a personal deficit, gratitude allows you to see it as a testament to possibility, perhaps even a source of inspiration. Think of 2 individuals facing similar career plateaus. One, consumed by envy, fixates on their colleague's recent promotion, feeling resentful and inadequate. The other, practicing gratitude, acknowledges their own current role with appreciation for the stability and experience it provides, while still being open to future growth. This fundamental difference in perspective, fueled by gratitude, leads to vastly different internal states and subsequent actions. The envious individual may become demotivated and withdrawn, while the grateful one might feel empowered to seek new avenues for advancement from a place of contentment rather than desperation. Consequently, gratitude fosters a more resilient and positive outlook, enabling you to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs with greater equanimity and inner strength. It shifts your focus from the perceived emptiness of your cup to the abundance of the well from which it can be refilled, and indeed, from which it is already brimming. Building on this, gratitude acts as a powerful catalyst for proactive engagement with life. When you cultivate an appreciation for what you have, you naturally feel a greater desire to protect, nurture, and expand upon those blessings. This sense of stewardship, born from gratitude, inspires more deliberate and meaningful action. Imagine someone who is grateful for their health. This gratitude might inspire them to make healthier dietary choices, to engage in regular exercise, and to prioritize sufficient sleep, not out of obligation or fear, but out of a genuine appreciation for the vitality they possess. Conversely, someone who takes their health for granted might be more prone to neglect, their actions driven by the absence of immediate discomfort rather than the presence of deep appreciation. This proactive engagement, stemming from gratitude, creates a virtuous cycle. The actions you take to nurture your blessings often lead to further positive outcomes, which in turn deepen your sense of gratitude, further fueling your desire to act positively. This creates a compounding effect, where appreciation for the present leads to the creation of an even more abundant and fulfilling future, not by chasing what you lack, but by cherishing and enhancing what you already possess. Therefore, by consciously choosing to acknowledge and appreciate the good in your life, you are not merely engaging in a pleasant mental exercise. You are actively dismantling the architecture of scarcity and building a foundation for enduring contentment and proactive well-being. The 12th, and arguably most overlooked, step in truly detoxifying your mind involves addressing the subtle, yet pervasive, tendency towards intellectual arrogance. This isn't about believing you know everything, but rather about a subconscious resistance to information or perspectives that challenge your deeply held beliefs or current understanding. It's the internal posture that says, "I already grasp this," or "That's simply incorrect, and here's why my current view is superior," even when faced with compelling evidence to the contrary. This intellectual rigidity acts as a silent wall, preventing new insights from penetrating your mental framework. Consider the individual who, after reading a single book on a complex topic, dismisses decades of research or the lived experiences of seasoned professionals. Their internal dialogue might manifest as, "I've got the gist of it now. Anything else is just rehashing old ideas," or "That alternative viewpoint is clearly misguided. My understanding is more evolved." This premature closure prevents them from engaging in the nuanced exploration that true mastery requires. Consequently, this intellectual posture can lead to stagnation, trapping you in an echo chamber of your own existing thoughts, hindering personal growth, and making you resistant to the very knowledge that could unlock deeper understanding and more effective strategies. Furthermore, intellectual arrogance often masks a deeper fear, the fear of being wrong, of having one's established identity or worldview destabilized. When presented with information that contradicts deeply ingrained beliefs, the immediate, almost instinctual, reaction can be to discredit it rather than to integrate it or examine its validity. This can manifest as dismissing sources as unreliable, misinterpreting data to fit pre-existing notions, or even subtly shifting the goalposts of an argument to maintain one's original stance. For instance, imagine a professional who has built their career on a particular methodology. When presented with newer research demonstrating a more effective approach, they might instinctively reject it, thinking, "This new method is unproven and risky. My tried-and-true approach has always worked." This resistance, driven by the fear of invalidating past successes or questioning foundational expertise, prevents them from adapting to evolving landscapes and potentially missing out on significant advancements. Consequently, this pattern can lead to missed opportunities for innovation, strained relationships due to an unwillingness to consider other viewpoints, and a gradual erosion of intellectual humility, which is essential for continuous learning. Building upon this, a critical layer of intellectual arrogance is its impact on problem solving. When you approach a challenge with a rigid, unyielding mindset, you often limit your potential solutions to a narrow band of familiar approaches. You become less inclined to explore unconventional avenues or to consider perspectives that lie outside your established framework. Think of a team facing a complex operational issue. If one member, harboring intellectual arrogance, insists, "We've always done it this way, and it's the only logical way," they effectively shut down brainstorming for alternative, potentially more efficient, solutions. This belief that their current understanding is the definitive one prevents the team from tapping into collective intelligence and exploring innovative, out-of-the-box strategies. Conversely, when you adopt an attitude of intellectual humility, You actively seek out diverse perspectives, you engage with information that challenges your assumptions, and you recognize that learning is a lifelong, ongoing process. This open-mindedness allows you to approach problems with greater flexibility, to synthesize information from various sources, and to arrive at more robust and creative solutions. You begin to see complexity not as a threat, but as an invitation to deeper inquiry and more comprehensive understanding. This shift fosters adaptability, resilience, and a genuine capacity for lifelong learning, enabling you to navigate an ever-changing world with greater confidence and effectiveness. It allows you to recognize that true wisdom isn't in possessing all the answers, but in the continuous, humble pursuit of deeper knowing. The 13th essential practice in purifying your mental landscape involves proactively confronting and dismantling the pervasive habit of catastrophizing. This isn't merely about anticipating negative outcomes. It's about an ingrained tendency to leap to the most extreme, worst-case scenario as the inevitable conclusion, often amplifying minor setbacks into catastrophic failures. It's the internal voice that whispers, "If this one thing goes wrong, my entire life will unravel," or "This small mistake means I'm doomed to fail in every future endeavor." This cognitive distortion paints a future riddled with insurmountable disasters, rendering present challenges seem insurmountable and future possibilities bleak. For instance, imagine a professional who receives constructive criticism on a report. Instead of viewing it as an opportunity for refinement, their mind immediately jumps to, "They think I'm incompetent. I'll probably be fired. My career is over." This leap from a single piece of feedback to professional ruin is a classic example of catastrophizing. Consequently, this mental habit doesn't just create unnecessary anxiety. It can actively prevent you from taking sensible risks or engaging in problem solving, as the perceived negative consequences loom so large that inaction feels like the only safe option. It creates a self-fulfilling prophecy, where the anticipation of disaster can lead to behaviors that, ironically, increase the likelihood of negative outcomes. Furthermore, this tendency to magnify negative possibilities is often rooted in an underlying lack of self-efficacy, a subconscious doubt in one's own ability to cope with adversity. When you believe you lack the resilience or resources to handle difficult situations, your mind naturally seeks to protect you by overestimating the threat. Consider the student facing an upcoming exam. If they consistently engage in catastrophizing, their internal monologue might sound like, "I'm going to fail this exam. I haven't studied enough. My grade will be ruined, and I won't get into my desired program. My future is ruined." This belief in impending doom stems not just from the exam itself, but from a deeper conviction that they are incapable of navigating the potential fallout. This perceived helplessness reinforces the catastrophizing loop, making it harder to summon the motivation to study effectively or to seek necessary support. Consequently, this pattern not only diminishes present well-being but also erodes confidence in one's capacity for future resilience, creating a cycle of fear and avoidance that limits personal growth and potential. It's like convincing yourself that a small puddle is an uncrossable ocean, thereby preventing you from reaching the destination on the other side. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding catastrophizing involves recognizing its impact on decision-making and forward momentum. When the mind is perpetually anticipating the worst, every choice becomes fraught with imagined peril. This can lead to chronic indecision, as the perceived risks of any action far outweigh the potential benefits. Think of an individual contemplating a career change. If they fall into the trap of catastrophizing, their thought process might look like this. If I leave my current stable job, what if the new role doesn't work out? What if I can't find another job afterwards? What if I lose my savings? My family will suffer. It would be a complete disaster. This cascade of worst-case scenarios can paralyze them, preventing them from pursuing a potentially more fulfilling path. The sheer weight of imagined negative consequences makes the status quo, however unfulfilling, seem like the only safe harbor. Conversely, by consciously challenging these catastrophic thoughts and grounding oneself in realistic probabilities, one can begin to make more balanced decisions. This involves asking oneself, what is the most likely outcome, not just the worst-case scenario? And Even if the worst happens, how capable am I of coping with it? This reframing liberates the mind from the tyranny of extreme negativity, allowing for more calculated risks, bolder choices, and a greater capacity to move forward with purpose, even in the face of uncertainty. It shifts the focus from what could go wrong to what can be achieved, fostering a sense of agency and empowering proactive movement. The 14th vital practice in mental purification involves actively counteracting the tendency towards overgeneralization. This cognitive distortion occurs when a single negative event or experience is taken to represent a broader, unchanging pattern. It's the internal conclusion that because this happened once, it will always happen, or since I failed at this one task, I am fundamentally incapable. This type of thinking takes a specific incident and inflates it into a universal truth, painting one's life with a broad brush of negativity. For instance, consider someone who experiences a single awkward social interaction. Instead of recognizing it as an isolated incident, their mind might generalize. I'm terrible at making conversation. I always say the wrong thing. People find me boring. I'll never be good in social situations. This leap from a singular awkward moment to a sweeping indictment of their social aptitude exemplifies overgeneralization. Consequently, this mental habit can severely limit your experiences, as you begin to avoid situations where you fear a negative outcome might reinforce your overgeneralized belief, thus creating a self-fulfilling prophecy and hindering your ability to learn and grow from diverse interactions. Furthermore, this pattern of overgeneralization often stems from a desire for predictability and control in an inherently unpredictable world. By assuming that patterns are fixed and unchangeable, the mind seeks to create a sense of order, even if that order is based on negative assumptions. It's a defense mechanism, albeit a flawed one, that tries to prepare you for future difficulties by assuming they are inevitable. Imagine a professional who, after one project missed its deadline, begins to believe that all future projects will also be delayed. Their internal dialogue might be, "It's impossible to meet deadlines in this company. We're always behind schedule. Why bother setting ambitious timelines?" This generalization, born from a single experience, can lead to a pervasive sense of resignation and a lack of initiative. It prevents them from recognizing that each project is unique, with its own set of variables, challenges, and potential solutions. Consequently, this mindset can foster a passive approach to challenges, hindering problem-solving and innovation. It implies that outcomes are predetermined, absolving one of the responsibility to actively influence them, thereby undermining personal agency and limiting one's capacity to adapt and overcome. It's akin to concluding that because one cloud is dark, the entire sky will forever remain overcast, ignoring the possibility of sunshine breaking through. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding overgeneralization involves recognizing its detrimental effect on emotional regulation and perspective. When a single negative event is viewed as evidence of a pervasive pattern, the emotional response is often disproportionately intense and prolonged. Think of someone who experiences a romantic rejection. If they overgeneralize, they might internalize it as, "No one will ever love me. I'm unlovable. All relationships end in pain." This single rejection, interpreted as a universal truth about love and relationships, can lead to profound sadness, isolation, and a deep-seated fear of future romantic connection. The emotional weight of this imagined pattern far exceeds the reality of the specific event. Conversely, by consciously challenging overgeneralizations and seeking specific evidence, you can begin to restore a balanced perspective. This involves asking yourself, is this truly representative of all my experiences, or what are the exceptions to this perceived rule? For instance, the individual experiencing rejection could counter their internal narrative by recalling past positive relationships or friendships, acknowledging that this one instance does not negate all other experiences of connection and affection. This process of seeking specific counterexamples helps to dismantle the broad, negative assumptions and allows for a more nuanced and accurate assessment of the situation. Consequently, by actively identifying and challenging overgeneralizations, you can reclaim your emotional equilibrium, foster a more realistic outlook, and cultivate a more adaptive and resilient mindset, enabling you to approach life's challenges with a clearer perspective and a greater capacity for genuine emotional recovery. The 15th, and deeply transformative, step in purifying your mind is the deliberate practice of mental reframing. This isn't about denying reality or pretending negative events didn't happen. It's about consciously choosing to interpret situations and experiences from a more constructive, empowering, and growth-oriented perspective. It's about shifting your internal narrative from one that limits you to one that liberates and propels you forward. Think of a challenging feedback session at work. Instead of viewing it as a personal attack or an indicator of inadequacy, reframing involves seeing it as an opportunity for professional development. The internal dialogue shifts from, "they think I'm not good enough," to "this feedback highlights areas where I can improve and become even more effective in my role." This intentional reinterpretation doesn't negate the feedback itself, but it fundamentally alters its impact, transforming a potentially demoralizing experience into a catalyst for growth. Consequently, this practice empowers you to navigate setbacks with greater resilience, to extract valuable lessons from adversity, and to maintain a sense of agency even when circumstances are difficult. It fundamentally changes the relationship you have with challenges, viewing them not as insurmountable roadblocks, but as stepping stones. Furthermore, the practice of mental reframing is intrinsically linked to fostering a growth mindset, as famously articulated by Carol Dweck. Instead of believing your abilities and intelligence are fixed traits, reframing encourages the perspective that these qualities can be developed through dedication and hard work. Consider the student who struggles with a difficult subject. A fixed mindset might lead them to conclude, "I'm just not good at math. I'll never understand it." A reframed perspective, however, would involve shifting this thought to, "Math is challenging for me right now, but if I dedicate more time, seek help, and try different learning strategies, I can improve my understanding." This reframing cultivates a belief in one's capacity for development, fostering perseverance and a willingness to engage with difficulties rather than succumbing to them. Consequently, this mindset shift not only enhances academic or professional performance, but also cultivates a deeper sense of self-efficacy and a more optimistic outlook on life's learning curves. It transforms perceived limitations into opportunities for expansion. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding mental reframing involves recognizing its application in managing emotional responses. When negative emotions arise, the initial impulse might be to dwell in them, allowing them to dictate one's mood and behavior. Reframing offers a powerful tool to interrupt this cycle. Think of experiencing disappointment after a plan falls through. The initial emotion might be sadness or frustration. By reframing, one can acknowledge the disappointment but then shift focus. This didn't work out as planned, but it opens up possibilities for something else. Or, while this is disappointing, it's a chance to reassess and perhaps find an even better approach. This conscious reinterpretation doesn't erase the initial emotion, but prevents it from becoming all-consuming. It allows for a more balanced perspective, acknowledging the feeling without letting it dictate the overall narrative. Consequently, this practice leads to greater emotional regulation, a reduced tendency towards rumination, and an increased capacity to bounce back from emotional setbacks. It allows you to acknowledge difficult feelings without letting them define your reality, fostering a more balanced and resilient emotional life. It's like understanding that a storm, while intense, is a temporary weather phenomenon, not the permanent state of the sky. The 16th, and perhaps most powerful, element in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of positive self-affirmation, but not in the superficial sense of repeating empty platitudes. This is about embedding deeply resonant truths that counter ingrained negative programming. It's about consistently and deliberately stating aloud or internally specific, believable statements that affirm your worth, your capabilities, and your potential, thereby retraining your subconscious mind. Think of an individual who has always struggled with public speaking, their internal narrative laced with beliefs of inadequacy. Instead of simply saying, "I am a good speaker," which might feel untrue, a more effective affirmation, grounded in the principles of reframing, might be, "I am actively developing my public speaking skills, and each time I practice, I become more confident and articulate." Or, "I am capable of preparing thoroughly, and my preparation allows me to deliver valuable information." These affirmations are not wishful thinking. They are declarations of intent and present progress, designed to slowly but surely overwrite deeply seated limiting beliefs with actionable, aspirational truths. Consequently, this practice gradually reshapes your self-perception, building confidence, fostering a belief in your potential, and empowering you to approach challenges with a more positive and proactive mindset, as you are actively reinforcing your own inherent strengths and capacity for growth. Furthermore, the consistent practice of positive self-affirmation serves as a potent antidote to the insidious effects of negative self-talk and external criticism. When your mind is constantly bombarded by internal judgments or echoes of past criticisms, affirmations act as a buffer, reinforcing your intrinsic value and reminding you of your inherent capabilities. Consider someone who has received harsh, demeaning feedback in the past, leading to a belief that they are inherently flawed. Regularly affirming statements like, "My worth is not defined by past criticisms. I am learning and evolving," or "I possess unique strengths and contributions that are valuable," can begin to dismantle the power of those negative messages. These affirmations act as counter-narratives, gradually eroding the impact of old wounds and building a more robust sense of self-acceptance. Consequently, this process builds psychological resilience, enabling individuals to withstand external negativity with greater fortitude, to maintain a clearer sense of self, and to continue pursuing their goals without being perpetually undermined by past experiences or the opinions of others. It's like building a strong internal fortress that can withstand the onslaught of external doubt. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding positive self-affirmation involves recognizing its role in shaping future behavior and outcomes. When you consistently affirm your ability to achieve a goal or to embody a certain quality, you are not just changing your thoughts. You are subtly influencing your actions and, by extension, your reality. Think of an entrepreneur aiming to secure funding for their venture. Affirmations such as, "I am presenting a compelling vision that investors will recognize," or "I am capable of articulating the value of my business clearly and confidently," can shift their mindset from anxiety-ridden doubt to proactive belief. This internal shift can manifest in more confident presentations, more persuasive communication, and a greater willingness to engage with potential investors, thereby increasing the actual probability of securing the funding. Consequently, this practice extends beyond mere self-comfort. It becomes a powerful tool for manifesting desired realities. By consistently affirming the qualities and outcomes you wish to cultivate, you create a mental blueprint that guides your actions, influences your decision-making, and ultimately helps you to build the future you envision. It is a form of internal coaching, where you are not just observing your life unfold, but actively directing its course through the power of deliberate, affirmative declaration. The 17th vital practice in purifying your mind is to actively dismantle the pervasive tendency towards mental rigidity, specifically in the form of an over-reliance on rigid routines and an aversion to spontaneity. This is distinct from the previous discussion on control. It pertains to the subconscious fear of deviating from established patterns, even when those patterns have become stagnant or are no longer serving one's highest good. It's the internal resistance to injecting novelty into one's day, the subconscious belief that order can only be maintained through unwavering adherence to the familiar. Consider the individual who follows the exact same morning routine every single day, waking at the precise minute, performing the same sequence of actions, consuming the same breakfast. While routine provides comfort and efficiency, when it becomes an inflexible dictate, it can stifle creativity and mental agility. The mind, accustomed to a predictable path, can become less adept at navigating unexpected turns or embracing new approaches. For instance, this rigidity might manifest when a planned route to work is suddenly blocked by construction. Instead of viewing this as an opportunity to explore an alternative path or even enjoy a brief moment of unplanned reflection, the individual might experience significant stress and frustration, their mental equilibrium disrupted by the deviation from the norm. Consequently, this over-reliance on rigid adherence can inadvertently narrow one's perspective, making it harder to adapt to changing circumstances and to innovate when necessary. It can create a mental ruts that are comfortable but ultimately limiting. Furthermore, This deeply ingrained aversion to spontaneity often stems from an underlying fear of the unknown and a misconstrued notion that structure equates to safety. It's a subconscious belief that deviating from the well-trodden path invites chaos and potential mishap. Imagine someone who meticulously plans every social interaction, even casual meetups with friends, down to the minute and topic of conversation. This isn't about being organized. It's about a fear of unstructured moments, where conversations might veer into unpredictable territory or where spontaneous decisions might need to be made. Their internal dialogue might be, "If I don't have a plan, I won't know what to say. What if there's an awkward silence? It's better to stick to what I know will work." This fear of the unscripted, while aiming for comfort, can inadvertently lead to a life devoid of genuine surprise, serendipity, and the rich learning experiences that often arise from unexpected moments. Consequently, this mental habit can stifle personal growth, as growth often occurs at the edges of our comfort zones, in those unplanned detours that challenge our assumptions and introduce us to new possibilities. It can lead to a sense of routine that feels more like a prison than a foundation, trapping individuals in a cycle of predictable experiences that fail to ignite curiosity or foster deeper engagement with the world. It's like someone refusing to taste a new dish, convinced it won't be as good as their usual meal, and thus missing out on a potentially delightful culinary experience. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding mental rigidity and the aversion to spontaneity involves recognizing its impact on creativity and problem-solving. When the mind is locked into rigid patterns, it struggles to generate novel solutions or to approach challenges from fresh angles. Creativity often thrives on unexpected connections, the ability to juxtapose seemingly unrelated ideas, and a willingness to experiment. Consider a team tasked with brainstorming innovative marketing strategies. If the team members are overly rigid in their thinking, perhaps sticking to familiar advertising channels and campaign structures, they are unlikely to produce truly groundbreaking ideas. Their internal limitations might manifest as, "We've always used print ads. That's what our audience responds to." Or social media campaigns are too unpredictable. Let's stick to proven methods. This adherence to the status quo, driven by mental rigidity, can lead to stagnation and a failure to adapt to evolving market dynamics. Conversely, by consciously embracing elements of spontaneity and allowing for less structured thinking, the mind becomes more open to novel associations and unconventional approaches. This might involve incorporating random idea generation techniques, encouraging what-if scenarios without immediate judgment, or even allowing for breaks dedicated to unstructured exploration. Think of a writer who, facing writer's block, decides to go for a walk in an unfamiliar part of town instead of forcing words onto the page. The sensory input, the unexpected sights and sounds, can often spark new plot ideas or character developments that a rigidly structured writing session might never yield. Consequently, by actively challenging the inclination towards absolute rigidity and embracing a degree of calculated spontaneity, you unlock greater mental flexibility, enhance your capacity for creative problem-solving, and foster a more dynamic and adaptive approach to life's challenges, allowing your mind to be a source of innovation rather than a bastion of routine. The 18th integral step in purifying your mind is the active cultivation of intellectual curiosity as a driving force, rather than merely engaging with information passively. This involves a deliberate and ongoing desire to learn, to explore, and to question, going beyond simply acquiring facts to seeking deeper understanding and interconnectedness. It's about fostering a mindset that views the world as an endless source of learning, where every interaction, every observation, and every piece of information holds the potential for a new insight. Consider the individual who, after reading a news article, doesn't just absorb the headlines, but actively seeks out related historical context, alternative viewpoints, or the scientific underpinnings of the topic. Their internal dialogue is not one of passive reception, but of active inquiry. Why is this happening now? What led to this situation? What are the potential long-term implications? How does this connect to other knowledge I possess? For example, upon learning about a new technological advancement, rather than simply acknowledging its existence, they might delve into the underlying scientific principles, research the historical trajectory of similar innovations, and ponder the ethical considerations it raises. This active engagement transforms mere information consumption into a dynamic process of knowledge construction. Consequently, this unwavering curiosity fuels continuous personal growth, expands one's worldview, and fosters a more nuanced and informed perspective on complex issues, making the mind more agile and adaptable. Furthermore, intellectual curiosity acts as a potent safeguard against the mental stagnation that can arise from complacency or an over-reliance on existing knowledge. It encourages a healthy skepticism, not in a cynical sense, but in a way that prompts deeper investigation rather than unquestioning acceptance. Imagine a professional who, having achieved a certain level of expertise in their field, might be tempted to rest on their laurels. However, an actively curious mind will not settle for the status quo. It will prompt them to ask, what are the emerging trends in my industry? Are there new methodologies I should explore? How can I continue to innovate and improve? For instance, a seasoned physician who maintains intellectual curiosity might actively seek out cutting-edge research, attend international conferences, and engage with colleagues from diverse backgrounds to stay at the forefront of medical advancements, rather than relying solely on established practices. This commitment to ongoing learning ensures that their knowledge remains relevant and that they are equipped to handle evolving challenges. Consequently, this active pursuit of understanding prevents the mind from becoming intellectually inert, fostering a dynamic engagement with the world that keeps one's skills sharp, one's perspective fresh, and one's problem-solving abilities robust. It ensures that the mind remains a vibrant, evolving entity, rather than a static repository of outdated information. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding intellectual curiosity involves recognizing its profound impact on creativity and innovation. When the mind is actively seeking new information and making novel connections, it is inherently more fertile ground for original ideas. Think of a product designer who, driven by curiosity, spends time observing how people interact with everyday objects in unconventional ways, reads about fields seemingly unrelated to design, like biology or sociology, and experiments with unusual materials. This broad exposure and inquisitive nature can lead to breakthroughs that wouldn't emerge from a narrow, specialized focus. For example, the invention of the Post-it note, while a triumph of chemistry, also stemmed from a curiosity about adhesives that were strong enough to stick but weak enough to be repositioned. A seemingly simple problem viewed through an intensely inquisitive lens. Conversely, a lack of curiosity can lead to a reliance on existing paradigms, stifling innovation and resulting in incremental improvements rather than transformative breakthroughs. Imagine a software developer who only uses the tools and languages they learned years ago, resisting the exploration of newer, more efficient technologies. While proficient, their output may lack the cutting-edge capabilities and streamlined performance that curiosity-driven exploration could unlock. Consequently, by actively nurturing intellectual curiosity, you not only deepen your understanding of the world, but also unlock your innate potential for creativity and innovation, transforming your mind into a dynamic engine for discovery and progress, enabling you to not just keep pace with change, but to actively drive it. The 19th vital step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of perspective-taking as a deliberate practice, especially when encountering conflict or misunderstanding. This involves actively stepping outside your own frame of reference to understand the viewpoint, motivations, and emotional landscape of another individual, even when their perspective differs significantly from your own. It's about recognizing that your interpretation of a situation is just one among many possible valid interpretations, and that understanding another's reality can unlock solutions and foster connection. Consider a situation where a colleague misses a critical deadline, causing a ripple effect of delays. Your initial reaction, colored by your own workload and frustration, might be one of anger or disappointment. However, consciously practicing perspective-taking involves pausing and asking, what might be happening in their life that I'm unaware of? Could they be facing personal challenges, an overwhelming workload I don't see, or a misunderstanding of the project's urgency? For example, that colleague might be dealing with a family emergency or struggling with an unexpected technical issue that has consumed their attention, factors invisible from your vantage point. This empathetic inquiry can transform judgment into understanding, shifting the focus from blame to collaborative problem-solving. Consequently, this deliberate act of stepping into another's shoes not only de-escalates conflict, but also fosters deeper relationships, enhances communication, and unlocks more effective solutions by acknowledging the multifaceted nature of human experience and motivation. Furthermore, the practice of perspective-taking is a powerful antidote to the cognitive bias of egocentrism, where one unconsciously assumes their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences are the objective reality. It challenges the default setting of assuming one's own viewpoint is the most accurate or complete. Imagine engaging in a debate where passionate disagreement arises. Without perspective-taking, each party might become entrenched in their position, viewing the other as stubborn or irrational. However, by actively attempting to understand the underlying values, fears, or past experiences that inform the other's stance, even if you disagree with it, you can find common ground or at least appreciate the legitimacy of their emotional response. For instance, during a discussion about a controversial social issue, one person might hold a strong, seemingly rigid opinion. By considering their upbringing, cultural background, or personal encounters that might have shaped that belief, one can move beyond simply dismissing their view to understanding its origins, even if they ultimately choose to maintain their own differing perspective. This doesn't require agreement, but rather a recognition of the human context behind the viewpoint. Consequently, this empathetic engagement builds bridges of understanding, promotes mutual respect, and can lead to more productive dialogues, even in the presence of deep differences. It allows for a more nuanced and compassionate interaction with the world, moving beyond surface-level disagreements to appreciate the complex tapestry of human perspectives. It's akin to realizing that looking at a sculpture from one side reveals only a partial view. To truly understand it, one must walk around it and observe it from multiple angles. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding perspective-taking involves its application in leadership and team dynamics. Effective leaders recognize that fostering an environment where diverse viewpoints are not only tolerated, but actively sought out leads to more robust decision-making and greater team cohesion. When a leader genuinely attempts to understand the perspectives of their team members, considering their individual strengths, concerns, and working styles, they can better delegate tasks, provide tailored support, and foster a sense of psychological safety. Think of a manager implementing a new workflow. Instead of simply dictating the changes, a leader practicing perspective-taking would solicit input from the team, asking how the new process might impact their daily tasks, what challenges they foresee, and what adjustments could be made to ensure a smoother transition. For example, a team member who primarily works remotely might have different concerns or suggestions regarding a new collaborative tool than someone who is always in the office. By actively listening to and validating these different viewpoints, the leader can implement a more effective and inclusive solution. Consequently, this practice cultivates a more collaborative and innovative atmosphere, where individuals feel valued and understood, leading to increased engagement, higher morale, and ultimately, more successful outcomes for the entire group. It transforms potential silos of misunderstanding into bridges of shared purpose and collective action. The 20th, and profoundly empowering, step in purifying your mind is the conscious integration of mindfulness into daily life, extending beyond mere momentary awareness to a sustained practice of present-moment engagement. This involves intentionally anchoring your attention to the current experience, your thoughts, emotions, bodily sensations, and external environment, without judgment or the urge to immediately change or analyze them. It's about observing the unfolding of your inner and outer world with a gentle, curious, and accepting stance. Consider the individual who, while walking, is fully present to the sensation of their feet hitting the ground, the rhythm of their breath, the sights and sounds around them, rather than being lost in a mental replay of a past conversation or a future worry. This deep immersion in the now allows for a richer experience of life, freeing the mind from the constant churn of past regrets and future anxieties. For instance, during a meal, a mindful practitioner would savor the textures, aromas, and tastes of the food, truly appreciating the nourishment, rather than merely consuming it while distracted by emails or mental to-do lists. This heightened sensory awareness deepens enjoyment and fosters a greater appreciation for simple pleasures. Consequently, this sustained practice diminishes the power of intrusive thoughts, enhances emotional regulation, and cultivates a profound sense of inner peace by anchoring you to the only moment that truly exists, the present. Furthermore, the practice of mindfulness significantly recalibrates one's relationship with difficult emotions and thoughts. Instead of resisting, suppressing, or becoming overwhelmed by unpleasant internal experiences, mindfulness teaches one to observe them with detachment, as transient phenomena. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent, but rather acknowledging their presence without letting them dictate one's entire state of being. Imagine experiencing a wave of anxiety before a significant presentation. A non-mindful approach might involve battling the anxiety, trying to push it away, which often amplifies its intensity. A mindful approach, however, would involve acknowledging the physical sensations of anxiety, perhaps a racing heart or tight chest, and observing the anxious thoughts. What if I forget my lines? As just that, thoughts, not objective truths. For example, someone practicing mindfulness might mentally note, "There is a feeling of nervousness in my chest, and the thought of forgetting my speech is present," without judgment or further elaboration, allowing the sensation to pass through them naturally. Consequently, this ability to observe emotions without being consumed by them fosters greater emotional resilience, reduces reactivity, and allows for more rational and composed responses even in challenging situations. It cultivates an inner spaciousness, where difficult feelings can arise and recede without causing lasting disruption. It's like watching clouds drift across the sky. You notice them, acknowledge their presence, but you know they are temporary and will eventually move on. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding mindfulness involves its profound impact on focus and cognitive clarity. By training the mind to return to the present moment, practitioners develop a stronger ability to direct and sustain their attention, a skill that is increasingly vital in our distraction-rich world. Think of a student trying to study for an exam in a noisy environment. A mindful approach would involve noticing distractions, the sound of traffic, a notification on their phone, and gently redirecting their attention back to their study material, not with frustration, but with patient persistence. This repeated act of refocusing strengthens the attentional muscle. For instance, a programmer working on complex code might encounter moments where their mind wanders to unrelated tasks. Through mindfulness, they can recognize this lapse in attention and consciously bring their focus back to the lines of code they are analyzing, thereby improving their efficiency and reducing errors. Consequently, this enhanced ability to concentrate not only improves productivity and performance in tasks, but also fosters a deeper engagement with life's experiences, allowing for greater appreciation of subtle details and a more profound connection with oneself and the world. It transforms mental scatter into focused intention, enabling you to be truly present and effective in whatever you undertake. The 21st, and deeply regenerative, step in purifying your mind involves the practice of digital decluttering beyond mere notification management. This extends to a conscious and critical curation of the digital information you consume, curate, and retain. It's about recognizing that the digital realm, much like a physical space, can become cluttered, inefficient, and a drain on mental energy if not actively managed. This goes beyond simply unfollowing accounts. It involves a strategic pruning of your digital ecosystem to ensure it serves your growth and well-being, rather than detracting from it. Consider the vastness of cloud storage, online subscriptions, and digital archives. Many individuals accumulate digital clutter, old files, and used apps, subscriptions to newsletters they never read, archived emails from years ago, that, while not actively harmful, contribute to a sense of overwhelm and can subtly impede cognitive efficiency. The act of intentionally organizing, archiving, or deleting this digital detritus can free up mental bandwidth, much like clearing physical clutter. For example, taking the time to organize photos into distinct albums, unsubscribe from promotional emails that offer no value, or delete old apps that haven't been used in months creates a cleaner, more streamlined digital environment. This deliberate tidying up allows your mind to access relevant information more efficiently and reduces the subconscious load of managing a chaotic digital life. Consequently, this practice not only enhances digital organization, but also cultivates a greater sense of control and mental clarity by minimizing digital distractions and ensuring that your digital tools genuinely support, rather than hinder, your productivity and peace of mind. Furthermore, this practice of digital decluttering extends to critically evaluating the quality and intent behind the digital content you engage with. It's not just about reducing volume, but about elevating the caliber of information that enters your mental space. This involves questioning whether the content you consume is genuinely enriching, educational, inspiring, or if it primarily serves to induce comparison, anxiety, or passive consumption. Think of the endless scroll on social media platforms, often filled with curated highlight reels, clickbait headlines, and algorithmically driven content designed to maximize engagement rather than provide substantive value. Actively choosing to disengage from or limit exposure to such content and instead seeking out high-quality, curated sources, reputable news outlets, in-depth documentaries, educational podcasts, or literature that challenges your thinking is a critical aspect of digital decluttering. For instance, instead of mindlessly scrolling through a feed filled with superficial posts, dedicating that time to reading a well-researched article on a topic of interest, listening to a thought-provoking interview, or engaging with online courses that expand your skill set represents a significant upgrade in the quality of digital input. Consequently, this conscious curation of digital intake fosters intellectual growth, enhances focus, and prevents the mind from becoming saturated with superficial or detrimental information. It ensures that your digital interactions are intentional and contribute positively to your personal development, rather than acting as a silent drain on your mental resources and well-being. It's about transforming your digital consumption from an indiscriminate feast into a carefully chosen, nourishing diet. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding digital decluttering involves recognizing its impact on personal boundaries and mental energy. In our hyper-connected world, the lines between work, personal life, and leisure can become blurred, with digital devices often serving as constant conduits for external demands. Actively decluttering this digital sphere means establishing intentional boundaries. This could involve setting specific times for checking emails and social media, designating tech-free zones or times within your home, or consciously deciding which digital notifications truly warrant immediate attention and which can wait. Think of the constant ping of notifications, emails, messages, app alerts that fragment attention and create a sense of perpetual urgency. By strategically disabling non-essential notifications, scheduling dedicated times for communication, and resisting the urge to be constantly on, you reclaim significant mental energy. For example, choosing to turn off all notifications after a certain hour in the evening, or dedicating specific blocks of time for focused work without digital interruptions, allows your mind to rest and recharge more effectively. Consequently, this conscious management of your digital environment not only reduces distractions and enhances productivity, but also safeguards your mental energy, fosters a greater sense of presence in your offline life, and allows for deeper, more meaningful interactions, ultimately contributing to a more balanced and fulfilling existence. It's about taking control of your digital life, rather than letting it control you, ensuring that technology serves as a tool for enhancement, not a source of constant mental drain. The 22nd, and perhaps most profoundly liberating, step in purifying your mind involves the conscious practice of embracing imperfection as an inherent and valuable aspect of the human experience. This is a direct counterpoint to the relentless pursuit of flawlessness that often plagues us, leading to anxiety, self-criticism, and a fear of vulnerability. It's about recognizing that striving for perfection is not only an unattainable goal, but also a significant impediment to growth, creativity, and genuine connection. Think of an artist who, paralyzed by the need for their work to be flawless, never completes a piece or consistently revises it to the point of losing its original vitality. Embracing imperfection, in this context, would mean recognizing that a painting, a poem, or a performance can possess immense beauty and value even with its perceived flaws or deviations from an idealized standard. For instance, the raw, spontaneous brushstrokes in a watercolor or a slightly imperfect note hit in a live musical performance can often imbue the work with a unique character, authenticity, and emotional resonance that perfection might suppress. Consequently, this acceptance of imperfection liberates creative expression, reduces the paralyzing fear of failure, and fosters a more authentic and compassionate relationship with oneself and one's endeavors. It allows for forward momentum, recognizing that done is often more valuable than perfectly done but never finished. Furthermore, the embrace of imperfection plays a crucial role in fostering deeper and more genuine human connections. When we allow ourselves to be imperfect, we also create space for others to be imperfect, fostering an environment of acceptance and understanding. The constant facade of flawlessness can be isolating, creating a barrier between individuals. Conversely, the willingness to reveal our own vulnerabilities, our mistakes, and our less-than-perfect moments can foster empathy and strengthen bonds. Consider a friendship where one individual constantly presents an image of unwavering success and composure. While admirable on the surface, it may prevent the other person from feeling comfortable sharing their own struggles, fearing judgment, or a perceived mismatch in their life experiences. However, when that individual openly shares a personal setback or a moment of doubt, it often invites a reciprocal vulnerability, deepening the connection and fostering a sense of shared humanity. For example, admitting to a friend, "I'm really struggling with this new project and I feel a bit lost," can open the door for a supportive conversation and collaborative problem solving, something that might not occur if one maintained a front of absolute competence. Consequently, this acceptance of imperfection cultivates authenticity in relationships, builds trust, and creates a more supportive and understanding social environment, where individuals feel safe to be their true selves, flaws and all. It dismantles the pressure to maintain an unattainable facade, allowing for more genuine and meaningful human interaction. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding the embrace of imperfection involves its transformative effect on learning and resilience. When the mind is not fixated on achieving perfection, it becomes more open to experimentation, risk-taking, and the valuable lessons that arise from mistakes. The fear of imperfection often leads to avoiding challenges altogether, thus limiting learning opportunities. However, when imperfection is accepted as a natural part of the learning process, individuals are more likely to try new things, push their boundaries, and learn from setbacks. Think of a novice learning a new skill, such as coding or playing a musical instrument. If they are solely focused on achieving immediate mastery and avoiding any error, they are likely to become discouraged quickly. Conversely, if they embrace the idea that mistakes are inevitable and valuable learning opportunities, they are more likely to persist, to troubleshoot effectively, and to ultimately develop proficiency. For instance, a student learning to code might encounter numerous bugs and errors in their programs. Instead of viewing each bug as a personal failure, they can approach it as a puzzle to be solved, a chance to understand how the code works more deeply, and a step towards becoming a more skilled programmer. Consequently, this mindset shift fosters greater resilience in the face of adversity, as setbacks are no longer seen as indicators of inherent deficiency, but as essential components of growth and development. It allows for a more dynamic and adaptive approach to learning, where progress is measured not by the absence of mistakes, but by the ability to learn from them and move forward with increased wisdom and capability. It's like understanding that every scientist has failed countless experiments before making a significant discovery. The failure is not the end, but a necessary part of the process. The 23rd, and deeply practical, step in purifying your mind is the conscious implementation of strategic rest and recovery. Recognizing that mental clarity is not solely achieved through exertion, but also through periods of genuine respite. This goes beyond simply sleeping. It involves understanding that the mind requires deliberate downtime to process information, consolidate learning, and replenish its energetic reserves. It's about viewing rest not as an indulgence, but as a crucial component of optimal cognitive function and sustained well-being. Consider the common tendency to push through mental fatigue, believing that more hours spent working or thinking will inevitably lead to greater productivity. However, this often results in diminished returns, increased errors, and a general decline in cognitive performance. True mental purification involves recognizing when the mind is reaching its limit and proactively engaging in activities that facilitate recovery. For example, stepping away from a complex problem for a short walk in nature, engaging in a brief meditation, or simply allowing for a few moments of quiet contemplation can allow the subconscious mind to work on the issue in the background, often leading to breakthroughs upon return. Consequently, integrating strategic rest fosters sustained mental acuity, enhances creativity, and prevents burnout by ensuring that the mind operates at its peak capacity rather than being chronically depleted. Furthermore, the practice of strategic rest extends to understanding the importance of varied forms of rejuvenation, acknowledging that different activities offer different mental benefits. This isn't about finding one perfect method of relaxation, but about diversifying one's approach to recovery based on the type of mental exertion that has occurred. For instance, intense analytical work might benefit from restorative activities that engage different parts of the brain, such as creative pursuits like painting or music, or physical activities that allow for a release of tension and a shift in focus. Imagine someone who spends their workday engaged in complex strategic planning. Simply sitting and doing nothing might not be the most effective form of recovery. Instead, engaging in a vigorous physical activity like running or swimming, or immersing oneself in a creative endeavor like playing a musical instrument or writing poetry, can provide a more complete mental reset. Consequently, this intentional variety in rest activities ensures a more holistic approach to mental well-being, addressing different forms of cognitive load and preventing the mind from becoming stuck in a single mode of operation. It allows for a more balanced and sustainable level of mental performance over time, ensuring that the mind remains sharp, adaptable, and resilient. It's like cross-training for the brain, ensuring all its capacities are exercised and restored. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding strategic rest and recovery involves recognizing its impact on emotional regulation and perspective. When the mind is fatigued, it becomes more susceptible to negative emotional states, reactivity, and a narrowed perspective. Conversely, adequate rest allows for greater emotional balance and a more expansive view of situations. Think of a person who has been working long hours on a demanding project, becoming increasingly irritable and focused on minor setbacks. Their perspective is likely clouded by fatigue, making them prone to overreacting to small problems. However, if they consciously schedule and take a period of genuine rest, perhaps a weekend retreat, or even just a full day disconnected from work, they can return with a renewed sense of calm, clarity, and a more balanced perspective. For example, after a restful break, that same individual might view the previous project challenges with less personal frustration and a greater ability to objectively assess what went well and what could be improved, without the emotional overlay of exhaustion. Consequently, strategic rest cultivates emotional resilience by providing the necessary downtime for the mind and body to recover, thereby enabling a more measured, objective, and constructive response to life's inevitable stressors. It allows for a return to a state where clarity of thought and emotional equilibrium can guide actions, rather than the impulsive reactions fueled by fatigue. It's about understanding that sometimes the most productive action you can take is to intentionally pause and allow for replenishment. The 24th, and deeply foundational, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of intellectual humility. This is not about lacking confidence or diminishing one's knowledge, but about recognizing the vastness of what one doesn't know and remaining open to the possibility of being wrong or having one's understanding evolve. It's about approaching new information and different perspectives with a sense of wonder and a genuine desire to learn, rather than with an immediate need to defend one's existing beliefs. Think of a seasoned expert in a field who, despite their profound knowledge, actively seeks out discussions with newcomers or those from adjacent disciplines, not to prove their superiority, but to gain fresh insights and challenge their own assumptions. This willingness to acknowledge the limits of one's own understanding is a hallmark of intellectual humility. For instance, a renowned scientist, after years of dedicated research, might approach a groundbreaking new discovery in their field with curiosity and a desire to understand its implications, rather than dismissing it if it doesn't immediately align with their established theories. They understand that scientific progress often involves paradigm shifts and are open to revising their own models based on new evidence. Consequently, this practice fosters continuous learning, encourages collaboration, and allows for greater adaptability in the face of evolving knowledge and complex challenges. It keeps the mind agile and open to growth, preventing the stagnation that can arise from intellectual certainty. Furthermore, intellectual humility plays a critical role in fostering more constructive dialogue and resolving disagreements. When individuals approach conversations with a degree of humility, they are more likely to listen actively, to seek understanding, and to engage in collaborative problem-solving rather than confrontational debate. Imagine a heated discussion where participants rigidly defend their positions, unwilling to concede any ground. This often leads to unproductive arguments and damaged relationships. Conversely, if participants approach the conversation with intellectual humility, acknowledging that others may have valid points or different interpretations, they are more inclined to seek common ground and find mutually agreeable solutions. For example, during a team meeting where different strategies are proposed, an intellectually humble leader might say, "I understand your perspective on strategy A, and I see its merits. My initial thought was strategy B, but I'm open to hearing how your approach might address potential challenges I haven't fully considered." This approach invites open discussion and encourages collective wisdom rather than a battle of egos. Consequently, this fosters a more cooperative and respectful environment, where diverse viewpoints are valued and integrated, leading to more effective decision-making and stronger interpersonal dynamics. It dismantles the barriers of pride and defensiveness, paving the way for genuine connection and shared progress. It's like understanding that a map, however detailed, represents only one perspective of a vast territory. True exploration requires acknowledging its limitations and being open to discovering uncharted regions. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding intellectual humility involves its profound impact on personal resilience and the ability to navigate failure. When one's identity is not inextricably linked to being right or perfect, setbacks become less devastating and more instructive. The fear of appearing ignorant or incompetent often leads individuals to avoid risks or to become defensive when mistakes occur. However, an intellectually humble person understands that failure is an inherent part of the learning process and an opportunity for growth. Think of a student who receives a less-than-ideal grade on an assignment. An intellectually humble response would involve examining the feedback, understanding where they fell short, and using that knowledge to improve their approach for future assignments, rather than becoming defensive or discouraged. For instance, a researcher whose hypothesis is disproven by experimental results, rather than abandoning the field out of perceived failure, would see it as a valuable data point that redirects their investigation, perhaps leading to a more significant discovery down the line. Consequently, this mindset fosters a robust capacity for resilience, enabling individuals to bounce back from adversity with grace, learn valuable lessons from mistakes, and continue pursuing their goals with a determined yet open spirit. It allows for a healthier relationship with challenges, viewing them not as indictments of character, but as stepping stones on the path to deeper understanding and greater accomplishment. The 25th, and perhaps most transformative, aspect of purifying your mind is the deliberate cultivation of appreciation for the journey itself, rather than solely fixating on the destination. This involves finding value, learning, and even joy in the process of working towards a goal, the day-to-day efforts, and the unfolding of experiences, rather than solely measuring success by the final outcome. It's about recognizing that life's richness is often found in the steps taken, not just the arrival point. Think of someone training for a marathon. While the finish line is a powerful motivator, an appreciation for the journey would involve finding satisfaction in the discipline of early morning runs, the feeling of increased strength and endurance, the camaraderie with fellow runners, and the mental fortitude built through consistent effort. For instance, a writer working on a novel might learn to appreciate the immersion in crafting characters, the exploration of plot intricacies, and the very act of putting words to paper, rather than solely fixating on the eventual publication. The creative process itself becomes a source of fulfillment, regardless of external validation. Consequently, this shift in focus reduces the pressure associated with achieving specific endpoints, fosters greater contentment and presence in daily life, and allows for a deeper, more sustained engagement with one's pursuits, leading to a more fulfilling and less anxiety-ridden experience of life. Furthermore, this appreciation for the journey actively combats the common pitfall of procrastination and the feeling of being overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of a long-term goal. When the focus is solely on the distant outcome, the initial steps can seem daunting and insignificant, leading to inaction. However, by valuing the process, each small step becomes meaningful and contributes to the larger endeavor. Consider someone aiming to learn a new language. If their sole focus is fluency, the initial stages of memorizing vocabulary and grappling with grammar can feel arduous and discouraging. But by appreciating the journey, the gradual improvement in comprehension, the ability to string together simple sentences, the discovery of new cultural insights through language, the learning process becomes more engaging and sustainable. For example, a language learner might celebrate the small victory of understanding a snippet of a foreign film or successfully ordering a coffee in the target language, recognizing these as vital milestones in their progress, not just minor achievements. Consequently, this mindset shift makes daunting goals more accessible by breaking them down into manageable, appreciated segments, fostering consistent progress and building momentum through the acknowledgement of each incremental step forward. It transforms the perception of a challenge from an insurmountable mountain into a series of navigable hills, each offering its own unique vista and learning opportunity. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding the appreciation for the journey involves recognizing its profound impact on resilience and adaptability. When individuals are solely fixated on a predetermined outcome, any deviation or setback can feel like a significant failure, derailing their motivation. However, by valuing the process, setbacks can be reframed as learning opportunities or unexpected detours that might lead to even better outcomes. Think of a startup company aiming for a specific market niche. If their initial strategy doesn't yield the expected results, an unwavering focus on the destination might lead to despair. Conversely, if they appreciate the journey of innovation, learning from market feedback, adapting their product, and pivoting their approach becomes an integral part of the process, rather than a sign of failure. For instance, a company that initially planned to launch a physical product might discover, through market research and customer feedback during the development phase, that a digital service or subscription model would be more viable and ultimately more impactful. This pivot, embraced as a part of the journey of discovery, can lead to greater success than rigidly adhering to the original plan. Consequently, this mindset fosters adaptability and perseverance, allowing individuals and organizations to navigate unexpected challenges with greater optimism and resourcefulness, knowing that the learning and growth experienced along the way hold intrinsic value, regardless of whether the initial destination is reached exactly as planned. It fosters a deep understanding that the path itself, with all its twists and turns, is where true growth and discovery often occur. The 26th, and profoundly practical, step in purifying your mind is the active cultivation of curiosity about yourself, extending beyond mere self-awareness to a genuine desire to understand your own inner workings, motivations, and patterns. This involves approaching your own thoughts, emotions, behaviors, and reactions with the same inquisitiveness you would apply to understanding a complex subject or another person. It's about becoming an investigator of your own inner landscape, seeking to uncover the why behind your actions and feelings. Think of the individual who, upon noticing a recurring pattern of procrastination with certain types of tasks, doesn't just chastise themselves, but instead asks, what is it about these specific tasks that triggers this avoidance? Is it a fear of failure, a lack of clarity, or perhaps a misalignment with my core values? This internal inquiry opens the door to understanding the root cause, rather than just treating the symptom. For instance, upon experiencing a sudden surge of anger in a seemingly minor situation, instead of just reacting or suppressing the emotion, a curious approach would involve reflecting, Why did that particular comment provoke such a strong reaction in me? Does it tap into an old insecurity, or does it challenge a deeply held belief about fairness or respect? This self-investigation moves beyond surface-level emotional responses to uncover underlying triggers and belief systems. Consequently, this practice of self-curiosity fosters deeper self-understanding, leading to more effective self-management, greater emotional intelligence, and the ability to address the root causes of limiting behaviors rather than merely managing their manifestations. It allows for a more profound and authentic connection with one's inner self. Furthermore, this cultivation of self-curiosity plays a crucial role in dismantling self-imposed limitations and uncovering untapped potential. When we approach ourselves with an investigative mindset, we are more likely to identify deeply ingrained beliefs or assumptions that may be holding us back, beliefs we might not even be consciously aware of. Imagine someone who has always believed they are not inherently creative. A self-curious approach would involve exploring this belief. Where did this idea come from? Have I truly explored my creative capacities, or have I simply accepted this label without question? By questioning the origins and validity of such self-limiting beliefs, one can begin to challenge and dismantle them. For example, someone who believes they aren't good at public speaking might explore the underlying fear, perhaps a past negative experience or a deep-seated fear of judgment, and then actively seek out opportunities to practice and build confidence, viewing each attempt as an experiment in learning rather than a test of innate ability. Consequently, this process of questioning and exploration can lead to the discovery of hidden talents, the breaking free from limiting narratives, and the unlocking of new avenues for personal and professional growth. It empowers individuals to see themselves not as fixed entities, but as evolving beings with vast, unexplored potential. It's like being an archaeologist of your own mind, uncovering hidden truths that can reshape your understanding of yourself. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding self-curiosity involves recognizing its impact on decision-making and personal alignment. When you understand your motivations, your core values, and your intrinsic drivers, you are better equipped to make choices that are truly aligned with who you are, rather than choices dictated by external pressures or societal expectations. Think of someone facing a significant career decision. Instead of solely considering external factors like salary or prestige, a self-curious individual would explore deeper questions. What kind of work genuinely energizes me? What impact do I want to make? What environments allow me to thrive? For instance, someone might discover through self-reflection that while a high-paying corporate job offers financial security, a role in a nonprofit organization, aligned with their passion for a particular cause, brings a far greater sense of purpose and fulfillment, even if it entails fewer material rewards. Consequently, this practice of self-discovery leads to more authentic decision-making, fostering a sense of inner congruence and reducing the likelihood of future regret. It allows you to navigate life's choices with greater intention and integrity, ensuring that your path is not just one of external achievement, but one that deeply resonates with your authentic self, leading to a more sustained and profound sense of well-being and life satisfaction. The 27th, and perhaps the most vital, step in purifying your mind involves actively cultivating a deep sense of self-compassion. This is not about indulgence or making excuses for poor behavior, but about treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and acceptance that you would offer a dear friend who is struggling. It's about recognizing that imperfection, mistakes, and difficult emotions are inherent parts of the human experience, and that responding to yourself with harsh judgment only exacerbates suffering. Think of the individual who, after making a mistake at work, engages in a relentless internal critique, berating themselves for their perceived incompetence. A self-compassionate response, however, would involve acknowledging the error with kindness. I made a mistake, and that's understandable. It happens. What can I learn from this so I can do better next time? This gentle acknowledgement validates the experience without dwelling in self-recrimination. For instance, someone experiencing a personal setback, such as a relationship ending or a health challenge, might engage in harsh self-blame, feeling they are fundamentally flawed. Self-compassion would encourage them to recognize that such experiences are painful and difficult for many people, and to offer themselves solace and support during this challenging time, perhaps through self-care practices or seeking comfort from loved ones, rather than isolating themselves in their pain. Consequently, this practice of self-compassion fosters emotional resilience, reduces anxiety and depression, and promotes a more positive self-regard by acknowledging your humanity and inherent worth, even amidst flaws and difficulties. It creates a foundation of inner safety that allows for greater courage and authenticity in facing life's challenges. Furthermore, the practice of self-compassion plays a crucial role in dismantling the pervasive fear of failure and the perfectionism that often accompanies it. When individuals are overly critical of themselves, the fear of making mistakes can become so overwhelming that it prevents them from taking risks or pursuing ambitious goals. Self-compassion, however, reframes failure not as a personal indictment, but as an inherent part of the learning and growth process. Imagine someone who is hesitant to start a new creative project because they fear it won't be good enough. A self-compassionate approach would involve encouraging themselves to simply begin, acknowledging that the first attempt may not be perfect, and offering themselves grace if it falls short of their expectations. For example, a writer aiming to complete a novel might tell themselves, "The first draft is often messy. It's okay if it's not perfect right now. The important thing is to get the story down. I can refine it later." This internal encouragement allows them to overcome the paralyzing fear of imperfection and to engage in the process of creation. Consequently, this fosters a greater willingness to take on challenges, to experiment, and to learn from both successes and setbacks, leading to more sustained effort and a higher likelihood of achieving meaningful goals. It liberates individuals from the tyranny of perfectionism, allowing for genuine progress and personal development. It's like understanding that a gardener doesn't scold a seedling for not instantly becoming a tree. They nurture it through its stages of growth, understanding that development takes time and patience. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding self-compassion involves recognizing its impact on building stronger, more authentic relationships with others. When individuals are capable of offering themselves genuine kindness and understanding, they are often better equipped to extend that same compassion to those around them. The internal harshness that can fuel self-criticism can also manifest as impatience, judgment, or intolerance towards others. Conversely, self-compassion fosters empathy and understanding, not just for oneself, but also for the struggles and imperfections of others. Think of a situation where a friend or family member makes a mistake or experiences a personal difficulty. An individual who practices self-compassion is often better able to respond with empathy and support, recognizing the universality of human fallibility. For instance, when a loved one faces a setback, rather than offering platitudes or quick fixes, someone who is self-compassionate might offer a listening ear, acknowledge the difficulty of the situation, and simply provide a sense of presence and understanding, mirroring the kindness they would offer themselves. Consequently, this practice cultivates deeper connections based on mutual acceptance and understanding, fostering trust and strengthening interpersonal bonds. It creates an environment where vulnerability is met with support rather than judgment, leading to more resilient and fulfilling relationships, built on a foundation of genuine care and shared humanity. The 28th, and profoundly insightful, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of curiosity about the unknown, moving beyond mere intellectual inquiry to an embrace of mystery and a willingness to remain in states of not knowing without immediate anxiety. This involves recognizing that not every question needs an immediate answer, and that there is value and wonder in the unresolved, the unexplained, and the perpetually evolving aspects of life and knowledge. It's about developing a comfort with ambiguity and seeing it not as a void to be filled, but as a fertile ground for discovery and deeper wisdom. Think of the individual who encounters a philosophical concept or a scientific theory that challenges their current understanding. Instead of immediately seeking to dismiss it, reconcile it with existing knowledge, or find a definitive answer, they might pause and engage with the mystery, exploring the questions it raises and the implications it holds, even if a complete resolution remains elusive. For instance, contemplating the vastness of the universe or the intricate workings of consciousness might evoke a sense of awe and wonder, rather than a demand for complete understanding. The curiosity here is not about finding an endpoint, but about exploring the profound questions themselves. Consequently, this embrace of the unknown liberates the mind from the pressure of needing to have all the answers, fostering a greater sense of intellectual freedom, encouraging deeper philosophical exploration, and allowing for a more profound appreciation of the mysteries that enrich existence. It shifts the focus from the destination of knowledge to the enriching journey of inquiry. Furthermore, this embrace of the unknown plays a crucial role in fostering creativity and innovation. Many groundbreaking discoveries and artistic expressions emerge not from a place of complete certainty, but from a willingness to explore uncharted territory and to experiment with ideas that lie beyond the established boundaries of knowledge. When the mind is too rigidly fixed on known outcomes, it can stifle the very process that leads to genuine novelty. Imagine an inventor who is solely focused on perfecting an existing technology. Their progress might be incremental. However, an inventor driven by curiosity about the unknown might explore entirely new scientific principles or combine disparate fields in unconventional ways, leading to disruptive innovations. For example, the development of technologies like virtual reality or artificial intelligence stem not from refining existing paradigms, but from venturing into hypothetical possibilities and exploring concepts that were once considered purely speculative or beyond the realm of current understanding. Consequently, this willingness to engage with the unknown fuels breakthroughs in science, art, and technology, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and capability. It encourages risk-taking, experimentation, and the development of solutions that transcend conventional thinking, leading to transformative advancements that shape the future. It's like a cartographer who, instead of just mapping known lands, sets out to explore uncharted territories, knowing that the discoveries made will redefine the very maps they use. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding the embrace of the unknown involves its impact on personal resilience and adaptability. When individuals are overly reliant on predictability and struggle with ambiguity, unexpected changes or setbacks can feel catastrophic. However, by cultivating a comfort with the unresolved, one becomes more resilient in the face of life's inherent uncertainties. Think of someone who thrives on meticulously planned schedules and becomes anxious when events deviate from their itinerary. Their capacity to adapt to unexpected changes might be limited. Conversely, someone who embraces the unknown understands that life is fluid and unpredictable, and they approach disruptions with a sense of curiosity rather than dread. For instance, if a planned trip is canceled due to unforeseen circumstances, an individual accustomed to embracing the unknown might see it not as a disaster, but as an opportunity to spontaneously explore local options or to simply embrace a day of unstructured relaxation. Consequently, this mindset fosters greater adaptability, allowing individuals to navigate life's inevitable uncertainties with more grace, equanimity, and even a sense of adventure. It reduces the emotional toll of unexpected events and empowers a more flexible and responsive approach to life's unfolding narrative. It's about understanding that sometimes the most profound lessons and unexpected joys are found not in the destinations we meticulously plan, but in the detours we learn to navigate with an open heart and a curious spirit. The 29th, and deeply personal, step in purifying your mind involves the conscious practice of setting intentional energetic boundaries, moving beyond simply saying no to a more nuanced understanding of how to protect and direct your vital life force. This is about recognizing that your time, attention, and emotional energy are finite resources, and that allowing them to be depleted without conscious management can lead to exhaustion, resentment, and a diminished capacity for genuine connection and growth. It's about establishing clear lines, not as walls to isolate, but as safeguards to ensure that your inner resources are available for what truly matters to you. Think of the individual who consistently overcommits, saying yes to every request, feeling obligated to help everyone, even at the expense of their own well-being. This isn't necessarily altruism. It can be a manifestation of a fear of disappointing others or a lack of clarity about their own priorities. Intentional energetic boundaries would involve consciously assessing requests based on their alignment with your values, goals, and current capacity. For instance, When asked to take on an extra project, instead of an automatic yes, one might consider, does this align with my current priorities? Do I have the bandwidth to do this effectively without sacrificing my other commitments or my own rest? What is the energetic cost of saying yes? This mindful evaluation allows for more deliberate and sustainable commitments. Consequently, this practice fosters greater self-respect, reduces the likelihood of burnout, and ensures that your energy is directed towards activities and relationships that are truly meaningful and life-affirming, leading to a more balanced and purposeful existence. It allows you to conserve your most precious resources for what truly nourishes you. Furthermore, the practice of setting intentional energetic boundaries extends to managing your interaction with external influences, particularly those that are emotionally draining or intellectually disruptive. This involves being discerning about the people you spend time with, the conversations you engage in, and the information you consume, recognizing that these interactions have a direct impact on your mental and emotional state. It's about understanding that not all interactions are created equal, and that consciously curating your social and informational environment is a vital act of self-preservation. Imagine someone who finds themselves frequently drained after interacting with a particular friend who is habitually negative or constantly seeking validation. Maintaining an energetic boundary might involve limiting the duration of these interactions, steering conversations towards more positive topics, or gently asserting the need for space when feeling depleted. For example, instead of engaging in a prolonged, draining conversation, one might say, "I value our friendship, but I'm feeling a bit low on energy right now. Perhaps we can connect again soon when I'm feeling more refreshed." This is not about rejection, but about responsible energy management. Consequently, this conscious curation of your energetic environment protects your mental well-being, allows for healthier and more reciprocal relationships, and ensures that your emotional and cognitive resources are not unduly depleted by interactions that do not serve your highest good. It cultivates a more balanced and positive internal state, freeing up energy for growth, creativity, and genuine connection. It's like understanding that just as you wouldn't drink contaminated water, you shouldn't expose your mind and emotions to consistently draining or toxic influences without conscious protection. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding intentional energetic boundaries involves recognizing their impact on personal growth and the pursuit of meaningful goals. When your energy is constantly being dispersed or depleted by external demands that don't align with your aspirations, it becomes incredibly difficult to focus on what truly matters. Establishing clear boundaries allows you to reclaim that energy and direct it towards your chosen path. Think of an individual who has ambitious goals for personal development or a significant project they wish to complete. If they constantly allow their time and energy to be consumed by non-essential requests or distractions, progress will inevitably stall. Actively setting boundaries, such as dedicating specific blocks of time for focused work, politely declining requests that divert from their primary objectives, or creating physical and digital environments conducive to concentration, becomes paramount. For instance, a writer working on a book might choose to designate certain hours as writing time, during which they minimize digital distractions, politely postpone non-urgent social engagements, and communicate their need for uninterrupted focus to loved ones. Consequently, this disciplined approach to managing one's energy ensures that it is channeled effectively towards pursuits that foster growth, learning, and the achievement of meaningful goals. It transforms the feeling of being pulled in multiple directions into a focused, directed flow of energy, enabling greater accomplishment and a deeper sense of purpose. It's about recognizing that protecting your energy is not selfish. It's essential for realizing your potential and contributing your unique gifts to the world. The 31st, and profoundly reassuring, step in purifying your mind involves the conscious practice of practicing gratitude for challenges, reframing difficulties not as obstacles to be endured, but as integral catalysts for growth, resilience, and deeper wisdom. This goes beyond simply appreciating what you have. It involves a deliberate recognition of how adversity, when met with a constructive mindset, forges strength, clarifies purpose, and reveals hidden capabilities. It's about understanding that the most significant transformations often arise not from comfort, but from navigating discomfort. Think of the individual who, after facing a significant career setback, doesn't just lament their misfortune but actively reflects on the lessons learned, the resilience discovered, the new skills acquired, or the clarity gained about their true career aspirations. This reframing shifts the perspective from victimhood to empowerment. For instance, someone recovering from a period of illness might not only be grateful for their healing, but also for the heightened appreciation for their health, the deeper understanding of their own body's needs, and the renewed perspective on what truly matters in life. This appreciation for the process of recovery, including its difficult aspects, transforms a challenging experience into a source of profound personal insight and strength. Consequently, this practice cultivates a more robust and optimistic outlook on life, allowing individuals to approach adversity not with dread, but with a sense of confident anticipation, knowing that challenges, however difficult, offer invaluable opportunities for learning, growth, and the development of inner fortitude. It transforms potential breaking points into points of breakthrough. Furthermore, the practice of gratitude for challenges plays a crucial role in fostering adaptability and innovation. When individuals are accustomed to viewing difficulties as opportunities for growth, they become more willing to experiment, to take calculated risks, and to find creative solutions to complex problems. The fear of failure, which can paralyze those who seek only smooth sailing, diminishes when challenges are seen as integral to progress. Imagine an entrepreneur whose initial product launch fails to gain market traction. Instead of viewing this as a definitive end, a mindset of gratitude for challenges would encourage them to analyze the failure, extract crucial market feedback, and pivot their strategy, viewing the setback as an invaluable learning experience that ultimately leads to a more successful iteration. For example, a company that faced unexpected supply chain disruptions might use that experience to build more resilient sourcing strategies and diversify their supplier base, ultimately strengthening their business for the future. Consequently, this perspective encourages a proactive and resilient approach to problem solving, fostering a culture of continuous improvement and innovation. It allows individuals and organizations to navigate uncertainty with greater confidence, viewing obstacles not as roadblocks, but as invitations to discover new paths and to develop more effective strategies. It's like a blacksmith understanding that the intense heat and repeated hammering are essential for forging a strong and resilient blade. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding gratitude for challenges involves recognizing its impact on strengthening relationships and fostering collective resilience. When individuals and teams openly acknowledge and learn from shared difficulties, it can forge deeper bonds and create a more unified front against future adversity. The willingness to be vulnerable about struggles and to support each other through tough times builds trust and mutual respect. Think of a group that has faced a significant project failure or a period of organizational turmoil. Instead of assigning blame or retreating into isolation, a group that practices gratitude for challenges would come together, analyze what went wrong collaboratively, acknowledge the lessons learned, and emerge with a stronger sense of shared purpose and mutual support. For instance, a community that has weathered a natural disaster might, in the aftermath, find a deepened sense of connection and a renewed appreciation for collective action and mutual aid, recognizing that the shared experience, however difficult, forged an unbreakable bond. Consequently, this practice cultivates a powerful sense of shared humanity and collective strength, enabling individuals and groups to face future adversities not as isolated sufferers, but as resilient, interconnected entities capable of overcoming challenges through shared learning and mutual support. It transforms potential points of division into foundations for greater unity and shared progress. The 32nd and profoundly empowering step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of embracing uncertainty as a source of possibility, rather than viewing it solely as a threat to be eliminated. This involves shifting your perspective from fearing the unknown to recognizing that the absence of absolute certainty is precisely what allows for creativity, growth, and the emergence of unforeseen opportunities. It's about understanding that life's most significant advancements and personal discoveries often occur in the spaces where the future is not yet defined. Think of the individual who approaches a new project or a significant life change not with dread about what might go wrong, but with a sense of anticipation about what might unfold. This doesn't mean ignoring potential risks, but rather acknowledging them while remaining open to the positive potential that lies within the undefined. For instance, when embarking on a new career path, instead of solely focusing on the fear of job insecurity or the possibility of failure, one might embrace the uncertainty as an opportunity to learn new skills, meet new people, and discover hidden talents and passions that might not have surfaced in a predictable environment. This openness allows for greater exploration and personal development. Consequently, this practice liberates the mind from the anxiety of needing to control every outcome, fostering a greater sense of adaptability, resilience, and a proactive engagement with life, where uncertainty is seen not as a deficiency, but as an inherent characteristic that fuels potential. Furthermore, the embrace of uncertainty plays a crucial role in fostering innovation and pushing the boundaries of human achievement. Many of the greatest breakthroughs in science, technology, and art have emerged from individuals and groups who were willing to venture into the unknown, to experiment with ideas that lacked a clear roadmap, and to challenge established paradigms. The fear of uncertainty can lead to stagnation, encouraging adherence to proven methods and familiar territories. However, those who embrace it are often the ones who drive progress. Imagine the early pioneers of flight. They were venturing into an entirely unknown realm, with no guarantee of success, facing immense risks and widespread skepticism. Their pursuit was fueled by a curiosity about what was possible, a willingness to embrace the uncertainty of the skies, and a belief in their ability to navigate the unknown. For example, the development of the internet itself was a massive leap into uncharted technological territory, with its ultimate impact and societal integration far from predictable at its inception. Consequently, this embrace of uncertainty fuels creativity and innovation by encouraging experimentation, risk-taking, and the exploration of novel ideas. It allows individuals and organizations to move beyond incremental improvements and to pursue transformative advancements, knowing that the greatest rewards often lie beyond the predictable and the known. It shifts the focus from avoiding failure to the potential for groundbreaking discovery. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding the embrace of uncertainty involves its impact on personal fulfillment and the discovery of one's authentic path. When life is rigidly planned and every outcome is predetermined, there is little room for serendipity, for unexpected joy, or for the discovery of passions that lie dormant. Embracing uncertainty allows for a more organic unfolding of life, where experiences can shape and redefine one's direction in ways that a rigid plan might have precluded. Think of someone who has always envisioned a particular career path, only to discover through an unexpected detour, perhaps a chance encounter or an unplanned project, a deep passion for an entirely different field. If they had rigidly clung to their initial plan, they might have missed this life-altering revelation. For instance, a student who initially pursued a degree in law might, through an elective course or an internship in a seemingly unrelated field like environmental science, discover a profound calling in a more aligned career path. Consequently, this willingness to remain open to life's unfolding, to adjust course based on new experiences and insights, leads to a more authentic and fulfilling life journey. It allows for self-discovery, personal growth, and the realization of potential that might have remained hidden within a predefined structure. It's about understanding that while plans can provide direction, the most enriching experiences often emerge from the unexpected turns in the road. The 33rd, and deeply practical, step in purifying your mind involves the conscious practice of simplifying your commitments and possessions, recognizing that external clutter and overobligation are direct drains on internal clarity and mental freedom. This goes beyond mere tidiness. It's about intentionally curating your life to eliminate the non-essential, the superfluous, and the energetically draining, thereby freeing up mental space and focus for what truly matters. It's about recognizing that more is not necessarily better, and that true richness often lies in intentional minimalism, both externally and internally. Think of the individual who constantly feels overwhelmed by a calendar packed with social obligations, work projects, and personal errands, leaving little room for genuine rest or deep engagement. Simplifying commitments involves learning to say no strategically, prioritizing tasks based on their alignment with core values and goals, and understanding that saying yes to one thing often means saying no to something else implicitly. For example, consciously choosing to limit social engagements to those that are truly uplifting and meaningful, or delegating or eliminating tasks that do not contribute significantly to personal or professional objectives, can free up substantial mental and temporal resources. Consequently, this practice fosters greater focus, reduces stress and anxiety, and allows for a more intentional and purposeful engagement with life, leading to a deeper sense of control and well-being. It allows you to invest your limited energy where it will yield the greatest returns in terms of fulfillment and progress. Furthermore, the practice of simplifying possessions extends beyond material goods to encompass mental clutter, the accumulation of unresolved issues, unnecessary worries, and a fixation on what is beyond our control. Just as physical clutter can impede movement and create a sense of overwhelm, mental clutter can cloud judgment, drain energy, and distract from present moment awareness. Simplifying your mental landscape involves actively letting go of grudges, releasing anxieties about the future that are beyond your influence, and clearing your mind of unproductive rumination. Imagine someone who constantly replays past grievances or worries excessively about potential future problems. This mental accumulation creates an internal burden that saps their energy and prevents them from fully engaging with the present. Simplifying this mental clutter would involve practicing forgiveness, letting go of the need to control the uncontrollable, and consciously redirecting focus towards present-moment realities and actionable tasks. For instance, instead of dwelling on a past perceived injustice, one might choose to release the resentment by understanding the situation from a broader perspective or by focusing on how to prevent similar situations in the future rather than holding on to the past anger. Consequently, this active decluttering of the mind fosters greater mental peace, enhances clarity of thought, and allows for more effective problem-solving and decision-making. It frees up cognitive resources, enabling you to be more present, more resourceful, and more effective in navigating the complexities of life. It's like clearing out a cluttered workspace. The ease of access to necessary tools and the reduction in distraction lead to greater efficiency and a more productive environment. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding simplification involves recognizing its impact on fostering a deeper appreciation for what remains. When life is stripped down to its essentials, the value of those remaining elements often becomes more apparent and profoundly appreciated. The focus shifts from accumulation and expansion to intentionality and quality. Think of someone who, after decluttering their home, discovers a renewed appreciation for the few, carefully chosen items that bring them joy and serve a genuine purpose. The same principle applies to simplifying commitments and mental clutter. When your schedule is intentionally managed and your mind is free from excessive worries, the moments of genuine connection, deep work, or simple presence become more cherished and impactful. For example, by simplifying social commitments, one might find that the fewer, more meaningful interactions they have are far more rewarding and energizing than a packed calendar of superficial engagements. Consequently, this intentional reduction of external and internal noise allows for a more focused and appreciative experience of life's core elements. It fosters gratitude for what is truly essential, leading to a more contented and purposeful existence, where the focus is on depth rather than breadth and on quality rather than quantity. It's about recognizing that by letting go of the non-essential, you amplify the significance and beauty of what truly remains. The 33rd, and profoundly empowering, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of radical self-acceptance, embracing all facets of your being, strengths, weaknesses, past experiences, and present emotions, without judgment or the need for external validation. This goes beyond mere tolerance. It's an active, ongoing process of valuing yourself as you are, recognizing that your worth is inherent and not contingent upon perfection or the approval of others. It's about understanding that self-acceptance is the bedrock upon which genuine confidence, resilience, and authentic connection are built. Think of the individual who constantly strives to be someone they are not, suppressing aspects of their personality or hiding their vulnerabilities in an attempt to meet perceived external standards. Radical self-acceptance involves acknowledging and embracing these very aspects, recognizing that they are part of the unique tapestry of who you are. For instance, someone who has a tendency to be highly sensitive might, instead of viewing it as a flaw, begin to recognize the empathy, intuition, and depth of feeling that often accompany this trait, allowing it to become a source of strength and connection rather than a point of shame. Consequently, this profound acceptance fosters a deep sense of inner peace, reduces the relentless pressure to perform or impress, and liberates energy that was previously spent on self-criticism, allowing it to be redirected towards personal growth, meaningful pursuits, and authentic relationships. It allows you to show up fully as yourself, without the need for pretense. Furthermore, the practice of radical self-acceptance is intrinsically linked to fostering genuine self-compassion and resilience in the face of adversity. When you accept yourself unconditionally, including your imperfections and past mistakes, you create a buffer against the harshness of self-criticism and the sting of external judgment. This internal foundation of acceptance allows you to approach challenges with greater courage, knowing that your worth is not diminished by setbacks. Imagine someone who experiences a significant professional failure. Without self-acceptance, they might internalize this as evidence of their fundamental inadequacy, leading to despair and inaction. However, an individual practicing radical self-acceptance would acknowledge the disappointment, perhaps feel the pain, but ultimately recognize that this failure does not define their entire being. They might reflect, "This was a difficult outcome, but it doesn't negate my skills or my inherent value. I can learn from this and move forward." For example, an artist who receives negative reviews for their work might, through self-acceptance, understand that their creative expression is valid regardless of external opinions, and that criticism is often subjective and not a definitive judgment of their worth or talent. This allows them to continue creating without being paralyzed by the fear of negative feedback. Consequently, this internal embrace fosters a powerful sense of resilience, enabling individuals to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs with greater equanimity, to learn from mistakes without self-flagellation, and to approach future endeavors with a more courageous and authentic spirit. It builds an inner sanctuary of acceptance that can withstand the storms of external circumstance. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding radical self-acceptance involves recognizing its impact on fostering healthier and more authentic relationships with others. When individuals are truly accepting of themselves, they tend to project less judgment and criticism onto others, creating an environment of mutual respect and understanding. The need for external validation diminishes, allowing for more genuine and reciprocal connections to form. Think of someone who is highly critical of their own perceived flaws and constantly seeks reassurance from others. This insecurity can often lead to demanding behavior or an inability to truly connect, as they may unconsciously project their own self-judgment onto their relationships. Conversely, an individual who practices radical self-acceptance is less likely to be threatened by the imperfections of others. They can offer genuine empathy and support, recognizing that everyone is on their own journey of growth and learning. For instance, a friend who is struggling with a personal challenge might find a more receptive and understanding listener in someone who is comfortable with their own imperfections. That self-accepting individual can offer validation and support without feeling the need to fix the situation or judge the person's struggles, understanding that mistakes and difficulties are part of the human experience. Consequently, this practice cultivates deeper, more authentic connections based on mutual vulnerability and respect, transforming relationships from transactional exchanges into profound bonds of shared humanity. It allows for genuine connection, where individuals can be fully seen and accepted, flaws and all, fostering a sense of belonging and shared strength. It's like understanding that a perfectly smooth surface reflects only itself. It's the imperfections, the variations in texture, that allow for a richer, more complex, and ultimately more beautiful reflection of the world. The 34th, and deeply integrating, step in purifying your mind involves the conscious practice of connecting with nature as a source of grounding and perspective. This extends beyond simply enjoying the outdoors. It's about actively recognizing the profound, often overlooked, ways in which immersion in natural environments can recalibrate your mental state, reduce stress, and reconnect you with a sense of larger belonging. It's about understanding that nature operates on cycles of growth, decay, and renewal, offering a powerful counterpoint to the often frantic pace and manufactured realities of modern life. Think of the individual who, feeling overwhelmed by the constant demands of work and technology, seeks solace and clarity by spending time in a forest, by a body of water, or simply under the open sky. The rhythmic sounds of nature, the organic textures, and the absence of artificial stimuli can act as a powerful reset button for the mind. For instance, observing the slow, persistent growth of a plant, the cyclical patterns of the tides, or the vastness of a starlit sky can provide a profound sense of perspective, reminding you of the larger rhythms of existence and the transient nature of many of your immediate concerns. This exposure can diminish the perceived magnitude of personal problems by situating them within a grander, more timeless context. Consequently, this intentional connection with nature fosters a reduction in stress hormones, enhances cognitive function, promotes emotional well-being, and cultivates a deeper sense of peace and interconnectedness, reminding you that you are part of something far larger than your individual concerns. It offers a vital antidote to the isolation and mental fragmentation that can arise from an overly digitized and artificial existence. Furthermore, the practice of connecting with nature plays a crucial role in fostering a sense of awe and wonder, emotions that are increasingly rare in our goal-oriented, problem-solving driven lives. Awe, the feeling of profound reverence in the face of something vast, beautiful, or powerful, has been shown to shift our focus away from self-concerns and towards a broader appreciation of the world. Witnessing a majestic mountain range, observing the intricate design of a snowflake, or experiencing the sheer force of an ocean wave can evoke this powerful emotion, expanding our mental horizons. Imagine someone who feels bogged down by the minutiae of daily life. A walk through an ancient forest, with its towering trees and millennia of history etched into their bark, can provide a powerful perspective shift, making current anxieties seem less all-consuming. For example, observing the resilience of a plant growing through a crack in a pavement or witnessing the quiet determination of a river carving its path through rock can inspire a sense of perseverance and beauty in the face of adversity. Consequently, cultivating awe through nature immersion not only enriches our emotional lives, but also enhances our capacity for creative thinking and problem-solving by opening our minds to new possibilities and perspectives. It reminds us of the intricate interconnectedness of all living things and the profound beauty that exists beyond the immediate confines of our own immediate concerns. It's like stepping outside of a crowded room into a vast, open landscape. The change in perspective is immediate and transformative. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding the connection with nature involves recognizing its impact on fostering a sense of gratitude and interconnectedness. When we spend time in natural environments, we often become more aware of our dependence on the Earth's resources and the delicate balance of ecosystems. This awareness can cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude for the natural world and a greater sense of responsibility towards its preservation. Think of the individual who, after participating in a community cleanup of a local park or beach, develops a stronger sense of ownership and appreciation for that space. Their connection moves beyond mere aesthetic enjoyment to a recognition of their role in maintaining its health and beauty. For instance, witnessing the impact of pollution on a natural habitat can foster a profound sense of urgency and commitment to environmental stewardship, translating into more conscious consumption habits and advocacy. Consequently, this deepened connection with nature inspires a more holistic worldview, where the well-being of the planet becomes intertwined with personal well-being. It fosters a sense of belonging to something larger than oneself, encouraging more sustainable practices and a more compassionate engagement with the world, reminding us that we are not separate from nature, but an integral part of its intricate web. It's like understanding that the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat are all gifts from the natural world, deserving of our deepest respect and care. The 34th, and profoundly encouraging, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of active listening, not merely as a communication technique, but as a practice of deep presence and empathetic engagement with others that recalibrates your own internal dialogue and expands your capacity for understanding. This goes beyond waiting for your turn to speak. It involves genuinely striving to comprehend the speaker's perspective, their underlying emotions, and their unspoken needs, even when their viewpoint diverges from your own. It's about suspending your own internal commentary and judgments to create a space for true connection and mutual respect. Think of the individual who, in a conversation, not only hears the words being spoken, but also pays attention to the speaker's tone of voice, body language, and the pauses between their sentences, seeking to understand the full spectrum of their message. This requires a conscious effort to quiet the internal chatter, the formulating of counterarguments, the rehearsing of responses, or the judging of the speaker's delivery. For instance, when a friend expresses frustration about a situation, instead of immediately offering solutions or sharing similar experiences, active listening involves reflecting their feelings. It sounds like you're feeling really overwhelmed and frustrated by this, or I can understand why that situation would be upsetting for you. This validation creates a sense of being truly heard and understood. Consequently, this practice fosters deeper interpersonal connections, reduces misunderstandings and conflict, and cultivates a greater sense of empathy and emotional intelligence, not only in your interactions with others, but also in your understanding of yourself. It allows for a more harmonious and connected experience of community. Furthermore, the practice of active listening plays a crucial role in expanding your own perspective and challenging your ingrained assumptions. By genuinely seeking to understand another's viewpoint, you are exposed to different ways of thinking, different interpretations of reality, and different values that can broaden your own understanding of the world. This exposure can be particularly transformative when engaging with individuals whose backgrounds, experiences, or beliefs differ significantly from your own. Imagine engaging in a dialogue with someone who holds a deeply contrasting political or social opinion. Instead of immediately dismissing their views, active listening encourages you to inquire about the experiences and values that have shaped their perspective, even if you don't agree with their conclusions. For example, hearing someone explain their concerns about economic policies from the perspective of someone who has experienced significant job loss or financial hardship can provide a more nuanced understanding of their viewpoint, even if you hold different economic beliefs. Consequently, this process of empathetic inquiry fosters intellectual humility, broadens your worldview, and enhances your ability to navigate complex social and ethical landscapes with greater wisdom and insight. It allows you to move beyond simplistic binaries and appreciate the multifaceted nature of truth and experience. It's like stepping into another person's shoes to see the world through their eyes, gaining a richer and more complete picture. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding active listening involves recognizing its impact on enhancing problem-solving and collaboration. When individuals feel truly heard and understood, they are more likely to contribute openly, share information freely, and engage constructively in finding solutions. In group settings, the absence of active listening can lead to missed opportunities, duplicated efforts, and unresolved tensions. Think of a team meeting where members are not actively listening to each other, perhaps interrupting frequently or focusing only on their own agenda. This environment can lead to fragmented discussions and a lack of consensus. Conversely, when active listening is practiced, team members are more likely to build upon each other's ideas, identify potential overlaps or conflicts early on, and work collaboratively towards shared goals. For instance, during a brainstorming session, if one team member actively listens to another's initial idea, they might build upon it by suggesting a synergistic approach or identifying a potential challenge that the original speaker hadn't considered, leading to a more robust and well-rounded solution. Consequently, this practice fosters a more cohesive and productive environment, where collective intelligence is leveraged effectively, leading to better decision-making, more innovative solutions, and a stronger sense of shared purpose and accomplishment. It transforms individual contributions into a powerful collective force for progress. The 35th, and profoundly transformative, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of practicing forgiveness, not as a singular act of absolving others, but as a continuous process of releasing personal grievances and emotional burdens that weigh down your present and hinder your future. This goes beyond simply letting go. It involves understanding that forgiveness is a gift you give yourself, an act of liberation from the emotional hold of past hurts, betrayals, or perceived injustices. It's about disentangling your present well-being from the actions or inactions of others, recognizing that holding on to resentment is like carrying unnecessary weight that impedes your own forward momentum. Think of the individual who harbors ongoing anger or bitterness towards someone who wronged them years ago. This emotional baggage consumes mental energy, colors their perceptions, and can negatively impact their current relationships and overall outlook. The practice of forgiveness, in this context, involves acknowledging the pain caused, understanding, not necessarily condoning, the circumstances surrounding the event, and consciously choosing to release the emotional charge associated with it, thereby freeing yourself from its continued influence. For instance, someone who was deeply hurt by a colleague's betrayal might, over time, choose to forgive not necessarily for the colleague's sake, but to reclaim their own peace of mind and to prevent that past event from poisoning their present interactions or future opportunities. This might involve writing a letter they don't send, engaging in a meditative practice focused on release, or simply making a conscious decision to stop replaying the event with the same intensity of negative emotion. Consequently, this continuous practice of forgiveness liberates significant mental and emotional energy, reduces stress and anxiety, and allows for a more open, present, and authentic engagement with life, fostering a greater sense of peace and emotional freedom. It's about choosing to lighten your own load, rather than continuing to carry the burdens of others. Furthermore, the practice of forgiveness plays a crucial role in fostering deeper self-compassion and resilience. When we extend forgiveness to others, it often mirrors our capacity to extend it to ourselves. The same judgmental tendencies we might apply to others can be directed inward, leading to harsh self-criticism. By practicing forgiveness towards others, we often develop a greater capacity to forgive our own shortcomings, mistakes, and perceived failures. Imagine someone who is intensely self-critical about a past mistake, replaying it endlessly and feeling a constant sense of shame. If they were to practice extending a degree of understanding and forgiveness to someone else who made a similar error, they might find that same capacity for leniency begins to extend inward. For example, if a person is able to acknowledge that a past romantic partner acted out of their own insecurities or past traumas, rather than solely out of malice, they might begin to apply a similar understanding to their own past decisions, recognizing that they too were acting from their own limitations and experiences at the time. Consequently, this dual practice of forgiving others and oneself cultivates a more compassionate and resilient inner landscape. It allows individuals to learn from their experiences without being defined by them, to move forward with greater self-acceptance, and to approach future challenges with a sense of earned wisdom and inner strength. It transforms the narrative of past regrets into a story of growth and learning. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding forgiveness involves recognizing its impact on breaking cycles of negativity and promoting healthier relationships. Holding on to resentment can create a corrosive atmosphere, not only within oneself, but also in one's interactions with others. It can lead to defensiveness, suspicion, and a perpetuation of conflict. Conversely, the conscious act of forgiving, even when difficult, can break these cycles and pave the way for healing and reconciliation, or at the very least, for a peaceful detachment. Think of a family that has experienced deep-seated conflict. The persistent anger and resentment between members can create ongoing tension and prevent genuine connection. However, if individuals within that family are able to engage in the process of forgiveness, not necessarily forgetting or excusing the behavior, but releasing the emotional hold of the past, it can open the door for improved communication, understanding, and potentially a mending of relationships. For instance, a sibling who forgives another for a past betrayal might choose to communicate their feelings, establish clear boundaries, and then move forward with a lighter heart, no longer allowing the past event to dictate their present interactions. Consequently, this practice fosters healthier interpersonal dynamics, reduces emotional toxicity, and creates space for new beginnings and more constructive ways of relating. It allows for the possibility of healing, both within oneself and in one's connections with the outside world, transforming the burden of the past into the freedom of the present. The 36th, and profoundly clarifying, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of detachment from outcomes, recognizing that while intention and effort are vital, the ultimate results are often influenced by factors beyond your direct control. This involves dedicating yourself fully to your endeavors, acting with purpose and diligence, but simultaneously releasing the tight grip of expectation and the absolute need for a specific, predetermined result. It's about finding freedom in the process itself, understanding that your worth is not solely defined by the success or failure of external achievements. Think of the athlete who trains rigorously for a competition. They focus on their preparation, their technique, and their performance on the day, but they understand that external factors, the performance of competitors, the conditions of the event, even sheer luck, can influence the final outcome. Radical detachment means giving their absolute best effort, but accepting that the win is not guaranteed and that their value as an athlete isn't solely tied to that single result. For instance, a writer pouring their heart into a manuscript understands that while they can control the quality of their work, the eventual reception by readers or critics is largely beyond their influence. The act of creation itself, the expression of their ideas and craft, becomes the primary source of fulfillment, rather than solely focusing on achieving bestseller status or critical acclaim. Consequently, this practice liberates you from the anxiety of potential failure, reduces the pressure to constantly seek external validation, and allows for a more enjoyable and sustainable engagement with your goals, fostering resilience and a deeper appreciation for the effort and learning involved in any pursuit. It allows you to act with conviction without being enslaved by expectation. Furthermore, the practice of detachment from outcomes plays a crucial role in fostering greater objectivity and adaptability when faced with challenges or unexpected turns. When you are not rigidly attached to a specific result, you are more open to observing what is actually happening, learning from feedback, and adjusting your approach as needed. The need to maintain a particular outcome can lead to tunnel vision, preventing you from seeing alternative solutions or recognizing when a different path might be more beneficial. Imagine an entrepreneur who is rigidly fixated on a single product launch strategy. If market feedback indicates that this strategy is not resonating, an attachment to the original outcome might lead to stubbornness and continued investment in a failing approach. However, an individual practicing detachment from outcomes would be more open to analyzing the market's response, recognizing that the initial strategy might need modification or a complete pivot, and viewing this adjustment not as a failure, but as a necessary step towards achieving a successful overall objective, even if it differs from the original plan. For example, a scientist conducting an experiment might have a hypothesis about the expected results. If the data consistently points in a different direction, detachment from the initial hypothesis allows them to follow the evidence, revise their understanding, and potentially make a more significant discovery than they initially envisioned. Consequently, this mindset fosters greater adaptability, encourages objective assessment of situations, and allows for more effective problem-solving by removing the emotional barrier of needing a specific outcome. It enables you to remain flexible and responsive, navigating challenges with clarity and strategic thinking rather than being hindered by rigid expectations. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding detachment from outcomes involves recognizing its impact on fostering genuine creativity and a deeper connection to the present moment. When the mind is less preoccupied with the end result, it becomes more open to exploration, experimentation, and the spontaneous unfolding of ideas. The pressure to achieve a specific outcome can stifle creativity, leading to formulaic approaches and a fear of deviating from the known. However, when the focus is on the process, on engaging fully with the task at hand, and on allowing for emergent possibilities, creativity flourishes. Think of a musician improvising a solo. Their focus is on the notes they are playing in the moment, responding to the music unfolding around them, rather than on flawlessly executing a pre-written piece or achieving a specific emotional response from the audience. The joy and creativity come from the exploration and the immediate feedback loop. For instance, a painter working on a canvas might begin with an idea, but as they engage with the colors, textures, and forms, the painting itself might begin to guide them in unexpected directions. By remaining detached from the initial concept and open to the evolving nature of the work, they allow for emergent beauty and unexpected artistic discoveries. Consequently, this practice fosters a more dynamic and engaging creative process, leading to richer, more authentic expressions. It allows you to be fully present in the act of creation, finding fulfillment in the journey of bringing something new into existence, regardless of the ultimate reception or final form. It's like appreciating the intricate beauty of each brushstroke and color blend, rather than just the finished portrait. The 37th, and profoundly grounding, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of deep gratitude for the present moment, moving beyond merely acknowledging existing blessings to actively savoring the richness of this breath, this experience, this awareness, independent of any external achievement or future aspiration. This is about recognizing that the present moment, however ordinary it may seem, is the only reality we truly possess, and that its inherent value lies not in its potential for future gain, but in its immediate, tangible existence. It's about shifting from a mindset of what's next to a profound appreciation for what is now. Think of the individual who, amidst the hustle of daily life, intentionally pauses to notice the warmth of the sun on their skin, the taste of their morning coffee, or the sound of a loved one's laughter. These are not moments to be rushed through or merely endured, but opportunities to be fully present and deeply appreciate. For instance, during a conversation, instead of formulating your response or dwelling on a past issue, active presence means truly listening, absorbing the speaker's words, and engaging with their energy in that very moment, fostering a deeper connection and a richer interaction. This mindful engagement transforms mundane experiences into opportunities for profound appreciation, allowing you to find contentment and richness even in the seemingly ordinary. Consequently, this practice cultivates a profound sense of inner peace, reduces anxiety about the future and regrets about the past, and enhances your overall capacity for joy and fulfillment as you learn to extract maximum value and meaning from the only moment that is ever truly yours, the present. It's about finding the extraordinary within the ordinary. Furthermore, the practice of deep gratitude for the present moment plays a crucial role in fostering resilience and contentment, particularly during challenging times. When life presents difficulties, the tendency can be to focus on what is lacking or what has been lost, exacerbating feelings of distress. However, by consciously anchoring oneself in the present, acknowledging the resources and support that are available in that moment, even if they are small, one can find a sense of stability and hope. Imagine someone facing a personal crisis, where the future seems bleak and the sense of loss is overwhelming. By practicing present-moment gratitude, they might focus on the immediate comfort of a warm bed, the support of a friend who is there now, or the simple ability to take a deep breath. For example, during a period of illness, rather than solely dwelling on the discomfort and limitations, one might find gratitude for the moments of relief, the care received from loved ones, or the simple fact of being alive and able to experience the present, however diminished. This groundedness in the now doesn't negate the difficulty of the situation, but provides a stable anchor amidst the emotional turmoil. Consequently, this practice cultivates a more balanced and resilient perspective, allowing individuals to navigate adversity with greater equanimity and to find sources of strength and hope even in the midst of suffering. It transforms challenges from overwhelming storms into manageable waves that can be ridden with skill and presence. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding deep gratitude for the present moment involves recognizing its impact on enhancing creativity and problem-solving. When the mind is not constantly pulled by the anxieties of the future or the regrets of the past, it becomes more open to observation, insight, and spontaneous connection. The present moment is where all action, all learning, and all creation truly occur. Think of an artist or musician deeply immersed in their craft. Their ability to create something novel often stems from their complete absorption in the present task, their engagement with the materials or sounds in that very moment, and their openness to spontaneous inspiration. For instance, a writer working on a story might find that by focusing intently on the sensory details of a scene and the immediate emotional responses of their characters, unexpected plot developments or richer dialogue emerge organically, ideas that might not have surfaced if they were preoccupied with the final narrative arc. Consequently, this practice fosters a more fluid and inventive approach to creativity and problem-solving. It allows for greater insight by freeing the mind from mental preoccupation, enabling it to observe nuances, make novel connections, and respond more intuitively and effectively to the task at hand. It's about understanding that the present moment is not just a point in time, but a vast and fertile field of potential, waiting to be explored and appreciated. The 38th, and profoundly liberating, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of playfulness, not as a frivolous distraction, but as a fundamental human need and a powerful tool for resilience, creativity, and genuine connection. This involves intentionally injecting moments of lightheartedness, spontaneity, and joyful exploration into your daily life, recognizing that play is not the opposite of work, but a vital complement that enhances effectiveness and well-being. It's about allowing yourself to engage with life with a sense of lightness, curiosity, and a willingness to experiment without the pressure of serious outcomes. Think of the individual who, even amidst demanding responsibilities, finds opportunities to inject humor, engage in lighthearted banter, or simply approach tasks with a sense of curiosity and exploration rather than rigid duty. This doesn't mean shirking responsibility, but rather approaching it with a more open and adaptable mindset. For instance, instead of viewing a challenging problem-solving session as a purely serious endeavor, one might introduce elements of playful experimentation, using analogies, brainstorming with unconventional approaches, or even incorporating elements of friendly competition to make the process more engaging and less stressful. This approach can unlock creative solutions that might be missed when the mind is solely focused on the gravity of the task. Consequently, this practice fosters greater creativity, enhances problem-solving abilities, reduces stress and anxiety, and strengthens interpersonal bonds by creating shared moments of joy and lightness. It makes challenges more approachable and learning more enjoyable. It's about remembering that life is not just about surviving or achieving, but also about experiencing genuine delight. Furthermore, the practice of playfulness plays a crucial role in fostering resilience and adaptability in the face of adversity. When individuals approach challenges with a sense of play, they are more likely to experiment with different solutions, to bounce back from setbacks, and to maintain a positive outlook even when circumstances are difficult. The pressure to be serious and in control can lead to rigidity and a fear of making mistakes. Conversely, a playful mindset allows for a more experimental approach, where errors are seen not as failures, but as opportunities to learn and adjust. Imagine someone facing a difficult personal situation. While acknowledging the seriousness of the challenge, incorporating elements of playfulness, perhaps finding humor in absurd aspects of the situation, engaging in lighthearted activities that offer a mental break, or approaching problem-solving with a sense of creative exploration, can provide a crucial emotional buffer. For example, a parent navigating a child's challenging behavior might use humor and playful redirection to de-escalate the situation and foster a more cooperative response, rather than resorting solely to stern discipline. This playful approach can ease tension and open channels for communication and understanding. Consequently, this mindset fosters greater emotional flexibility, reduces the likelihood of becoming overwhelmed by stress, and enhances one's capacity to find creative solutions and maintain a positive outlook, even when confronted with significant difficulties. It transforms potential moments of despair into opportunities for resilience and innovative adaptation. It's like understanding that a dancer doesn't just execute steps. They infuse their movement with grace, rhythm, and expressive joy, making the performance both technically proficient and deeply engaging. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding playfulness involves recognizing its impact on enhancing learning and fostering deeper connections. Play is a fundamental mechanism through which humans, particularly children, learn about the world, develop social skills, and build relationships. This principle extends into adulthood, where playful engagement can make learning more effective and deepen interpersonal bonds. Think of a team engaged in a complex project. If the environment is purely task-oriented and lacks any element of play, collaboration can become strained and engagement may wane. However, incorporating elements of play, such as team-building activities that involve lighthearted challenges, encouraging creative brainstorming with playful prompts, or simply celebrating small victories with enthusiasm, can foster a more positive and productive atmosphere. For instance, a workplace might introduce a gamified approach to learning new software, turning a potentially tedious training session into an engaging challenge with rewards and recognition, thereby increasing retention and enthusiasm. Consequently, this infusion of playfulness into adult learning and collaboration not only makes the process more enjoyable, but also enhances creativity, strengthens team cohesion, and fosters a greater sense of psychological safety, where individuals feel more comfortable taking risks and sharing ideas. It transforms potentially arduous tasks into engaging experiences that promote both personal growth and collective success, reminding us that learning and connection can thrive when infused with joy and lightness. The 39th, and profoundly clarifying, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of seeking diverse perspectives, actively engaging with viewpoints, experiences, and knowledge that differ from your own, recognizing that true understanding emerges from a confluence of varied insights, not from isolated certainty. This goes beyond mere tolerance of difference. It's an active, intentional pursuit of understanding the world through the eyes of others, including those with different backgrounds, beliefs, and life journeys. It's about understanding that your own reality, while valid, is inherently limited, and that exposure to diverse perspectives is essential for intellectual growth, empathy, and navigating a complex world. Think of the individual who, when researching a topic, intentionally seeks out sources that represent a spectrum of opinions, not just those that confirm their existing beliefs, but those that challenge them, offer counterarguments, or present entirely different frameworks of understanding. This involves actively looking for dissenting voices, engaging with literature from different cultures, or seeking out conversations with people whose life experiences are vastly different from one's own. For instance, when considering a complex societal issue, instead of solely relying on news sources that align with your existing political leanings, actively seeking out analyses from various ideological standpoints, academic disciplines, and affected communities can provide a much richer and more nuanced understanding of the issue's multifaceted nature. Consequently, this practice dismantles cognitive biases, broadens one's worldview, enhances critical thinking skills, and fosters greater empathy and understanding towards others. It allows you to approach problems with a more comprehensive understanding and to develop solutions that are more inclusive and effective. It's like moving from viewing a landscape through a single window to experiencing it from a mountaintop with a panoramic view. Furthermore, the practice of seeking diverse perspectives plays a crucial role in fostering innovation and preventing stagnation. When individuals or groups become insular, relying solely on their own established ways of thinking, creativity can dwindle, and problems may go unsolved due to a lack of novel approaches. Exposure to different perspectives introduces new ideas, challenges existing assumptions, and can spark unforeseen connections that lead to breakthroughs. Imagine a company that primarily hires individuals with similar backgrounds and skill sets. While this might foster a sense of camaraderie, it can also lead to groupthink and a resistance to change. Conversely, a company that actively recruits a diverse workforce, encompassing varied ethnicities, genders, ages, professional experiences, and cognitive styles, is more likely to generate a broader range of ideas and to identify innovative solutions to complex challenges. For example, a design team tasked with creating a universally accessible product would benefit immensely from including perspectives from individuals with different physical abilities, technological proficiencies, and cultural backgrounds, ensuring that the final design is truly inclusive and effective for a wider audience. Consequently, this deliberate integration of diverse viewpoints fuels creativity, drives innovation, and leads to more robust and effective solutions, as it leverages a wider spectrum of human experience and intelligence. It transforms potential blind spots into opportunities for discovery and progress. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding seeking diverse perspectives involves recognizing its impact on developing intellectual humility and fostering a more realistic understanding of complex issues. When you actively engage with viewpoints that differ from your own, you inevitably encounter ideas that challenge your assumptions and reveal the limitations of your own knowledge. This process is essential for intellectual growth, as it underscores the fact that no single individual or group possesses a monopoly on truth or understanding. Think of someone who holds strong convictions about a particular topic. By actively seeking out and engaging with well-reasoned arguments that contradict their position, they are prompted to re-examine their own beliefs, identify potential biases, and refine their understanding. For instance, engaging with individuals from different socioeconomic backgrounds can provide profound insights into the systemic challenges faced by various communities, offering a more comprehensive picture than one might glean from personal experience alone. Consequently, this practice cultivates intellectual humility by demonstrating the vastness of human knowledge and experience, encouraging a more open-minded and less dogmatic approach to understanding the world. It allows for a deeper appreciation of complexity, fosters more constructive dialogue, and promotes a more nuanced and accurate grasp of multifaceted issues. It's like learning that a single story, however compelling, is only one thread in a much larger and richer tapestry of human narrative. The 40th, and profoundly unifying, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of empathy for your past self, extending compassion and understanding to the versions of you who made mistakes, struggled, or acted from a place of limited knowledge or emotional capacity. This involves recognizing that your past actions, decisions, and emotional states were a product of your circumstances, your understanding, and your developmental stage at that time, and that judging your past self with present-day knowledge is neither productive nor kind. It's about acknowledging that growth is a process, and that the person you were then was doing the best they could with the resources they had. Think of the individual who constantly replays past regrets, dwelling on mistakes, and berating their younger self for perceived failures. This internal criticism only perpetuates suffering and hinders present progress. Practicing empathy for your past self involves consciously reframing those memories, not by excusing harmful behavior, but by understanding the context and offering a compassionate perspective. For instance, if you recall a time you acted out of insecurity or fear, instead of condemning yourself, you might acknowledge, "I was feeling scared and unsure then, and that's why I reacted that way. I understand myself better now, and I can see how I might have handled it differently." This understanding does not erase the past, but transforms its emotional charge. Consequently, this practice fosters a profound sense of inner peace, reduces self-criticism, and allows for a more integrated and whole sense of self. It frees you from the burden of past judgments, enabling you to move forward with greater self-acceptance and forward momentum. It's about recognizing that every version of you, past and present, has contributed to the person you are today. Furthermore, the practice of empathy for your past self plays a crucial role in fostering resilience and the capacity to learn from mistakes without becoming paralyzed by them. When individuals judge their past selves harshly, they often become fearful of repeating those mistakes, leading to avoidance and a reluctance to take risks. However, by approaching past errors with understanding and compassion, one can extract valuable lessons without carrying the burden of shame. Imagine someone who made a significant career misstep years ago, leading to a period of unemployment and self-doubt. Without self-empathy, they might continually punish themselves for that decision, hindering their ability to pursue new opportunities. Conversely, by acknowledging the circumstances surrounding that decision, understanding the limited information or pressures they faced at the time, and recognizing that they have since grown and learned, they can view that past event as a pivotal learning experience rather than a permanent stain on their character. For example, instead of dwelling on the shame of a past failed business venture, one might reflect on the invaluable lessons learned about market research, financial management, or personal resilience, recognizing that those learnings are directly applicable to future endeavors. Consequently, this mindset fosters a more courageous approach to challenges, enabling individuals to learn from their experiences, adapt their strategies, and move forward with greater wisdom and self-assurance, knowing that their past does not define their future potential. It transforms setbacks into stepping stones, fueled by self-understanding and self-support. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding empathy for your past self involves recognizing its impact on liberating you from the cycle of regret and enabling a more authentic present. Regret is a powerful emotion that can tether you to the past, preventing you from fully inhabiting the present moment and shaping a desired future. By offering compassion to your past self, you acknowledge that they acted from their own context and that dwelling on what could have been serves no productive purpose. Think of the individual who constantly revisits moments of missed opportunity or words left unsaid, feeling a persistent ache of what if. This constant revisiting keeps them emotionally stuck, hindering their ability to engage fully with their current life. Practicing self-empathy involves recognizing that dwelling on these past moments only perpetuates their power. It might involve acknowledging the feeling of regret, understanding its origins, and then consciously choosing to release it. Understanding that the present offers new opportunities and that the past self made the best decisions they could with the information and emotional capacity they possessed at the time. For instance, instead of agonizing over not pursuing a particular passion earlier in life, one might acknowledge that the timing and circumstances were not conducive then, and instead focus on how that passion can be integrated into their life now, with the wisdom and experience they have gained. Consequently, this practice fosters a sense of emotional liberation, reduces the burden of past decisions, and allows you to engage more fully and authentically with the present moment and the opportunities it holds. It transforms the weight of regret into the freedom of the now, enabling you to move forward with a lighter heart and a clearer vision for the future. It's like finally closing a book that has long been open, allowing you to begin a new chapter with renewed focus and unburdened by the narrative of the past. The 41st, and profoundly integrating, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of connecting with your body as a source of wisdom, recognizing that physical sensations, intuitions, and energetic states are not separate from your mental processes, but are deeply intertwined and offer vital information for navigating your inner and outer worlds. This goes beyond simply acknowledging physical health. It's about developing a sophisticated awareness of your body's subtle cues, the tension in your shoulders, the flutter in your stomach, the feeling of expansiveness or constriction, and understanding what they communicate about your emotional and mental state. It's about treating your physical self not as an afterthought, but as a profound internal guidance system. Think of the individual who, when feeling a sense of unease before a particular decision, learns to pause and explore that physical sensation, asking, "What is my body telling me? Does this feeling indicate a genuine misalignment, or is it simply fear of the unknown?" Instead of overriding these sensations with logic alone, they learn to integrate them into their decision-making process. For instance, if a social interaction leaves you feeling inexplicably drained or contracted, rather than dismissing it as just one of those days, developing somatic awareness might lead you to recognize a pattern of energetic imbalance in certain types of exchanges, prompting you to consciously limit exposure or set clearer boundaries. Consequently, this practice fosters a deeper sense of self-awareness, enhances intuition, improves emotional regulation by acknowledging somatic responses, and allows for more holistic and embodied decision-making, leading to greater congruence between your inner state and your outer actions. It allows you to tap into a primal form of intelligence that often bypasses the complexities of rational thought. Furthermore, the practice of connecting with your body as a source of wisdom plays a crucial role in navigating stress and emotional overwhelm. When the mind is racing with anxieties or caught in loops of rumination, the body often holds the physical manifestations of that tension. Learning to tune into these sensations, the tightness in the chest, the shallow breathing, the clenching of the jaw, can provide an immediate anchor and a pathway back to equilibrium. Instead of solely trying to think your way out of stress, you can use the body as a starting point for regulation. Imagine someone experiencing intense anxiety before a public speaking event. While mental affirmations might help, tuning into the physical sensations of that anxiety, the rapid heartbeat, the clammy hands, and consciously employing grounding techniques like deep, slow breathing or focusing on the feeling of your feet on the ground can more directly alleviate the physiological stress response. For example, noticing a knot of tension in your shoulders during a stressful meeting might prompt you to consciously relax that area, take a deep breath, and thereby release some of the accumulated stress, allowing for clearer thinking. Consequently, this embodied approach to stress management enhances emotional resilience, promotes faster recovery from challenging experiences, and empowers individuals to proactively address physical manifestations of emotional distress before they escalate, leading to a more balanced and sustainable state of well-being. It allows you to regulate your emotional state from the inside out, using your own physical system as a guide. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding connecting with your body as a source of wisdom involves recognizing its impact on intuition and making decisions that are truly aligned with your authentic self. Often, our rational minds can be swayed by external pressures, societal expectations, or ingrained beliefs, leading us to make choices that don't truly resonate with our deepest values or desires. However, our bodies often hold a more primal, intuitive wisdom that can signal alignment or misalignment. Think of the feeling of gut instinct or a sense of knowing that arises without conscious deliberation. Cultivating awareness of these physical signals allows you to tap into this innate intelligence. For instance, when presented with two seemingly equal opportunities, one might feel a subtle sense of openness and expansion in the chest, or a feeling of lightness when considering one option, while the other might evoke a sense of constriction or heaviness. These subtle bodily cues, when paid attention to and explored with curiosity, can offer invaluable guidance towards choices that are more aligned with your authentic path. Consequently, this practice fosters a deeper sense of self-trust, improves decision-making by integrating intuitive wisdom with rational analysis, and leads to choices that are more aligned with your core values and long-term fulfillment. It allows you to move through life with greater confidence and authenticity, guided by a profound inner knowing that transcends mere intellectual reasoning. It's like having an internal compass that reliably points towards your true north. The 42nd and profoundly generative step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of playful experimentation, approaching learning, problem-solving, and even life itself with a sense of curiosity, a willingness to try new things, and a lighthearted acceptance of outcomes that may not immediately align with expectations. This goes beyond mere trial and error. It's about intentionally creating space for exploration, embracing the unknown, and viewing each attempt not as a definitive test of competence, but as a valuable contribution to a larger process of discovery. It's about remembering that some of life's greatest insights and innovations arise from the freedom to play with ideas, concepts, and approaches without the pressure of immediate success. Think of the scientist who, in pursuit of a breakthrough, engages in numerous experiments, many of which yield unexpected or inconclusive results. Instead of viewing these as failures, they are embraced as data points, opportunities to refine hypotheses, adjust methodologies, and learn more about the phenomenon being studied. The playful scientist doesn't just seek to prove a theory. They are curious about the universe of possibilities that experimentation unlocks. For instance, a chef experimenting with new flavor combinations might approach the process with a sense of culinary adventure, combining ingredients in unconventional ways not out of a need to create a perfect dish immediately, but out of a desire to explore the interplay of tastes and textures, viewing each experiment as a step towards culinary innovation. Consequently, this practice fosters a more creative and resilient approach to challenges, reduces the fear of failure, enhances learning, and often leads to unexpected breakthroughs and deeper insights that might not arise from a purely rigid or outcome-focused approach. It allows you to discover not just the answer you were looking for, but often entirely new questions and possibilities. Furthermore, the practice of playful experimentation plays a crucial role in enhancing adaptability and fostering a sense of agency in a rapidly changing world. When individuals are accustomed to rigid methods and predetermined outcomes, they can struggle when faced with unforeseen circumstances or when their initial plans don't materialize as expected. Conversely, Those who embrace playful experimentation develop a greater capacity to pivot, adjust, and innovate when confronted with novelty or difficulty. Imagine an entrepreneur whose initial business model encounters unexpected market resistance. A rigid approach might lead to despair or stubborn adherence to the original plan. However, a playful, experimental mindset would encourage them to view this resistance not as a failure, but as feedback, prompting them to iterate on their product, explore new marketing channels, or even redefine their target audience, all within a spirit of creative problem-solving. For example, a software development team might adopt an agile methodology, which inherently involves iterative development and playful experimentation, allowing them to adapt quickly to user feedback and evolving technological landscapes, rather than rigidly adhering to a fixed, upfront design that may quickly become obsolete. Consequently, this mindset fosters a greater capacity for resilience and innovation, enabling individuals and organizations to navigate uncertainty with confidence, to learn from setbacks, and to continuously improve and adapt, ultimately leading to more sustainable success and personal growth. It transforms the unpredictability of life from a source of anxiety into an arena for creative exploration and discovery. It's like a jazz musician who improvises, building on a melody, embracing unexpected harmonic shifts, and creating something new and vibrant from the interplay of structure and spontaneous invention. The 43rd, and profoundly generative, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of embracing vulnerability as a pathway to strength. This involves recognizing that exposing your authentic self, including your fears, imperfections, and uncertainties, is not a sign of weakness, but a profound act of courage that fosters deeper connection, self-awareness, and authentic resilience. It's about understanding that true strength is not the absence of fragility, but the ability to be fragile and still move forward, to be imperfect and still be worthy. Think of the individual who, when faced with a personal challenge or a moment of emotional pain, resists sharing their feelings, fearing judgment, or appearing weak. Embracing vulnerability means consciously choosing to express these authentic emotions and experiences, whether through talking to a trusted friend, journaling, or seeking professional support. This act of sharing, while potentially uncomfortable, opens the door to empathy, understanding, and genuine support from others. For instance, admitting to a loved one, "I'm feeling really overwhelmed and unsure about how to handle this situation," rather than pretending to have it all together, can invite connection and collaborative problem-solving that might not arise from a facade of absolute certainty. Consequently, this practice fosters deeper and more authentic relationships, cultivates greater self-awareness by bringing hidden emotions to light, and paradoxically builds inner strength by demonstrating that vulnerability is not about breaking, but about becoming more whole. It allows for genuine connection, where authenticity is valued over performance, leading to more supportive and fulfilling interpersonal dynamics. It's about understanding that the cracks in the facade are where the light truly enters. Furthermore, the practice of embracing vulnerability plays a crucial role in fostering creativity and innovation. Many of the most profound creative works arise from artists and thinkers who dare to expose their inner worlds, their unique perspectives, and their own uncertainties to the public. The willingness to be vulnerable in one's creative expression allows for a deeper connection with the audience, as shared human experiences, even difficult ones, resonate powerfully. Imagine a writer who chooses to explore themes of loss, fear, or self-doubt in their work. By bravely delving into these vulnerable aspects of the human condition, they can create stories that are deeply relatable and emotionally resonant, touching chords that a more superficial or guarded narrative might miss. For example, a musician composing a song about heartbreak might choose to be raw and open about their pain, using lyrics and melodies that convey genuine emotional depth, thereby forging a powerful connection with listeners who have experienced similar emotions. Consequently, this mindset fuels artistic expression, encourages authenticity in communication, and allows for the creation of work that is not only technically skilled, but also deeply meaningful and impactful. It transforms the act of creation from a solitary pursuit into a shared human experience, where vulnerability becomes a bridge connecting creator and audience. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding embracing vulnerability involves recognizing its impact on personal growth and resilience. When individuals are willing to be vulnerable, they open themselves up to learning and feedback in a way that is impossible when maintaining a rigid facade. The fear of appearing weak can prevent individuals from seeking help, admitting mistakes, or acknowledging areas where they need to grow. However, when vulnerability is embraced as a strength, it empowers individuals to be more open to constructive criticism, to learn from their experiences, and to build resilience by confronting challenges head-on rather than avoiding them. Think of a leader who, instead of projecting an image of infallible authority, admits to their team when they are uncertain about a decision or acknowledges a past mistake. This transparency can foster trust and encourage team members to be more open about their own challenges and ideas. For instance, an entrepreneur launching a new venture might openly share the uncertainties and risks involved with their team, fostering a sense of shared purpose and collective problem-solving rather than creating an environment where fear of failure is suppressed. Consequently, this practice cultivates a more robust capacity for personal development, enhances problem-solving through collaborative insight, and builds a deeper, more authentic sense of self-assurance, knowing that true strength lies not in the absence of imperfection, but in the courage to be imperfectly human and to grow from those experiences. It's about understanding that the willingness to be open and authentic is the foundation for true connection and lasting strength. The 44th, and profoundly grounding, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of grounding practices, deliberately engaging with tangible, sensory experiences in the present moment to anchor yourself when feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or disconnected. This moves beyond mere relaxation techniques. It's about actively using your physical senses and awareness of your immediate environment to draw your attention away from discursive thoughts and back into the solid reality of the here and now. It's about recognizing that your body is your constant companion and a reliable anchor, offering a portal back to calm and clarity when your mind feels adrift. Think of the individual who, in a moment of intense anxiety or mental overwhelm, deliberately focuses on the physical sensation of their feet connecting with the ground, the texture of an object they are holding, or the distinct sounds in their environment. This conscious redirection of attention anchors them firmly in the present, interrupting the cycle of racing thoughts. For instance, during a stressful meeting, instead of getting lost in the internal pressure, one might discreetly focus on the sensation of their breath entering and leaving their body, or the feeling of their chair supporting them, bringing their awareness back to the physical present and away from mental distress. Consequently, these practices cultivate greater self-regulation, reduce the intensity of anxiety and stress responses, and enhance your ability to remain present and functional even amidst challenging circumstances, fostering a greater sense of control and inner stability. It allows you to find a quiet center amidst the storm. Furthermore, the practice of grounding extends beyond acute moments of distress to become a foundational element of daily mental hygiene, preventing the buildup of overwhelm and fostering consistent clarity. Regularly integrating simple grounding techniques into your routine can build a stronger capacity for mental resilience over time. This isn't about adding more tasks to your day, but about infusing existing moments with a greater sense of presence and sensory engagement. Imagine someone who, while walking or commuting, deliberately pays attention to the physical sensations involved, the rhythm of their steps, the feel of the air on their skin, the sights and sounds of their surroundings, rather than being lost in thought or distracted by their phone. This simple act of sensory awareness, practiced consistently, can transform routine moments into opportunities for mental recalibration. For example, before starting a demanding task, taking a few moments to consciously feel your feet on the floor, notice your breath, or touch a textured object can help you transition into a more focused and grounded state, preparing your mind for the task ahead. Consequently, this consistent integration of grounding practices builds a stronger foundation for mental clarity, improves focus and attention span, and enhances your overall capacity to manage stress and remain present throughout your day, leading to a more balanced and effective approach to both personal and professional life. It's like regularly tuning an instrument to ensure it remains in harmony. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding grounding practices involves recognizing their impact on enhancing emotional processing and self-awareness. When we are grounded in our physical sensations, we are often better able to notice and acknowledge our emotions without becoming completely consumed by them. The body often holds emotional information before the mind fully processes it, and by tuning into these physical cues, we can gain a deeper understanding of our inner state. Think of someone experiencing a vague sense of unease or sadness that they can't quite pinpoint intellectually. By practicing grounding techniques, such as bringing their attention to their breath or the feeling of their body in space, they might begin to notice a subtle tightness in their chest or a heaviness in their limbs that corresponds to that unarticulated emotion. For instance, during a moment of emotional turbulence, intentionally focusing on the sensation of your hands clasped together or the feeling of your back against a supportive chair can help to anchor you in the physical reality, allowing you to observe the arising emotions with a degree of detachment and curiosity rather than being swept away by them. Consequently, this practice fosters a more nuanced understanding of one's emotional landscape, improves emotional regulation by providing a bridge between physical sensation and emotional experience, and allows for a more compassionate and insightful approach to processing difficult feelings. It empowers you to acknowledge and work with your emotions from a place of grounded stability, rather than being overwhelmed by them. It's like having a reliable anchor that allows you to weather emotional storms with greater steadiness. The 45th, and profoundly vital, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of celebrating small wins, deliberately acknowledging and appreciating incremental progress and minor achievements, rather than solely focusing on grand milestones or ultimate goals. This practice moves beyond mere task completion. It's about recognizing the value in every step forward, however seemingly insignificant, and using these moments as fuel for motivation, self-reinforcement, and sustained effort. It's about understanding that significant progress is often the cumulative result of many small, celebrated victories. Think of the individual who is working towards a long-term objective, such as learning a new skill or completing a challenging project. Instead of waiting until the entire goal is achieved to feel a sense of accomplishment, they intentionally acknowledge and appreciate each milestone reached along the way. Mastering a new technique, completing a difficult phase, or even simply showing up consistently and putting in the effort. For instance, a writer working on a novel might celebrate finishing a chapter, receiving positive feedback on an early draft, or even simply dedicating a focused hour to writing, recognizing these as valuable contributions to the larger work. This conscious appreciation reinforces positive behaviors and builds momentum. Consequently, this practice fosters greater motivation, enhances self-efficacy, reduces the likelihood of discouragement during long journeys, and cultivates a more positive and resilient mindset, making the path towards larger goals feel more manageable and rewarding. It transforms daunting journeys into a series of achievable and celebrated steps. Furthermore, the practice of celebrating small wins plays a crucial role in reinforcing positive habits and building lasting momentum. When efforts are acknowledged and appreciated, the brain releases dopamine, a neurotransmitter associated with reward and motivation, strengthening the neural pathways associated with those positive behaviors. This creates a virtuous cycle where small successes lead to increased effort, which in turn leads to further successes. Imagine someone trying to establish a consistent exercise routine. If they only focus on the distant goal of significant weight loss or peak physical fitness, the daily effort might feel unrewarding. However, by celebrating each completed workout, each session where they push themselves a little harder, or even just the act of showing up consistently, they reinforce the habit and build intrinsic motivation. For example, after completing a week of regular exercise, consciously acknowledging this achievement, perhaps with a small reward like a relaxing bath or a new piece of workout gear, reinforces the positive behavior and makes it more likely to continue. Consequently, this consistent reinforcement of positive actions makes it easier to build and maintain healthy habits, paving the way for sustained progress towards larger objectives. It transforms the perception of effort from a burden to a series of rewarding experiences, making the journey itself more enjoyable and sustainable. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding celebrating small wins involves recognizing its impact on fostering a more positive self-concept and reducing the influence of imposter syndrome or self-doubt. When individuals consistently focus only on what remains to be achieved, they can develop a persistent feeling of inadequacy, believing they are never truly there yet. However, by actively celebrating progress, they begin to accumulate evidence of their competence, their effort, and their ability to achieve their goals. Think of someone learning a new skill, such as playing a musical instrument. If they only focus on the mastery of complex pieces, they might feel discouraged by their current limitations. But by celebrating the ability to play a simple chord progression cleanly, to hold a steady rhythm, or to learn a new melody, they build a positive self-narrative that reinforces their capacity to learn and grow. For instance, after successfully navigating a particularly challenging piece of music for the first time, acknowledging this accomplishment, perhaps by playing it again with pride or sharing it with a supportive friend, validates their effort and reinforces their belief in their musical abilities. Consequently, this practice shifts the focus from perceived deficiencies to demonstrated strengths, building a more robust and resilient sense of self-worth. It allows individuals to approach future challenges with greater confidence, knowing that their capacity for progress is evident in the many small wins they have already achieved, transforming the pursuit of goals into a journey of accumulating triumphs, each one contributing to a growing sense of competence and self-efficacy. It's like building a strong foundation one brick at a time, each brick representing a victory that supports the structure above. The 46th, and profoundly generative, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of embracing imperfection as a pathway to authenticity, understanding that our flaws, our mistakes, and our moments of uncertainty are not obstacles to overcome, but essential elements that make us uniquely human and allow for genuine connection. This moves beyond mere acceptance of imperfection. It's about actively valuing these aspects of ourselves as integral to our identity and as the source of our deepest learning, empathy, and creativity. It's about recognizing that the pursuit of flawlessness is often a barrier to true self-expression and meaningful relationships. Think of the individual who, in social situations, meticulously curates their image, suppressing any hint of doubt, insecurity, or personal struggle. This constant performance can be exhausting and prevents authentic connection. Embracing imperfection, however, involves allowing oneself to be seen as fully human, with all the inherent messiness and complexity that entails. For instance, instead of striving for a flawless presentation, one might acknowledge a moment of nervousness, share a brief, relatable anecdote about a past challenge, or admit when they don't have an immediate answer, thereby fostering a more genuine and relatable interaction. Consequently, this practice cultivates a deeper sense of self-acceptance, reduces the pressure to maintain an unattainable facade, and fosters more authentic and meaningful connections with others, as vulnerability becomes a bridge for shared understanding and empathy. It allows you to be fully present and less concerned with judgment. Furthermore, the practice of embracing imperfection as a pathway to authenticity plays a crucial role in fostering resilience and innovation. When the fear of making mistakes or appearing flawed is removed, individuals are more willing to take risks, experiment with new ideas, and learn from their experiences. This willingness to be imperfect is often the breeding ground for groundbreaking discoveries and creative breakthroughs. Imagine an artist who, instead of aiming for technical perfection, allows their work to reflect their own emotional state, their personal history, and even unintended happy accidents that emerge during the creative process. This embrace of imperfection can lead to uniquely expressive and powerful art that resonates deeply with viewers precisely because of its authentic human touch. For example, a writer might deliberately include moments of character flaw or narrative ambiguity in their story, recognizing that these elements add depth and realism, making the characters and their journey more relatable and compelling, rather than striving for a perfectly predictable or flawless plot. Consequently, this mindset fosters a more courageous and adaptive approach to challenges, where setbacks are viewed not as failures, but as opportunities for learning and refinement. It encourages experimentation, allows for genuine self-expression, and ultimately leads to more meaningful and impactful contributions, as authenticity often carries more weight than unattainable perfection. It's about understanding that the most beautiful things are often imperfect, bearing the marks of their creation and their journey. The 47th, and profoundly unifying, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of finding beauty in the mundane, intentionally seeking out and appreciating the subtle, often overlooked, moments of grace, wonder, and connection that permeate everyday life. This moves beyond simply noticing. It's about actively savoring these experiences, allowing them to nourish your spirit and reframe your perception of your daily existence. It's about recognizing that extraordinary moments are not rare occurrences, but are woven into the fabric of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered. Think of the individual who, rather than rushing through their morning routine, intentionally pauses to appreciate the warmth of the sunlight filtering through the window, the aroma of their coffee, or the quiet hum of their home before the day truly begins. These small acts of savoring transform mundane activities into moments of gentle presence and appreciation. For instance, during a commute, instead of being lost in thought or distracted by technology, one might choose to observe the changing cityscape, notice the interactions of people around them, or simply feel the rhythm of their journey, finding a subtle beauty in the flow of everyday life. Consequently, this practice cultivates a deeper sense of contentment, reduces reliance on grand events for happiness, and enhances overall well-being by shifting focus from what is lacking to the abundance that already exists. It allows you to find richness and meaning in the tapestry of your daily experiences. Furthermore, the practice of finding beauty in the mundane plays a crucial role in fostering gratitude and resilience, particularly during challenging times. When life presents difficulties, it can be easy to overlook the small pockets of joy or moments of peace that still exist. Intentionally seeking out and appreciating these subtle beauties can provide a vital anchor and a source of strength, reminding you of the inherent goodness and wonder that persist even amidst hardship. Imagine someone navigating a period of illness or personal loss. Their focus might naturally gravitate towards what is painful or missing. However, by consciously seeking out small moments of beauty, the gentle kindness of a caregiver, the comfort of a familiar song, the quiet resilience of nature, they can find pockets of solace and maintain a sense of hope. For example, finding solace in the unwavering presence of a pet, noticing the intricate patterns on a fallen leaf, or appreciating the simple act of a warm meal can offer moments of grounding and comfort amidst emotional turmoil. Consequently, this practice cultivates a more balanced perspective, helps to mitigate the effects of overwhelming negative experiences, and fosters a deeper appreciation for life's simple gifts, leading to greater emotional resilience and a more enduring sense of hope and well-being. It transforms the perception of hardship by highlighting the enduring presence of small wonders. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding finding beauty in the mundane involves recognizing its impact on enhancing creativity and problem-solving. When the mind is constantly seeking the extraordinary or waiting for grand inspiration, it can miss the subtle yet profound insights that emerge from attentive observation of the everyday. The ordinary world, when viewed with fresh eyes and a curious spirit, is a rich source of inspiration and innovative ideas. Think of an artist who finds profound inspiration in the texture of peeling paint on an old building, the interplay of light and shadow in an ordinary alleyway, or the unique forms of common objects. These observations, born from a deliberate appreciation of the mundane, can spark original concepts and artistic expressions. For instance, a writer might find the dialogue and interactions of people in a mundane setting, a coffee shop, a bus stop, to be a fertile ground for developing realistic and compelling characters and storylines, observing the subtle nuances of human behavior in everyday contexts. Consequently, this practice cultivates a more observant and insightful mind, capable of identifying patterns, making novel connections, and drawing inspiration from the ordinary world. It fosters a greater sense of presence and appreciation for the richness of everyday experience, leading to enhanced creativity, more nuanced understanding, and a deeper sense of wonder in the world around you. It's about understanding that the extraordinary is often found not in the absence of the ordinary, but in the attentive appreciation of it. The 48th, and profoundly liberating, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of releasing the need for external validation, actively detaching your sense of self-worth and accomplishment from the opinions, approval, or recognition of others. This moves beyond simply striving for independence. It's about understanding that true self-esteem originates from within, nurtured by your own values, efforts, and authentic choices, rather than being contingent on external affirmation. It's about recognizing that the most stable and enduring sense of self comes from an internal source, not an external audience. Think of the individual who constantly seeks praise for their achievements or becomes discouraged by criticism, allowing the words and judgments of others to dictate their emotional state. This reliance on external validation creates a fragile sense of self, easily swayed by the winds of opinion. Releasing this need involves recognizing that your inherent worth is not diminished by a lack of applause, nor is it inflated by it. For instance, someone who has poured their heart into a personal project, perhaps a piece of art, a written work, or a community initiative, may receive little public recognition. By practicing detachment from external validation, they can still find deep satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment rooted in the effort, the learning, and the personal meaning derived from the endeavor itself, independent of public acclaim. Consequently, this practice fosters greater inner peace, authenticity, and resilience, freeing you from the anxiety of seeking approval and allowing you to pursue goals and express yourself based on your own internal compass and values, leading to a more sustainable and genuine sense of fulfillment. It's about finding your applause within. Furthermore, the practice of releasing the need for external validation plays a crucial role in fostering creativity and encouraging risk-taking. When individuals are driven by the need for approval, they may shy away from pursuing unconventional ideas or expressing dissenting opinions for fear of disapproval or rejection. This can stifle innovation and lead to a conformity that prevents true originality. Conversely, when the primary motivation comes from internal conviction and personal passion, individuals are more likely to explore uncharted territory and express their unique perspectives without undue fear. Imagine an artist who, instead of trying to create work that they believe will be popular or critically acclaimed, focuses on expressing their own authentic vision and exploring themes that are deeply meaningful to them, regardless of immediate external reception. This internal drive can lead to groundbreaking artistic expression that resonates powerfully precisely because of its genuine and uncompromised nature. For example, an entrepreneur with a unique business idea might pursue it with unwavering conviction, even when facing skepticism from investors or the wider market, because their belief in the value and potential of their vision originates from within, not from external validation. Consequently, this mindset fosters greater originality, encourages bolder creative choices, and allows for the pursuit of endeavors that are deeply aligned with personal values and passions, ultimately leading to more authentic and potentially more impactful contributions. It transforms the pursuit of recognition into the pursuit of personal integrity and genuine expression. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding releasing the need for external validation involves recognizing its impact on fostering healthier relationships and reducing interpersonal conflict. When individuals rely heavily on external approval, their interactions can become driven by a need to please or an anxiety about being judged, leading to inauthentic behavior and potential resentment. Conversely, when self-worth is internally derived, relationships tend to become more genuine and reciprocal. Think of someone who constantly seeks validation from their partner, needing reassurance about their attractiveness, intelligence, or value in the relationship. This can place an undue burden on the partner and create an unstable foundation for the relationship. However, an individual who has cultivated internal self-worth can engage in relationships from a place of security and self-acceptance, offering love and support without expecting it to fill an internal void. For instance, a friend who is secure in their own value might be able to offer support to another friend in need without feeling threatened by that friend's success or without needing constant praise for their own actions. Consequently, This practice leads to more authentic and balanced relationships, characterized by mutual respect, genuine connection, and less dependence on external affirmation. It allows for relationships to be built on a foundation of shared values and mutual appreciation rather than on a fragile exchange of approval, fostering deeper intimacy and lasting companionship. It's about finding your validation within, making you less susceptible to the fluctuations of external opinion and more grounded in your own intrinsic worth. The 49th, and profoundly generative, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of finding meaning in contribution, recognizing that a deep sense of purpose and fulfillment often arises not from personal gain or accumulation, but from actively serving others, contributing to a cause larger than oneself, and making a positive impact on the world. This moves beyond mere altruism. It's about understanding that the act of giving, of adding value to the lives of others or to the collective good, is intrinsically rewarding and deeply nourishing to the human spirit. It's about aligning your actions with a sense of purpose that transcends self-interest and connects you to something greater. Think of the individual who, despite achieving significant personal success, finds their deepest satisfaction not in their accolades, but in the tangible difference they make through their work, their mentorship, or their philanthropic endeavors. The act of contribution becomes the source of their richest experiences. For instance, a professional who dedicates time to mentoring aspiring individuals in their field, sharing their knowledge and experience, not only benefits the men's, but also finds renewed purpose and perspective in their own career, reinforcing their own skills and understanding through the act of teaching. This sense of adding value, of leaving a positive mark, becomes a powerful internal motivator. Consequently, this practice fosters a profound sense of fulfillment, reduces feelings of isolation or purposelessness, and cultivates a more resilient and meaningful existence by connecting your individual journey to the broader human narrative and the well-being of the community or world around you. It transforms the pursuit of happiness into the pursuit of purpose, which often leads to genuine happiness. Furthermore, the practice of finding meaning in contribution plays a crucial role in building resilience and navigating personal challenges. When individuals are connected to a purpose that extends beyond themselves, they often find the strength and motivation to persevere through difficult times. The focus shifts from personal suffering to the needs of others or the importance of a larger mission, providing a source of perspective and renewed determination. Imagine someone facing a personal health crisis or a period of significant loss. While acknowledging their own pain, their connection to a meaningful contribution, perhaps through advocating for others facing similar challenges, contributing to research, or simply offering support to loved ones, can provide a powerful reason to keep moving forward, transforming personal struggle into a source of collective strength. For example, a parent who dedicates themselves to raising resilient and compassionate children, or an individual who volunteers their time to support a cause they believe in, finds a deep reservoir of purpose that helps them navigate life's inevitable hardships with greater fortitude. Consequently, this mindset fosters a sense of meaning and connection that transcends personal circumstances, enabling individuals to draw strength from their contributions and to emerge from adversity with a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper appreciation for their capacity to positively impact the world. It transforms personal struggles into opportunities for growth and service. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding finding meaning in contribution involves recognizing its impact on fostering deeper connections and a sense of belonging. When individuals engage in activities that benefit others or contribute to a larger cause, they naturally connect with like-minded individuals who share similar values and aspirations. These shared endeavors create bonds of camaraderie, mutual support, and a sense of collective purpose that can be profoundly enriching. Think of a community project, whether it's building a playground, organizing a local event, or working together to address an environmental issue. The shared effort, the common goal, and the tangible impact of their collaboration create a powerful sense of unity and belonging among participants. For instance, individuals who regularly volunteer at a soup kitchen or a homeless shelter not only provide essential services, but also form deep connections with fellow volunteers and the people they serve, creating a supportive network and a shared sense of purpose. Consequently, This practice cultivates stronger interpersonal relationships, fosters a greater sense of community and belonging, and enriches one's life by expanding their social circle and deepening their connection to humanity. It transforms individual pursuits into shared journeys, where contribution becomes a catalyst for both personal growth and collective well-being. It's like understanding that the most vibrant ecosystems are those where each element contributes to the health and vitality of the whole. The 50th, and ultimately freeing, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of letting go of the need for control, recognizing that while planning and preparation are valuable, true peace and effectiveness arise from accepting the inherent unpredictability of life and focusing your energy on your response, rather than on dictating every outcome. This moves beyond simply acknowledging uncertainty. It's about actively releasing the grip of rigid expectations, surrendering the illusion of absolute dominion, and trusting in your capacity to adapt and navigate whatever arises. It's about understanding that true power lies not in controlling external events, but in mastering your internal state and your response to them. Think of the individual who meticulously plans every detail of a trip, down to the minute, becoming stressed and agitated when even minor deviations occur. This intense need for control, while seemingly ensuring order, often leads to significant anxiety and diminishes the capacity for spontaneous joy or unexpected discovery. Releasing this need involves acknowledging that life is fluid, plans are subject to change, and external circumstances are often beyond your direct influence. For instance, when faced with a sudden project setback at work, instead of becoming consumed by frustration and trying to force the original plan to succeed against all odds, one might pivot their energy towards understanding the root cause of the setback, communicating transparently with stakeholders, and collaboratively developing alternative solutions. This shift in focus from controlling the outcome to managing the response is key. Consequently, this practice liberates you from the constant anxiety of maintaining an illusion of control, fosters greater adaptability and resilience, enhances your ability to navigate challenges with grace, and ultimately allows for a more peaceful and effective engagement with life, as you learn to dance with uncertainty rather than fight against it. It's about finding freedom in surrender, not resignation. Furthermore, the practice of letting go of the need for control plays a crucial role in fostering creativity and deepening relationships. When the mind is not rigidly fixated on achieving a specific, predetermined outcome, it becomes more open to new ideas, unexpected possibilities, and collaborative input. The pressure to control every variable can stifle innovation and create barriers in interactions. Conversely, when individuals release the need for absolute control, they create space for spontaneity, serendipity, and genuine connection. Imagine an artist working on a piece. If they are rigidly attached to a precise initial vision, they might resist spontaneous brushstrokes or unexpected color combinations that could elevate the work. However, an artist who trusts the process and is open to the evolving nature of the creation, allowing the work to guide them, often produces more dynamic and surprising results. For example, a leader of a team who relinquishes the need to micromanage every task, instead empowering their team members, trusting their expertise, and remaining open to their suggestions and innovative approaches, often fosters a more collaborative and productive environment, leading to outcomes that may exceed the leader's initial vision. Consequently, this mindset cultivates greater openness to new ideas, enhances collaborative efforts, and allows for more authentic and resilient creative and interpersonal dynamics. It transforms potential conflicts arising from rigid expectations into opportunities for shared discovery and collective growth. It's like understanding that the river, in its journey to the sea, does not fight the rocks but flows around them, adapting and continuing its course with unwavering purpose. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding letting go of the need for control involves recognizing its impact on enhancing peace of mind and fostering a greater appreciation for the present moment. When the mind is constantly striving to manage and predict every future event, it becomes detached from the reality of the current experience. The anxiety of what-ifs and the pressure to ensure perfection can rob life of its immediate joys and opportunities for presence. Think of the individual who meticulously plans every aspect of a vacation, becoming stressed when minor deviations occur, thus missing the spontaneous moments of beauty or connection that arise unexpectedly. Releasing the need for absolute control allows for a shift in focus from future anxieties to present experiences. Instead of rigidly adhering to a predetermined itinerary, one might embrace the serendipity of an unplanned detour, a chance encounter with locals, or the simple joy of observing a sunset without the pressure of ticking off a planned activity. For instance, when faced with unexpected changes to a schedule, perhaps a flight delay or a sudden change in weather, instead of becoming consumed by frustration, one can choose to view it as an opportunity to explore a nearby town, engage in a spontaneous conversation, or simply practice patience and adaptability, finding contentment in the unfolding of the moment. Consequently, this practice cultivates a profound sense of inner peace, reduces stress and anxiety, and allows for a deeper appreciation of life's unfolding journey, transforming the experience of uncertainty from a source of dread into an invitation for presence and discovery. It's about understanding that the true richness of life is often found not in the perfectly executed plan, but in the spontaneous dance with the unpredictable. The 51st, and profoundly regenerative, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of practicing self-forgiveness, actively releasing yourself from the burden of past mistakes, perceived failures, and moments of regret. Recognizing that holding on to these experiences only perpetuates suffering and hinders your ability to embrace the present and future with clarity and renewed purpose. This goes beyond simply acknowledging errors. It's about intentionally offering yourself the same grace, understanding, and compassion that you would extend to a dear friend who has stumbled. It's about understanding that your worth is not defined by your past actions, but by your present capacity for growth, learning, and forward movement. Think of the individual who constantly replays a specific mistake in their mind, allowing it to color their self-perception and undermine their confidence. This relentless self-recrimination is not a tool for improvement. It's a form of self-punishment that depletes energy and prevents healing. Practicing self-forgiveness involves acknowledging the mistake without judgment, understanding the circumstances that led to it, without making excuses, and consciously choosing to release the emotional weight associated with it, thereby freeing yourself from its continued hold. For instance, if you made a poor decision in a past project, instead of endlessly beating yourself up about it, you might reflect, I made that decision based on the information and understanding I had at the time. I learned valuable lessons from it, and I can apply that knowledge moving forward. I forgive myself for not knowing then what I know now. This acknowledgement allows for growth without the burden of shame. Consequently, this practice liberates significant mental and emotional energy, reduces the intensity of self-criticism, and fosters a more positive and forward-looking mindset, enabling you to approach future challenges with greater self-assurance and a willingness to learn and adapt. It transforms past errors from indictments into lessons. Furthermore, the practice of self-forgiveness plays a crucial role in fostering authentic confidence and enabling genuine personal growth. When individuals are trapped by self-condemnation, their confidence erodes, and they become hesitant to take risks or step outside their comfort zones for fear of repeating past mistakes. Conversely, by offering themselves forgiveness, they acknowledge their fallibility as human and recognize their capacity for learning and improvement. Imagine someone who has experienced a significant professional failure, leading to a deep-seated belief that they are fundamentally incapable. Without self-forgiveness, this belief can become a self-fulfilling prophecy, hindering their career progression. However, by consciously forgiving themselves for the past setback, understanding what contributed to it, and focusing on the lessons learned and the progress made since then, they can begin to rebuild their confidence and approach new opportunities with a renewed sense of agency. For example, instead of dwelling on the embarrassment of a past public speaking failure, one might acknowledge the nervousness they felt, recognize that they have since practiced and improved, and approach the next speaking engagement with the self-compassion of knowing that even if it's not perfect, they are capable and learning. Consequently, this mindset cultivates a more robust sense of self-worth, encourages greater willingness to take on challenges, and fosters a continuous cycle of learning and development, as mistakes are seen not as endpoints, but as integral parts of the growth process. It transforms the fear of imperfection into the courage to progress. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding self-forgiveness involves recognizing its impact on enhancing emotional resilience and freeing oneself from the corrosive effects of regret. Regret is a powerful emotion that can consume mental energy and cloud one's perspective, preventing individuals from fully engaging with the present and future. When you offer yourself forgiveness, you acknowledge that the past cannot be changed, but your relationship with it can be transformed. Think of the individual who constantly revisits past decisions, agonizing over what-ifs and feeling perpetually stuck in a loop of if only. This constant dwelling on past regrets prevents them from fully experiencing and appreciating the present moment, and it hinders their ability to make clear, forward-looking decisions. Practicing self-forgiveness involves acknowledging these moments of regret, understanding that they arose from the knowledge and context of that specific time, and consciously choosing to release the emotional burden associated with them. It's about recognizing that the past self did the best they could with what they knew, and that holding on to regret only serves to prolong suffering. For instance, instead of agonizing over choosing a particular career path that didn't lead to the expected outcome, one might acknowledge the decision, recognize the lessons learned about their preferences and values, and then offer themselves forgiveness for not having had the foresight they possess now, thereby freeing themselves to explore new directions with renewed optimism. Consequently, this practice cultivates a profound sense of emotional freedom, reduces the power of past disappointments, and allows for a more present and forward-oriented approach to life, transforming the weight of regret into the liberation of acceptance and the potential for new beginnings. It's like finally releasing the anchor that held you back, allowing you to sail forward with a lighter heart and a clearer horizon. The 52nd and profoundly grounding step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of connecting with your breath as an anchor, intentionally using the simple, continuous rhythm of inhalation and exhalation as a constant, accessible tool to return to the present moment, regulate your nervous system, and foster a sense of calm amidst life's inevitable fluctuations. This goes beyond mere physiological function. It's about recognizing the profound power of conscious breathing to interrupt cycles of anxiety, overwhelm, and rumination, and to access a state of centered awareness. It's about understanding that your breath is always with you, an ever-present resource for grounding and recalibration. Think of the individual who, when feeling overwhelmed by a stressful situation or a cascade of anxious thoughts, deliberately pauses to take a few slow, deep breaths, focusing their entire attention on the sensation of air entering and leaving their body. This simple act redirects their focus from the internal chaos to the tangible, physical reality of the present moment. For instance, before responding to a challenging email or engaging in a difficult conversation, taking a conscious, measured breath can create a crucial pause, allowing for a more thoughtful and less reactive response, rather than an immediate, emotionally driven one. This mindful breathing interrupts the stress response and creates space for clarity. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater emotional regulation, reduces the intensity of stress and anxiety, enhances focus and cognitive clarity, and fosters a profound sense of inner peace and stability, even when external circumstances are turbulent. It allows you to find a quiet center within yourself, accessible at any moment. Furthermore, the practice of connecting with your breath as an anchor plays a crucial role in building resilience and enhancing self-awareness. By regularly tuning into your breath, you become more attuned to the subtle shifts in your emotional and physical state, allowing you to recognize the early signs of stress or overwhelm before they escalate. This awareness empowers you to proactively employ your breath as a tool for regulation. Imagine someone who experiences a gradual buildup of tension throughout the day, often unaware of its onset until it manifests as physical discomfort or irritability. By incorporating brief moments of mindful breathing throughout their day, perhaps during transitions between tasks or while waiting in line, they can begin to notice the subtle tightening in their chest or shoulders, prompting them to consciously release that tension and regain a sense of ease. For example, Taking a few deep breaths while experiencing frustration during a commute can help to diffuse the anger, allowing for a calmer and more constructive continuation of the journey, rather than letting the frustration spill over into the rest of the day. Consequently, this consistent practice builds a stronger capacity for emotional resilience, improves your ability to manage stress effectively, and enhances self-awareness by providing direct insight into your body's signals, leading to a more integrated and balanced approach to well-being. It transforms the simple act of breathing into a powerful tool for navigating the complexities of life with greater steadiness. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding connecting with your breath as an anchor involves recognizing its impact on enhancing focus and deepening presence. When the mind is constantly scattered, pulled in multiple directions by distractions, the ability to concentrate on a single task or truly engage with an experience is diminished. Conscious breathing, however, acts as a powerful recentering mechanism, drawing attention back to the immediate moment and quieting the mental noise. Think of the individual who struggles to maintain focus during long periods of work or study. By integrating short breath awareness exercises, perhaps between tasks or at regular intervals, they can interrupt the pattern of distraction and re-establish their concentration. For instance, before diving into a complex project, taking a minute to focus solely on the sensation of their breath can help to clear their mind, reduce mental clutter, and create a more receptive state for focused work. Consequently, this practice sharpens cognitive abilities, improves attention span, and allows for a more profound engagement with life's experiences, transforming routine moments into opportunities for deep presence and mindful action. It empowers you to be fully where you are, enhancing both productivity and the quality of your experiences. It's like finding a quiet, steady point of reference in a swirling world, a constant reminder of your own centeredness. The 53rd, and profoundly connecting, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of finding community and shared experience, actively seeking out and nurturing connections with others who share similar values, aspirations, or challenges. Recognizing that shared humanity and mutual support are essential for navigating life's complexities and fostering a sense of belonging. This moves beyond mere social interaction. It's about understanding that vulnerability, shared struggle, and collective celebration are powerful catalysts for personal growth, emotional healing, and a deeper sense of purpose. It's about recognizing that while individual journeys are important, true resilience and profound joy are often found in the embrace of shared humanity. Think of the individual who feels isolated in their struggles, believing their challenges are unique and insurmountable. Connecting with others who have faced similar experiences, perhaps through support groups, online forums, or shared interest communities, can provide immense relief and validation. This shared understanding dismantles the belief that one is alone in their difficulties, offering comfort and practical insights. For instance, someone navigating a difficult life transition, such as a career change or a personal loss, might find immense solace and guidance by connecting with others who have gone through similar experiences, sharing coping strategies, and offering each other mutual encouragement. Consequently, this practice fosters a sense of belonging, reduces feelings of isolation, enhances emotional resilience, and provides invaluable support and perspective, enabling individuals to feel more understood, empowered, and capable of facing challenges. It transforms solitary struggles into shared journeys of growth and discovery. Furthermore, the practice of finding community and shared experience plays a crucial role in accelerating personal growth and fostering innovation. When individuals come together with a common purpose or shared aspiration, they can pool their knowledge, skills, and perspectives, leading to outcomes that would be difficult to achieve individually. The collaborative environment encourages the exchange of ideas, constructive feedback, and mutual learning, pushing each member towards greater achievement. Imagine a group of entrepreneurs collaborating on a project, each bringing their unique expertise and insights to the table. The collective brainstorming, the constructive critiques, and the shared problem-solving can lead to more robust solutions and innovative approaches than any single individual could devise alone. For example, a team working on developing a new technology might benefit from the diverse perspectives of engineers, designers, marketers, and end users, each contributing their unique understanding to create a product that is not only technically sound, but also meets real-world needs and resonates with its intended audience. Consequently, this practice cultivates a synergistic environment where collective intelligence and mutual support lead to enhanced creativity, accelerated learning, and more impactful outcomes, transforming individual efforts into shared successes. It recognizes that our greatest strengths are often amplified when we are united with others who share our vision and values. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding finding community and shared experience involves recognizing its impact on deepening empathy and fostering a broader understanding of diverse perspectives. When we engage with people whose backgrounds and experiences differ from our own, but who are united by a common value or purpose, we are challenged to expand our worldview and develop a more nuanced understanding of the human condition. This exposure to different viewpoints breaks down assumptions and promotes a more compassionate and inclusive outlook. Think of individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds coming together to address a global issue, such as climate change. While their individual experiences and cultural lenses may differ, their shared concern for the planet creates a common ground for dialogue and collaboration. By actively listening to each other's perspectives, understanding the specific challenges and contributions of each group, they can develop a more comprehensive and effective approach to the problem. For instance, a cross-cultural dialogue focused on historical reconciliation might involve individuals from formerly opposing groups sharing their personal narratives and listening to each other's pain and perspectives, fostering a deeper understanding and paving the way for healing and building bridges of trust. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater empathy, reduces prejudice, and promotes a more harmonious and interconnected world, where differences are not sources of division but opportunities for learning and mutual enrichment. It transforms potential divides into bridges of shared humanity, reminding us that our commonalities often run deeper than our differences. The 54th, and ultimately empowering, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of affirming your inherent worth and potential, moving beyond merely believing in yourself to actively declaring and embodying the truth of your intrinsic value and capacity for growth, irrespective of external circumstances or past limitations. This involves not just positive self-talk, but a deep, resonant affirmation of your being that informs your actions, shapes your perception, and anchors your identity in something unwavering and self-generated. It's about understanding that your worth is not something to be earned, but something that is fundamentally and eternally present within you. Think of the individual who, despite facing setbacks or criticism, consistently reaffirms their own capabilities and resilience. This isn't about denial. It's about anchoring oneself in a core belief system that transcends temporary difficulties. Practicing this affirmation involves consciously stating truths about yourself that counter old narratives of inadequacy or limitation. For instance, instead of dwelling on a past failure, one might affirm, "I am capable of learning from my experiences, and each challenge makes me stronger and wiser." Or, "My value is not determined by my achievements, but by my inherent being and my capacity for growth." These affirmations are not mere wishes, but declarations of an underlying truth that you actively choose to believe and embody. Consequently, this practice fosters a deep and unwavering sense of self-belief, reduces susceptibility to external judgments, and empowers you to approach challenges with courage and a resilient spirit, knowing that your core value remains intact regardless of circumstances. It allows you to move through the world with an unshakable inner confidence. Furthermore, the practice of affirming your inherent worth and potential plays a crucial role in unlocking creativity and fostering innovation. When individuals operate from a place of deep self-belief, they are more likely to take creative risks, explore unconventional ideas, and persevere through the inevitable challenges that accompany innovation. The fear of not being good enough or of not measuring up can stifle imaginative exploration. Conversely, when one affirms their own capacity for creativity and their unique perspective, they are more empowered to bring novel concepts into existence. Imagine an artist who, instead of second-guessing their creative choices or worrying about whether their work will be accepted, operates from a place of affirming their unique artistic vision. This internal conviction allows them to experiment freely, to push boundaries, and to create art that is authentic and impactful, precisely because it is unburdened by the need for external approval. For example, an inventor with a groundbreaking idea might face numerous technical hurdles and skepticism from peers. By consistently affirming their belief in the potential of their innovation and their own capacity to overcome obstacles, they can maintain the motivation and resilience needed to bring their vision to fruition, transforming perceived impossibility into tangible reality. Consequently, this mindset fuels a proactive and courageous approach to innovation, enabling individuals to overcome self-doubt and external resistance, and to bring forth unique contributions that might otherwise remain unexplored. It transforms the pursuit of innovation from a precarious gamble into a confident exploration of possibility, rooted in a profound belief in one's own innate capabilities. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding affirming your inherent worth and potential involves recognizing its impact on fostering deeper and more authentic connections with others. When individuals operate from a place of secure self-worth, their relationships tend to be more balanced, reciprocal, and free from the dynamics of neediness or codependency. The need for external validation diminishes, allowing for genuine connection based on mutual respect and shared values. Think of someone who constantly seeks reassurance from their partner about their attractiveness or desirability. This reliance on external affirmation can create pressure and insecurity within the relationship. Conversely, an individual who affirms their own inherent attractiveness and worth independently of their partner's opinion can engage in the relationship from a place of self-assurance, offering love and connection without demanding it as a means of validation. For instance, a friend who is secure in their own value might be able to offer genuine support and encouragement to another friend facing difficulties, without feeling diminished or threatened by that friend's success or struggles. This self-assurance allows for a more authentic and unconditional form of care. Consequently, this practice cultivates stronger, more resilient relationships built on mutual respect and genuine appreciation, free from the anxieties of needing to constantly prove one's worth. It allows for deeper intimacy and more authentic forms of connection, as individuals can show up fully as themselves, knowing that their value is intrinsic and not dependent on the gaze of others. It's about understanding that when you affirm your own light, you shine more brightly for everyone around you, and that your inherent radiance is a gift to the world. The 51st, and profoundly liberating, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of practicing self-forgiveness, actively releasing yourself from the burden of past mistakes, perceived failures, and moments of regret. Recognizing that holding on to these experiences only perpetuates suffering and hinders your ability to embrace the present and future with clarity and renewed purpose. This goes beyond simply acknowledging errors. It's about intentionally offering yourself the same grace, understanding, and compassion that you would extend to a dear friend who has stumbled. It's about understanding that your worth is not defined by your past actions, but by your present capacity for growth, learning, and forward movement. Think of the individual who constantly replays past regrets, dwelling on mistakes, and berating their younger self for perceived failures. This relentless self-recrimination is not a tool for improvement. It's a form of self-punishment that depletes energy and prevents healing. Practicing self-forgiveness involves acknowledging the mistake without judgment, understanding the circumstances that led to it, without making excuses, and consciously choosing to release the emotional weight associated with it, thereby freeing yourself from its continued hold. For instance, if you made a poor decision in a past project, instead of endlessly beating yourself up about it, you might reflect, I made that decision based on the information and understanding I had at the time. I learned valuable lessons from it, and I can apply that knowledge moving forward. I forgive myself for not knowing then what I know now. This acknowledgement allows for growth without the burden of shame. Consequently, this practice liberates significant mental and emotional energy, reduces the intensity of self-criticism, and fosters a more positive and forward-looking mindset, enabling you to approach future challenges with greater self-assurance and a willingness to learn and adapt. It transforms past errors from indictments into lessons. Furthermore, the practice of self-forgiveness plays a crucial role in fostering authentic confidence and enabling genuine personal growth. When individuals are trapped by self-condemnation, their confidence erodes, and they become hesitant to take risks or step outside their comfort zones for fear of repeating past mistakes. Conversely, by offering themselves forgiveness, they acknowledge their fallibility as human and recognize their capacity for learning and improvement. Imagine someone who has experienced a significant professional failure, leading to a deep-seated belief that they are fundamentally incapable. Without self-forgiveness, this belief can become a self-fulfilling prophecy, hindering their career progression. However, by consciously forgiving themselves for the past setback, understanding what contributed to it, and focusing on the lessons learned and the progress made since then, they can begin to rebuild their confidence and approach new opportunities with a renewed sense of agency. For example, instead of dwelling on the shame of a past public speaking failure, one might acknowledge the nervousness they felt, recognize that they have since practiced and improved, and approach the next speaking engagement with the self-compassion of knowing that even if it's not perfect, they are capable and learning. Consequently, this mindset cultivates a more robust sense of self-worth, encourages greater willingness to take on challenges, and fosters a continuous cycle of learning and development, as mistakes are seen not as endpoints, but as integral parts of the growth process. It transforms the fear of imperfection into the courage to progress. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding self-forgiveness involves recognizing its impact on enhancing emotional resilience and freeing oneself from the corrosive effects of regret. Regret is a powerful emotion that can consume mental energy and cloud one's perspective, preventing individuals from fully engaging with the present and future. When you offer yourself forgiveness, you acknowledge that the past cannot be changed, but your relationship with it can be transformed. Think of the individual who constantly revisits past decisions, agonizing over what-ifs and feeling perpetually stuck in a loop of if only. This constant dwelling on past regrets prevents them from fully experiencing and appreciating the present moment, and it hinders their ability to make clear, forward-looking decisions. Practicing self-empathy involves acknowledging these moments of regret, understanding that they arose from the knowledge and context of that specific time, and consciously choosing to release the emotional weight associated with them. Understanding that the past self made the best decisions they could with the information and emotional capacity they possessed at the time. For instance, instead of agonizing over choosing a particular career path that didn't lead to the expected outcome, one might acknowledge the decision, recognize the lessons learned about their preferences and values, and then offer themselves forgiveness for not having had the foresight they possess now, thereby freeing themselves to explore new directions with renewed optimism. Consequently, this practice cultivates a profound sense of emotional freedom, reduces the burden of past disappointments, and allows for a more present and forward-oriented approach to life, transforming the weight of regret into the liberation of acceptance and the potential for new beginnings. It's like finally releasing the anchor that held you back, allowing you to sail forward with a lighter heart and a clearer horizon. The 52nd and profoundly grounding step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of connecting with your breath as an anchor, intentionally using the simple, continuous rhythm of inhalation and exhalation as a constant, accessible tool to return to the present moment, regulate your nervous system, and foster a sense of calm amidst life's inevitable fluctuations. This goes beyond mere physiological function. It's about recognizing the profound power of conscious breathing to interrupt cycles of anxiety, overwhelm, and rumination, and to access a state of centered awareness. It's about understanding that your breath is always with you, an ever-present resource for grounding and recalibration. Think of the individual who, when feeling overwhelmed by a stressful situation or a cascade of anxious thoughts, deliberately pauses to take a few slow, deep breaths, focusing their entire attention on the sensation of air entering and leaving their body. This simple act redirects their focus from the internal chaos to the tangible, physical reality of the present moment. For instance, before responding to a challenging email or engaging in a difficult conversation, taking a conscious, measured breath can create a crucial pause, allowing for a more thoughtful and less reactive response, rather than an immediate, emotionally driven one. This mindful breathing interrupts the stress response and creates space for clarity. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater emotional regulation, reduces the intensity of stress and anxiety, enhances focus and cognitive clarity, and fosters a profound sense of inner peace and stability, even when external circumstances are turbulent. It allows you to find a quiet center within yourself, accessible at any moment. Furthermore, the practice of connecting with your breath as an anchor builds resilience and enhances self-awareness. By regularly tuning into your breath, you become more attuned to the subtle shifts in your emotional and physical state, allowing you to recognize the early signs of stress or overwhelm before they escalate. This awareness empowers you to proactively employ your breath as a tool for regulation. Imagine someone who experiences a gradual buildup of tension throughout the day, often unaware of its onset until it manifests as physical discomfort or irritability. By incorporating brief moments of mindful breathing throughout their day, perhaps during transitions between tasks or while waiting in line, they can begin to notice the subtle tightening in their chest or shoulders, prompting them to consciously release that tension and regain a sense of ease. For example, noticing a knot of tension in your shoulders during a stressful meeting might prompt you to consciously relax that area, take a deep breath, and thereby release some of the accumulated stress, allowing for clearer thinking. Consequently, this consistent practice builds a stronger capacity for emotional resilience, improves your ability to manage stress effectively, and enhances self-awareness by providing direct insight into your body's signals, leading to a more integrated and balanced approach to well-being. It transforms the simple act of breathing into a powerful tool for navigating the complexities of life with greater steadiness. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding connecting with your breath as an anchor enhances focus and deepens presence. When the mind is constantly scattered, pulled in multiple directions by distractions, the ability to concentrate on a single task or truly engage with an experience is diminished. Conscious breathing, however, acts as a powerful recentering mechanism, drawing attention back to the immediate moment and quieting the mental noise. Think of the individual who struggles to maintain focus during long periods of work or study. By integrating short breath awareness exercises, perhaps between tasks or at regular intervals, they can interrupt the pattern of distraction and re-establish their concentration. For instance, before diving into a complex project, taking a minute to focus solely on the sensation of their breath can help to clear their mind, reduce mental clutter, and create a more receptive state for focused work. Consequently, this practice sharpens cognitive abilities, improves attention span, and allows for a more profound engagement with life's experiences, transforming routine moments into opportunities for deep presence and mindful action. It empowers you to be fully where you are, enhancing both productivity and the quality of your experiences. It's like finding a quiet, steady point of reference in a swirling world, a constant reminder of your own centeredness. The 53rd, and profoundly connecting step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of finding community and shared experience, actively seeking out and nurturing connections with others who share similar values, aspirations, or challenges. Recognizing that shared humanity and mutual support are essential for navigating life's complexities and fostering a sense of belonging. This goes beyond mere social interaction. It's about understanding that vulnerability, shared struggle, and collective celebration are powerful catalysts for personal growth, emotional healing, and a deeper sense of purpose. It's about recognizing that while individual journeys are important, true resilience and profound joy are often found in the embrace of shared humanity. Think of the individual who feels isolated in their struggles, believing their challenges are unique and insurmountable. Connecting with others who have faced similar experiences, perhaps through support groups, online forums, or shared interest communities, can provide immense relief and validation. This shared understanding dismantles the belief that one is alone in their difficulties, offering comfort and practical insights. For instance, someone navigating a difficult life transition, such as a career change or a personal loss, might find immense solace and guidance by connecting with others who have gone through similar experiences, sharing coping strategies, and offering each other mutual encouragement. Consequently, This practice fosters a sense of belonging, reduces feelings of isolation, enhances emotional resilience, and provides invaluable support and perspective, enabling individuals to feel more understood, empowered, and capable of facing challenges. It transforms solitary struggles into shared journeys of growth and discovery. Furthermore, the practice of finding community and shared experience accelerates personal growth and fosters innovation. When individuals come together with a common purpose or shared aspiration, they can pool their knowledge, skills, and perspectives, leading to outcomes that would be difficult to achieve individually. The collaborative environment encourages the exchange of ideas, constructive feedback, and mutual learning, pushing each member towards greater achievement. Imagine a group of entrepreneurs collaborating on a project, each bringing their unique expertise and insights to the table. The collective brainstorming, the constructive critiques, and the shared problem-solving can lead to more robust solutions and innovative approaches than any single individual could devise alone. For example, a team working on developing a new technology might benefit from the diverse perspectives of engineers, designers, marketers, and end users, each contributing their unique understanding to create a product that is not only technically sound, but also meets real-world needs and resonates with its intended audience. Consequently, this practice cultivates a synergistic environment where collective intelligence and mutual support lead to enhanced creativity, accelerated learning, and more impactful outcomes, transforming individual efforts into shared successes. It recognizes that our greatest strengths are often amplified when we are united with others who share our vision and values. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding finding community and shared experience involves fostering greater empathy and a broader understanding of diverse perspectives. When we engage with people whose backgrounds and experiences differ from our own, but who are united by a common value or purpose, we are challenged to expand our worldview and develop a more nuanced understanding of the human condition. This exposure to different viewpoints breaks down assumptions and promotes a more compassionate and inclusive outlook. Think of individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds coming together to address a global issue, such as climate change. While their individual experiences and cultural lenses may differ, their shared concern for the planet creates a common ground for dialogue and collaboration. By actively listening to each other's perspectives, understanding the specific challenges and contributions of each group, they can develop a more comprehensive and effective approach to the problem. For instance, a cross-cultural dialogue focused on historical reconciliation might involve individuals from formerly opposing groups sharing their personal narratives and listening to each other's pain and perspectives, fostering a deeper understanding and paving the way for healing and building bridges of trust. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater empathy, reduces prejudice, and promotes a more harmonious and interconnected world, where differences are not sources of division but opportunities for learning and mutual enrichment. It transforms potential divides into bridges of shared humanity, reminding us that our commonalities often run deeper than our differences. The 54th, and ultimately empowering, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of affirming your inherent worth and potential, moving beyond merely believing in yourself to actively declaring and embodying the truth of your intrinsic value and capacity for growth, irrespective of external circumstances or past limitations. This involves not just positive self-talk, but a deep, resonant affirmation of your being that informs your actions, shapes your perception, and anchors your identity in something unwavering and self-generated. It's about understanding that your worth is not something to be earned, but something that is fundamentally and eternally present within you. Think of the individual who, despite facing setbacks or criticism, consistently reaffirms their own capabilities and resilience. This isn't about denial. It's about anchoring oneself in a core belief system that transcends temporary difficulties. Practicing this affirmation involves consciously stating truths about yourself that counter old narratives of inadequacy or limitation. For instance, instead of dwelling on a past failure, one might affirm, "I am capable of learning from my experiences, and each challenge makes me stronger and wiser." Or, "My value is not determined by my achievements, but by my inherent being and my capacity for growth." These affirmations are not mere wishes, but declarations of an underlying truth that you actively choose to believe and embody. Consequently, this practice fosters a deep and unwavering sense of self-belief, reduces susceptibility to external judgments, and empowers you to approach challenges with courage and a resilient spirit, knowing that your core value remains intact regardless of circumstances. It allows you to move through the world with an unshakable inner confidence. Furthermore, the practice of affirming your inherent worth and potential unlocks creativity and fosters innovation. When individuals operate from a place of deep self-belief, they are more likely to take creative risks, explore unconventional ideas, and persevere through the inevitable challenges that accompany innovation. The fear of not being good enough or of not measuring up can stifle imaginative exploration. Conversely, when one affirms their own capacity for creativity and their unique perspective, they are more empowered to bring novel concepts into existence. Imagine an artist who, instead of second-guessing their creative choices or worrying about whether their work will be accepted, operates from a place of affirming their unique artistic vision. This internal conviction allows them to experiment freely, to push boundaries, and to create art that is authentic and impactful, precisely because it is unburdened by the need for external approval. For example, an entrepreneur with a groundbreaking idea might face numerous technical hurdles and skepticism from peers. By consistently affirming their belief in the potential of their innovation and their own capacity to overcome obstacles, they can maintain the motivation and resilience needed to bring their vision to fruition, transforming perceived impossibility into tangible reality. Consequently, this mindset fuels a proactive and courageous approach to innovation, enabling individuals to overcome self-doubt and external resistance, and to bring forth unique contributions that might otherwise remain unexplored. It transforms the pursuit of innovation from a precarious gamble into a confident exploration of possibility, rooted in a profound belief in one's own innate capabilities. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding affirming your inherent worth and potential involves fostering deeper and more authentic relationships. When individuals operate from a place of secure self-worth, their relationships tend to be more balanced, reciprocal, and free from the dynamics of neediness or codependency. The need for external validation diminishes, allowing for genuine connection based on mutual respect and shared values. Think of someone who constantly seeks reassurance from their partner about their attractiveness or desirability. This reliance on external affirmation can create pressure and insecurity within the relationship. Conversely, an individual who affirms their own inherent attractiveness and worth independently of their partner's opinion can engage in the relationship from a place of self-assurance, offering love and connection without demanding it as a means of validation. For instance, a friend who is secure in their own value might be able to offer genuine support and encouragement to another friend facing difficulties, without feeling diminished or threatened by that friend's success or struggles. This self-assurance allows for a more authentic and unconditional form of care. Consequently, this practice cultivates stronger, more resilient relationships built on mutual respect and genuine appreciation, free from the anxieties of needing to constantly prove one's worth. It allows for deeper intimacy and more authentic forms of connection, as individuals can show up fully as themselves, knowing that their value is intrinsic and not dependent on the gaze of others. It's about finding your validation within, making you less susceptible to the fluctuations of external opinion and more grounded in your own intrinsic worth. The 55th, and ultimately freeing, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of letting go of the need for certainty, recognizing that while planning and preparation are valuable, life is inherently unpredictable, and true peace arises not from controlling every outcome, but from developing the inner resilience and adaptability to navigate the unknown with grace and confidence. This moves beyond simply accepting uncertainty. It's about actively embracing it as an inherent aspect of growth and discovery, understanding that the most profound transformations often occur when we step outside the confines of what we know and are comfortable with. It's about understanding that true security comes not from eliminating risk, but from building the inner capacity to handle whatever arises. Think of the individual who constantly seeks definitive answers, clear-cut solutions, and predictable outcomes, becoming anxious when faced with ambiguity or incomplete information. This intense need for certainty, while seemingly protective, can stifle curiosity, limit exploration, and lead to a fear of taking necessary risks. Releasing this need involves acknowledging that absolute certainty is often an illusion, and that even the most well-laid plans are subject to change. For instance, when embarking on a new creative project, instead of needing to have every detail perfectly mapped out from the beginning, one can embrace the uncertainty of the creative process, allowing for exploration, experimentation, and the emergence of unexpected ideas. This willingness to be in a state of not knowing opens the door for genuine innovation and discovery. Consequently, this practice liberates you from the anxiety of needing to control every variable, fosters greater adaptability and resilience, enhances your capacity for creative problem-solving, and ultimately allows for a more spontaneous and fulfilling engagement with life, as you learn to trust your ability to navigate the unfolding path. It's about finding freedom in the embrace of the unknown, knowing that the journey itself holds its own inherent wisdom. Furthermore, the practice of letting go of the need for certainty plays a crucial role in fostering deeper learning and enhancing personal growth. When individuals are not rigidly attached to predetermined outcomes or specific answers, they are more open to exploring different perspectives, challenging their own assumptions, and engaging in the process of discovery. The fear of uncertainty can lead to a resistance to new information or a reluctance to venture into unfamiliar intellectual territory. Conversely, when uncertainty is embraced as an integral part of the learning process, individuals are more likely to ask questions, experiment with different approaches, and engage in the kind of deep inquiry that leads to true understanding. Imagine a student learning a complex new subject. If they demand immediate and complete comprehension, they may become frustrated and give up. However, if they embrace the uncertainty, understanding that learning is a gradual process of exploration and refinement, they are more likely to persist, to grapple with difficult concepts, and ultimately to achieve a deeper mastery. For example, when confronted with a scientific problem that doesn't have an immediate solution, a researcher who embraces uncertainty might view it as an exciting opportunity to explore new avenues of inquiry, collaborate with others, and push the boundaries of existing knowledge, rather than becoming discouraged by the lack of a clear answer. Consequently, this mindset cultivates a more robust and continuous learning process, encourages intellectual curiosity, and fosters a greater capacity for innovation, as individuals become comfortable with ambiguity and see it as a fertile ground for discovery. It transforms the pursuit of knowledge from a quest for definitive answers into an ongoing adventure of exploration and understanding. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding letting go of the need for certainty involves recognizing its impact on fostering deeper relationships and enhancing emotional well-being. When individuals are rigidly attached to specific outcomes or require absolute certainty in their interactions, they can inadvertently create distance and tension in their relationships. The need for control can undermine trust and limit genuine connection. Conversely, when one embraces the inherent unpredictability of human connection and relationships, they create space for spontaneity, authenticity, and deeper intimacy. Think of a romantic relationship where one partner constantly needs reassurance about the other's feelings or the future of the relationship, demanding certainty at every turn. This can create a stifling environment and undermine the natural unfolding of intimacy. However, a relationship where both partners embrace the uncertainty, trust in their connection, and find joy in the journey together is often more resilient and fulfilling. For instance, when planning an event with friends, instead of needing every detail to be perfectly set in stone, embracing a degree of flexibility and allowing for spontaneous decisions or changes can lead to more enjoyable and memorable experiences, fostering a sense of shared adventure and camaraderie. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater emotional freedom, strengthens interpersonal bonds through mutual trust and authenticity, and allows for a more present and joyful experience of life, as individuals learn to navigate relationships and experiences with openness and a willingness to allow things to unfold organically. It's about understanding that while some plans provide structure, the most profound connections and richest experiences often arise from the willingness to be surprised and to let life reveal its wonders at its own pace. The 56th, and profoundly regenerative, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of practicing mindful movement, intentionally integrating physical activity that is not solely focused on exertion or outcome, but on the sensory experience of the body in motion, fostering a deeper connection between mind and body and promoting a holistic sense of well-being. This goes beyond mere exercise. It's about recognizing that deliberate, present-moment physical activity can be a powerful tool for releasing stored tension, processing emotions, and accessing a state of embodied clarity. It's about understanding that the body holds wisdom, and by moving with intention, you can unlock that wisdom. Think of the individual who, feeling mentally cluttered or emotionally agitated, engages in activities like gentle yoga, mindful walking, or Tai Chi, focusing on the sensations of stretching, breathing, and balance rather than on the calories burned or the distance covered. This conscious redirection of attention from mental chatter to physical experience can be profoundly calming. For instance, during a brisk walk in nature, instead of being lost in thought, one might consciously focus on the feeling of their feet hitting the earth, the rhythm of their breath, the sensation of the wind on their skin, and the sights and sounds of their surroundings, using the physical act of walking to ground themselves in the present and release pent-up mental energy. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater mind-body integration, enhances emotional regulation by providing a physical outlet for tension, improves focus and presence, and promotes a holistic sense of well-being by bridging the gap between mental and physical states. It allows you to release stress and access a state of embodied clarity. Furthermore, the practice of mindful movement plays a crucial role in enhancing emotional resilience and facilitating the processing of stored emotions. When the body holds tension due to stress, trauma, or unexpressed feelings, it can manifest as physical discomfort, fatigue, or a general sense of being blocked. Deliberate, mindful movement can help to release this stored tension and allow for the natural flow of emotional energy. Imagine someone who has been experiencing prolonged periods of stress, leading to chronic physical tightness in their shoulders and neck. Engaging in practices like gentle stretching or mindful dance allows them to consciously release that tension, not just physically, but also emotionally, as the body often holds onto the residue of difficult experiences. For example, during a yoga session focused on releasing hip tension, practitioners might discover that this physical release also corresponds with a surfacing and release of buried emotional discomfort or memories, allowing for a more complete healing process. Consequently, this embodied approach to emotional processing enhances self-awareness, promotes a greater capacity for emotional release, and contributes to a more integrated and resilient sense of self, as the mind and body work in concert to facilitate healing and well-being. It transforms physical discomfort into an opportunity for emotional liberation. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding mindful movement involves recognizing its impact on enhancing creativity and fostering a more intuitive approach to problem-solving. When the body is engaged in rhythmic, deliberate motion, often in a state of relaxed focus, the mind becomes more open to spontaneous insights and novel connections. The act of moving can unlock creative pathways that may be blocked when the mind is fixed in a state of purely analytical thought. Think of the individual who finds their best ideas emerge not while sitting at a desk, but while walking, swimming, or engaging in other forms of physical activity. The rhythm of movement can quiet the analytical monkey mind and allow for the subconscious to surface solutions and creative concepts. For instance, a writer struggling with a plot point might find that by going for a long, mindful run, the repetitive motion and focused breathing allow their subconscious to work on the problem, often leading to a sudden breakthrough or a new direction for the story. Consequently, this practice fosters a more dynamic and intuitive approach to creativity and problem-solving, enhancing the ability to generate novel ideas, make unexpected connections, and tap into a deeper wellspring of insight. It empowers you to harness the intelligence of your entire being, mind, body, and spirit for greater clarity and inspiration. It's like understanding that the dance is not just about the steps, but about the flow, the expression, and the energy that moves through the body, unlocking new forms of communication and being. The 53rd, and profoundly connecting, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of finding community and shared experience, actively seeking out and nurturing connections with others who share similar values, aspirations, or challenges, recognizing that shared humanity and mutual support are essential for navigating life's complexities and fostering a sense of belonging. This goes beyond mere social interaction. It's about understanding that vulnerability, shared struggle, and collective celebration are powerful catalysts for personal growth, emotional healing, and a deeper sense of purpose. It's about recognizing that while individual journeys are important, true resilience and profound joy are often found in the embrace of shared humanity. Think of the individual who feels isolated in their struggles, believing their challenges are unique and insurmountable. Connecting with others who have faced similar experiences, perhaps through support groups, online forums, or shared interest communities, can provide immense relief and validation. This shared understanding dismantles the belief that one is alone in their difficulties, offering comfort and practical insights. For instance, someone navigating a difficult life transition, such as a career change or a personal loss, might find immense solace and guidance by connecting with others who have gone through similar experiences, sharing coping strategies, and offering each other mutual encouragement. Consequently, this practice fosters a sense of belonging, reduces feelings of isolation, enhances emotional resilience, and provides invaluable support and perspective, enabling individuals to feel more understood, empowered, and capable of facing challenges. It transforms solitary struggles into shared journeys of growth and discovery. Furthermore, the practice of finding community and shared experience accelerates personal growth and fosters innovation. When individuals come together with a common purpose or shared aspiration, they can pool their knowledge, skills, and perspectives, leading to outcomes that would be difficult to achieve individually. The collaborative environment encourages the exchange of ideas, constructive feedback, and mutual learning, pushing each member towards greater achievement. Imagine a group of entrepreneurs collaborating on a project, each bringing their unique expertise and insights to the table. The collective brainstorming, the constructive critiques, and the shared problem-solving can lead to more robust solutions and innovative approaches than any single individual could devise alone. For example, a team working on developing a new technology might benefit from the diverse perspectives of engineers, designers, marketers, and end users, each contributing their unique understanding to create a product that is not only technically sound, but also meets real-world needs and resonates with its intended audience. Consequently, this practice cultivates a synergistic environment where collective intelligence and mutual support lead to enhanced creativity, accelerated learning, and more impactful outcomes, transforming individual efforts into shared successes. It recognizes that our greatest strengths are often amplified when we are united with others who share our vision and values. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding finding community and shared experience involves fostering greater empathy and a broader understanding of diverse perspectives. When we engage with people whose backgrounds and experiences differ from our own, but who are united by a common value or purpose, we are challenged to expand our worldview and develop a more nuanced understanding of the human condition. This exposure to different viewpoints breaks down assumptions and promotes a more compassionate and inclusive outlook. Think of individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds coming together to address a global issue, such as climate change. While their individual experiences and cultural lenses may differ, their shared concern for the planet creates a common ground for dialogue and collaboration. By actively listening to each other's perspectives, understanding the specific challenges and contributions of each group, they can develop a more comprehensive and effective approach to the problem. For instance, a cross-cultural dialogue focused on historical reconciliation might involve individuals from formerly opposing groups sharing their personal narratives and listening to each other's pain and perspectives, fostering a deeper understanding and paving the way for healing and building bridges of trust. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater empathy, reduces prejudice, and promotes a more harmonious and interconnected world, where differences are not sources of division but opportunities for learning and mutual enrichment. It transforms potential divides into bridges of shared humanity, reminding us that our commonalities often run deeper than our differences. The 54th, and ultimately empowering, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of affirming your inherent worth and potential, moving beyond merely believing in yourself to actively declaring and embodying the truth of your intrinsic value and capacity for growth, irrespective of external circumstances or past limitations. This involves not just positive self-talk, but a deep, resonant affirmation of your being that informs your actions, shapes your perception, and anchors your identity in something unwavering and self-generated. It's about understanding that your worth is not something to be earned, but something that is fundamentally and eternally present within you. Think of the individual who, despite facing setbacks or criticism, consistently reaffirms their own capabilities and resilience. This isn't about denial. It's about anchoring oneself in a core belief system that transcends temporary difficulties. Practicing this affirmation involves consciously stating truths about yourself that counter old narratives of inadequacy or limitation. For instance, instead of dwelling on a past failure, one might affirm, "I am capable of learning from my experiences, and each challenge makes me stronger and wiser." Or, "My value is not determined by my achievements, but by my inherent being and my capacity for growth." These affirmations are not mere wishes, but declarations of an underlying truth that you actively choose to believe and embody. Consequently, this practice fosters a deep and unwavering sense of self-belief, reduces susceptibility to external judgments, and empowers you to approach challenges with courage and a resilient spirit, knowing that your core value remains intact regardless of circumstances. It allows you to move through the world with an unshakable inner confidence. Furthermore, the practice of affirming your inherent worth and potential unlocks creativity and fosters innovation. When individuals operate from a place of deep self-belief, they are more likely to take creative risks, explore unconventional ideas, and persevere through the inevitable challenges that accompany innovation. The fear of not being good enough or of not measuring up can stifle imaginative exploration. Conversely, when one affirms their own capacity for creativity and their unique perspective, they are more empowered to bring novel concepts into existence. Imagine an artist who, instead of second-guessing their creative choices or worrying about whether their work will be accepted, operates from a place of affirming their unique artistic vision. This internal conviction allows them to experiment freely, to push boundaries, and to create art that is authentic and impactful, precisely because it is unburdened by the need for external approval. For example, an entrepreneur with a groundbreaking idea might face numerous technical hurdles and skepticism from peers. By consistently affirming their belief in the potential of their innovation and their own capacity to overcome obstacles, they can maintain the motivation and resilience needed to bring their vision to fruition, transforming perceived impossibility into tangible reality. Consequently, this mindset fuels a proactive and courageous approach to innovation, enabling individuals to overcome self-doubt and external resistance, and to bring forth unique contributions that might otherwise remain unexplored. It transforms the pursuit of innovation from a precarious gamble into a confident exploration of possibility, rooted in a profound belief in one's own innate capabilities. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding affirming your inherent worth and potential involves fostering deeper and more authentic relationships. When individuals operate from a place of secure self-worth, their relationships tend to be more balanced, reciprocal, and free from the dynamics of neediness or codependency. The need for external validation diminishes, allowing for genuine connection based on mutual respect and shared values. Think of someone who constantly seeks reassurance from their partner about their attractiveness or desirability. This reliance on external affirmation can create pressure and insecurity within the relationship. Conversely, an individual who affirms their own inherent attractiveness and worth independently of their partner's opinion can engage in the relationship from a place of self-assurance. offering love and connection without demanding it as a means of validation. For instance, a friend who is secure in their own value might be able to offer genuine support and encouragement to another friend facing difficulties, without feeling diminished or threatened by that friend's success or struggles. This self-assurance allows for a more authentic and unconditional form of care. Consequently, this practice cultivates stronger, more resilient relationships built on mutual respect and genuine appreciation, free from the anxieties of needing to constantly prove one's worth. It allows for deeper intimacy and more authentic forms of connection, as individuals can show up fully as themselves, knowing that their value is intrinsic and not dependent on the gaze of others. It's about finding your validation within, making you less susceptible to the fluctuations of external opinion and more grounded in your own intrinsic worth. The 55th, and ultimately freeing, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of letting go of the need for certainty, recognizing that while planning and preparation are valuable, life is inherently unpredictable, and true peace arises not from controlling every outcome, but from developing the inner resilience and adaptability to navigate the unknown with grace and confidence. This moves beyond simply accepting uncertainty. It's about actively embracing it as an inherent aspect of growth and discovery, understanding that the most profound transformations often occur when we step outside the confines of what we know and are comfortable with. It's about understanding that true security comes not from eliminating risk, but from building the inner capacity to handle whatever arises. Think of the individual who constantly seeks definitive answers, clear-cut solutions, and predictable outcomes, becoming anxious when faced with ambiguity or incomplete information. This intense need for certainty, while seemingly protective, can stifle curiosity, limit exploration, and lead to a fear of taking necessary risks. Releasing this need involves acknowledging that absolute certainty is often an illusion, and that even the most well-laid plans are subject to change. For instance, when embarking on a new creative project, instead of needing to have every detail perfectly mapped out from the beginning, one can embrace the uncertainty of the creative process, allowing for exploration, experimentation, and the emergence of unexpected ideas. This willingness to be in a state of not knowing opens the door for genuine innovation and discovery. Consequently, this practice liberates you from the anxiety of needing to control every variable, fosters greater adaptability and resilience, enhances your capacity for creative problem-solving, and ultimately allows for a more spontaneous and fulfilling engagement with life, as you learn to trust your ability to navigate the unfolding path. It's about finding freedom in the embrace of the unknown, knowing that the journey itself holds its own inherent wisdom. Furthermore, the practice of letting go of the need for certainty fosters deeper learning and enhances personal growth. When individuals are not rigidly attached to predetermined outcomes or specific answers, they are more open to exploring different perspectives, challenging their own assumptions, and engaging in the process of discovery. The fear of uncertainty can lead to a resistance to new information or a reluctance to venture into unfamiliar intellectual territory. Conversely, when uncertainty is embraced as an integral part of the learning process, individuals are more likely to persist, to grapple with difficult concepts, and ultimately to achieve a deeper mastery. Imagine a student learning a complex new subject. If they demand immediate and complete comprehension, they may become frustrated and give up. However, if they embrace the uncertainty, understanding that learning is a gradual process of exploration and refinement, they are more likely to persist, to grapple with difficult concepts, and ultimately to achieve a deeper mastery. For example, when confronted with a scientific problem that doesn't have an immediate solution, a researcher who embraces uncertainty might view it as an exciting opportunity to explore new avenues of inquiry, collaborate with others, and push the boundaries of existing knowledge, rather than becoming discouraged by the lack of a clear answer. Consequently, this mindset cultivates a more robust and continuous learning process, encourages intellectual curiosity, and fosters a greater capacity for innovation, as individuals become comfortable with ambiguity and see it as a fertile ground for discovery. It transforms the pursuit of knowledge from a quest for definitive answers into an ongoing adventure of exploration and understanding. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding letting go of the need for certainty involves recognizing its impact on fostering deeper relationships and enhancing emotional well-being. When individuals are rigidly attached to specific outcomes or require absolute certainty in their interactions, they can inadvertently create distance and tension in their relationships. The need for control can undermine trust and limit genuine connection. Conversely, when one embraces the inherent unpredictability of human connection and relationships, they create space for spontaneity, authenticity, and deeper intimacy. Think of a romantic relationship where one partner constantly needs reassurance about the other's feelings or the future of the relationship, demanding certainty at every turn. This can create a stifling environment and undermine the natural unfolding of intimacy. However, a relationship where both partners embrace the uncertainty, trust in their connection, and find joy in the journey together is often more resilient and fulfilling. For instance, when planning an event with friends, instead of needing every detail to be perfectly set in stone, embracing a degree of flexibility and allowing for spontaneous decisions or changes can lead to more enjoyable and memorable experiences, fostering a sense of shared adventure and camaraderie. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater emotional freedom, strengthens interpersonal bonds through mutual trust and authenticity, and allows for a more present and joyful experience of life. As individuals learn to navigate relationships and experiences with openness and a willingness to let things unfold organically. It's about understanding that while some plans provide structure, the most profound connections and richest experiences often arise from the willingness to be surprised and to let life reveal its wonders at its own pace. The 57th, and profoundly regenerative, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of practicing mindful movement. Intentionally integrating physical activity that is not solely focused on exertion or outcome, but on the sensory experience of the body in motion, fostering a deeper connection between mind and body and promoting a holistic sense of well-being. This goes beyond mere exercise. It's about recognizing that deliberate, present-moment physical activity can be a powerful tool for releasing stored tension, processing emotions, and accessing a state of embodied clarity. It's about understanding that the body holds wisdom, and by moving with intention, you can unlock that wisdom. Think of the individual who, feeling mentally cluttered or emotionally agitated, engages in activities like gentle yoga, mindful walking, or Tai Chi, focusing on the sensations of stretching, breathing, and balance rather than on the calories burned or the distance covered. This conscious redirection of attention from mental chatter to physical experience can be profoundly calming. For instance, during a brisk walk in nature, instead of being lost in thought, one might consciously focus on the feeling of their feet hitting the earth, the rhythm of their breath, the sensation of the wind on their skin, and the sights and sounds of their surroundings, using the physical act of walking to ground themselves in the present and release pent-up mental energy. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater mind-body integration, enhances emotional regulation by providing a physical outlet for tension, improves focus and presence, and promotes a holistic sense of well-being by bridging the gap between mental and physical states. It allows you to release stress and access a state of embodied clarity. Furthermore, the practice of mindful movement builds resilience and facilitates the processing of stored emotions. When the body holds tension due to stress, trauma, or unexpressed feelings, it can manifest as physical discomfort, fatigue, or a general sense of being blocked. Deliberate, mindful movement can help to release this stored tension and allow for the natural flow of emotional energy. Imagine someone who has been experiencing prolonged periods of stress, leading to chronic physical tightness in their shoulders and neck. Engaging in practices like gentle stretching or mindful dance allows them to consciously release that tension, not just physically, but also emotionally, as the body often holds onto the residue of difficult experiences. For example, during a yoga session focused on releasing hip tension, practitioners might discover that this physical release also corresponds with a surfacing and release of buried emotional discomfort or memories, allowing for a more complete healing process. Consequently, This embodied approach to emotional processing enhances self-awareness, promotes a greater capacity for emotional release, and contributes to a more integrated and resilient sense of self, as the mind and body work in concert to facilitate healing and well-being. It transforms physical discomfort into an opportunity for emotional liberation. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding mindful movement involves recognizing its impact on enhancing creativity and fostering a more intuitive approach to problem-solving. When the body is engaged in rhythmic, deliberate motion, often in a state of relaxed focus, the mind becomes more open to spontaneous insights and novel connections. The act of moving can unlock creative pathways that may be blocked when the mind is fixed in a state of purely analytical thought. Think of the individual who finds their best ideas emerge not while sitting at a desk, but while walking, swimming, or engaging in other forms of physical activity. The rhythm of movement can quiet the analytical monkey mind and allow for the subconscious to surface solutions and creative concepts. For instance, a writer struggling with a plot point might find that by going for a long, mindful run, the repetitive motion and focused breathing allow their subconscious to work on the problem, often leading to a sudden breakthrough or a new direction for the story. Consequently, this practice fosters a more dynamic and intuitive approach to creativity and problem-solving, enhancing the ability to generate novel ideas, make unexpected connections, and tap into a deeper wellspring of insight. It empowers you to harness the intelligence of your entire being, mind, body, and spirit for greater clarity and inspiration. It's like understanding that the dance is not just about the steps, but about the flow, the expression, and the energy that moves through the body, unlocking new forms of communication and being. The 58th, and ultimately freeing, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of letting go of the need for certainty. Recognizing that while planning and preparation are valuable, life is inherently unpredictable, and true peace arises not from controlling every outcome, but from developing the inner resilience and adaptability to navigate the unknown with grace and confidence. This moves beyond simply accepting uncertainty. It's about actively embracing it as an inherent aspect of growth and discovery, understanding that the most profound transformations often occur when we step outside the confines of what we know and are comfortable with. It's about understanding that true security comes not from eliminating risk, but from building the inner capacity to handle whatever arises. Think of the individual who constantly seeks definitive answers, clear-cut solutions, and predictable outcomes, becoming anxious when faced with ambiguity or incomplete information. This intense need for certainty, while seemingly protective, can stifle curiosity, limit exploration, and lead to a fear of taking necessary risks. Releasing this need involves acknowledging that absolute certainty is often an illusion, and that even the most well-laid plans are subject to change. For instance, when embarking on a new creative project, instead of needing to have every detail perfectly mapped out from the beginning, one can embrace the uncertainty of the creative process, allowing for exploration, experimentation, and the emergence of unexpected ideas. This willingness to be in a state of not knowing opens the door for genuine innovation and discovery. Consequently, this practice liberates you from the anxiety of needing to control every variable, fosters greater adaptability and resilience, enhances your capacity for creative problem-solving, and ultimately allows for a more spontaneous and fulfilling engagement with life, as you learn to trust your ability to navigate the unfolding path. It's about finding freedom in the embrace of the unknown, knowing that the journey itself holds its own inherent wisdom. Furthermore, the practice of letting go of the need for certainty fosters deeper learning and enhances personal growth. When individuals are not rigidly attached to predetermined outcomes or specific answers, they are more open to exploring different perspectives, challenging their own assumptions, and engaging in the process of discovery. The fear of uncertainty can lead to a resistance to new information or a reluctance to venture into unfamiliar intellectual territory. Conversely, when uncertainty is embraced as an integral part of the learning process, individuals are more likely to persist, to grapple with difficult concepts, and ultimately to achieve a deeper mastery. Imagine a student learning a complex new subject. If they demand immediate and complete comprehension, they may become frustrated and give up. However, if they embrace the uncertainty, understanding that learning is a gradual process of exploration and refinement, they are more likely to persist, to grapple with difficult concepts, and ultimately to achieve a deeper mastery. For example, when confronted with a scientific problem that doesn't have an immediate solution, a researcher who embraces uncertainty might view it as an exciting opportunity to explore new avenues of inquiry, collaborate with others, and push the boundaries of existing knowledge, rather than becoming discouraged by the lack of a clear answer. Consequently, this mindset cultivates a more robust and continuous learning process, encourages intellectual curiosity, and fosters a greater capacity for innovation, as individuals become comfortable with ambiguity and see it as a fertile ground for discovery. It transforms the pursuit of knowledge from a quest for definitive answers into an ongoing adventure of exploration and understanding. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding letting go of the need for certainty involves recognizing its impact on fostering deeper relationships and enhancing emotional well-being. When individuals are rigidly attached to specific outcomes or require absolute certainty in their interactions, they can inadvertently create distance and tension in their relationships. The need for control can undermine trust and limit genuine connection. Conversely, when one embraces the inherent unpredictability of human connection and relationships, they create space for spontaneity, authenticity, and deeper intimacy. Think of a romantic relationship where one partner constantly needs reassurance about the other's feelings or the future of the relationship, demanding certainty at every turn. This can create a stifling environment and undermine the natural unfolding of intimacy. However, a relationship where both partners embrace the uncertainty, trust in their connection, and find joy in the journey together is often more resilient and fulfilling. For instance, when planning an event with friends, instead of needing every detail to be perfectly set in stone, embracing a degree of flexibility and allowing for spontaneous decisions or changes can lead to more enjoyable and memorable experiences, fostering a sense of shared adventure and camaraderie. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater emotional freedom, strengthens interpersonal bonds through mutual trust and authenticity, and allows for a more present and joyful experience of life, as individuals learn to navigate relationships and experiences with openness and a willingness to let things unfold organically. It's about understanding that while some plans provide structure, the most profound connections and richest experiences often arise from the willingness to be surprised and to let life reveal its wonders at its own pace. The 59th, and ultimately freeing, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of letting go of the need for certainty, recognizing that while planning and preparation are valuable, life is inherently unpredictable, and true peace arises not from controlling every outcome, but from developing the inner resilience and adaptability to navigate the unknown with grace and confidence. This moves beyond simply accepting uncertainty. It's about actively embracing it as an inherent aspect of growth and discovery, understanding that the most profound transformations often occur when we step outside the confines of what we know and are comfortable with. It's about understanding that true security comes not from eliminating risk, but from building the inner capacity to handle whatever arises. Think of the individual who constantly seeks definitive answers, clear-cut solutions, and predictable outcomes, becoming anxious when faced with ambiguity or incomplete information. This intense need for certainty, while seemingly protective, can stifle curiosity, limit exploration, and lead to a fear of taking necessary risks. Releasing this need involves acknowledging that absolute certainty is often an illusion, and that even the most well-laid plans are subject to change. For instance, when embarking on a new creative project, instead of needing to have every detail perfectly mapped out from the beginning, one can embrace the uncertainty of the creative process, allowing for exploration, experimentation, and the emergence of unexpected ideas. This willingness to be in a state of not knowing opens the door for genuine innovation and discovery. Consequently, this practice liberates you from the anxiety of needing to control every variable, fosters greater adaptability and resilience, enhances your capacity for creative problem solving, and ultimately allows for a more spontaneous and fulfilling engagement with life, as you learn to trust your ability to navigate the unfolding path. It's about finding freedom in the embrace of the unknown, knowing that the journey itself holds its own inherent wisdom. Furthermore, the practice of letting go of the need for certainty fosters deeper learning and enhances personal growth. When individuals are not rigidly attached to predetermined outcomes or specific answers, they are more open to exploring different perspectives, challenging their own assumptions, and engaging in the process of discovery. The fear of uncertainty can lead to a resistance to new information or a reluctance to venture into unfamiliar intellectual territory. Conversely, when uncertainty is embraced as an integral part of the learning process, individuals are more likely to persist, to grapple with difficult concepts, and ultimately to achieve a deeper mastery. Imagine a student learning a complex new subject. If they demand immediate and complete comprehension, they may become frustrated and give up. However, if they embrace the uncertainty, understanding that learning is a gradual process of exploration and refinement, they are more likely to persist, to grapple with difficult concepts, and ultimately to achieve a deeper mastery. For example, when confronted with a scientific problem that doesn't have an immediate solution, a researcher who embraces uncertainty might view it as an exciting opportunity to explore new avenues of inquiry, collaborate with others, and push the boundaries of existing knowledge, rather than becoming discouraged by the lack of a clear answer. Consequently, this mindset cultivates a more robust and continuous learning process, encourages intellectual curiosity, and fosters a greater capacity for innovation, as individuals become comfortable with ambiguity and see it as a fertile ground for discovery. It transforms the pursuit of knowledge from a quest for definitive answers into an ongoing adventure of exploration and understanding. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding letting go of the need for certainty involves recognizing its impact on fostering deeper relationships and enhancing emotional well-being. When individuals are rigidly attached to specific outcomes or require absolute certainty in their interactions, they can inadvertently create distance and tension in their relationships. The need for control can undermine trust and limit genuine connection. Conversely, when one embraces the inherent unpredictability of human connection and relationships, they create space for spontaneity, authenticity, and deeper intimacy. Think of a romantic relationship where one partner constantly needs reassurance about the other's feelings or the future of the relationship, demanding certainty at every turn. This can create a stifling environment and undermine the natural unfolding of intimacy. However, a relationship where both partners embrace the uncertainty, trust in their connection, and find joy in the journey together is often more resilient and fulfilling. For instance, when planning an event with friends, instead of needing every detail to be perfectly set in stone, embracing a degree of flexibility and allowing for spontaneous decisions or changes can lead to more enjoyable and memorable experiences, fostering a sense of shared adventure and camaraderie. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater emotional freedom, strengthens interpersonal bonds through mutual trust and authenticity, and allows for a more present and joyful experience of life, as individuals learn to navigate relationships and experiences with openness and a willingness to let things unfold organically. It's about understanding that while some plans provide structure, the most profound connections and richest experiences often arise from the willingness to be surprised and to let life reveal its wonders at its own pace. The 60th, and ultimately liberating, step in purifying your mind is the conscious cultivation of celebrating your unique journey, recognizing that your path, with all its twists, turns, successes, and perceived detours, is inherently valuable and has uniquely shaped you into the person you are today. This moves beyond mere self-acceptance. It's about actively appreciating the narrative of your life, understanding that every experience, every lesson learned, and every challenge overcome has contributed to your growth and resilience. It's about understanding that your story, in its entirety, is a testament to your strength and capacity for evolution. Think of the individual who constantly compares their progress to others, feeling inadequate because their timeline doesn't match perceived benchmarks or societal expectations. Embracing your unique journey means releasing that comparison and focusing instead on your own trajectory, acknowledging the specific obstacles you've overcome and the unique strengths you've developed. For instance, someone who took a non-traditional route to their career, perhaps involving career changes or periods of exploration, can celebrate the diverse skills and perspectives gained from that path, recognizing that it has equipped them with a unique adaptability and breadth of experience that a more linear career might not have provided. This journey, with its own rhythm and narrative, is the source of their distinctive value. Consequently, this practice fosters a profound sense of self-worth, reduces feelings of inadequacy or being behind, and cultivates a resilient and authentic identity, enabling you to move forward with confidence, embracing your individuality and the inherent value of your lived experiences. It transforms self-doubt into self-celebration. Furthermore, the practice of celebrating your unique journey plays a crucial role in fostering creativity and resilience. When individuals feel free to express their authentic selves and draw upon their diverse life experiences, they are more likely to generate original ideas and approach challenges with innovative solutions. The pressure to conform to a singular definition of success can stifle creativity and lead to a reluctance to venture into uncharted territory. Conversely, when one embraces the uniqueness of their path, they are more empowered to draw upon their distinct insights and perspectives, leading to more authentic and impactful contributions. Imagine an artist whose work is deeply influenced by their personal history, cultural background, and unconventional life experiences. Instead of trying to emulate a prevailing artistic style, they draw upon their unique journey to create something that is distinctively their own and resonates powerfully with audiences seeking authenticity. For example, an entrepreneur whose business idea emerged from a personal struggle or a unique observation born from their specific life experiences might find that this origin story becomes their greatest asset, attracting customers and investors who connect with the genuine passion and authenticity behind the venture. Consequently, this mindset fuels a courageous and authentic expression of self, encouraging individuals to embrace their individuality and leverage their unique experiences as sources of strength and inspiration, leading to more meaningful contributions and a greater sense of purpose. It transforms the narrative of your life from a series of events into a rich, unfolding story of growth and distinction. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding celebrating your unique journey involves recognizing its impact on fostering deeper connections and a more compassionate understanding of others. When we appreciate the distinct path that has shaped each individual, we become more open to understanding their perspectives, motivations, and challenges. This appreciation for uniqueness can bridge divides and foster empathy, even in the presence of differences. Think of individuals from vastly different backgrounds coming together, perhaps in a mentorship program or a collaborative project. Instead of focusing on their disparate origins or perceived advantages/disadvantages, they can find common ground in acknowledging the value and lessons inherent in each other's distinct journeys. By sharing their individual experiences and celebrating the unique skills and insights each person brings, they can build a stronger, more cohesive unit. For instance, a mentor guiding a mentee might acknowledge the mentee's different life path, not as a deficiency, but as a source of unique strengths and perspectives that can offer fresh insights and challenge the mentor's own established ways of thinking. Consequently, this practice cultivates greater interpersonal understanding, reduces the tendency towards comparison and judgment, and fosters more authentic and supportive relationships as individuals learn to value each other's distinct contributions and experiences. It transforms potential misunderstandings arising from differences into opportunities for mutual learning and deeper human connection, reminding us that diversity of experience is a collective strength. It's like understanding that a garden thrives not from uniformity, but from the vibrant interplay of different flowers, each with its own unique beauty and purpose, contributing to the overall richness of the landscape. This final step, the culmination of this transformative journey, is the conscious embrace of your evolving self, recognizing that purification of the mind is not a destination, but an ongoing, dynamic process of continuous learning, adaptation, and growth. This moves beyond static self-improvement. It's about understanding that your identity is not fixed, but is constantly being shaped and refined through your experiences, your choices, and your ongoing engagement with the world. It's about understanding that true wisdom lies not in achieving a state of static perfection, but in remaining open to the perpetual unfolding of your potential. Think of the individual who, having achieved significant personal growth, begins to believe they have arrived or have fixed all their flaws. This mindset, while seemingly positive, can lead to stagnation and a resistance to further development. Embracing the evolving self means understanding that each stage of growth presents new challenges and opportunities for learning, and that true mastery lies in remaining a perpetual student of life. For instance, someone who has overcome significant past traumas and developed robust coping mechanisms must still remain open to the possibility that new challenges might arise, requiring new strategies and further evolution, rather than assuming they are now impervious to difficulty. This ongoing openness allows for continued adaptation and refinement. Consequently, this practice fosters a profound sense of humility, encourages continuous learning and adaptation, and cultivates a resilient and dynamic sense of self that can navigate the ever-changing landscape of life with confidence and grace. It transforms the pursuit of a fixed ideal into a lifelong journey of becoming. Furthermore, the practice of embracing your evolving self plays a crucial role in fostering creativity and innovation. When individuals recognize that their understanding and capabilities are not static, they are more likely to challenge existing paradigms, experiment with new ideas, and push the boundaries of what is known. The belief in a fixed self can lead to a resistance to change and a reluctance to step outside established comfort zones. Conversely, when one understands that growth is continuous, they become more open to novel approaches and more willing to experiment with unfamiliar concepts. Imagine an artist who, after finding success with a particular style, continues to explore new mediums, techniques, and thematic territories, understanding that their evolution as an artist requires constant exploration and reinvention. This openness to change fuels their creativity and keeps their work fresh and relevant. For example, a scientist who, after a major discovery, remains intellectually curious, continues to question existing theories, and actively seeks out new research, embodies this evolving mindset. They understand that their current knowledge is a foundation, not an endpoint, and that further discovery lies in continued exploration and a willingness to revise their understanding based on new evidence. Consequently, this mindset fuels a lifelong pursuit of learning and innovation, enabling individuals and fields of study to adapt to new information, overcome unforeseen challenges, and achieve breakthroughs that might have been impossible within a static framework. It transforms the quest for knowledge from a finite pursuit into an infinite exploration. Building upon this, a crucial layer of understanding embracing your evolving self involves recognizing its impact on fostering deeper connections and promoting a more authentic and compassionate engagement with others. When individuals understand that they, too, are on a journey of growth and change, they are more likely to extend grace and understanding to others who are also evolving. This recognition of shared humanity and imperfection fosters deeper empathy and more meaningful relationships. Think of a relationship where partners are committed to growing together, acknowledging that each person will change over time and that their connection will deepen through shared experiences and mutual support for individual evolution. This contrasts with relationships where partners expect each other to remain static, leading to disappointment and conflict when growth occurs. For instance, a mentor guiding a mentee recognizes that the mentee's journey will involve mistakes and learning curves, and instead of demanding immediate perfection, they offer support, feedback, and encouragement, understanding that growth is a process. They see their role as facilitating evolution, not demanding static adherence. Consequently, this practice cultivates more resilient and authentic relationships, characterized by mutual respect, ongoing support, and a shared understanding that vulnerability and change are integral to human connection. It transforms the dynamics of interaction from a place of judgment and expectation to one of shared growth and compassionate understanding. It's like appreciating a river that, while ever-changing in its course and flow, remains the same essential river, its journey a testament to its constant, powerful presence and adaptation. Reflecting on this journey so far, we've navigated the intricate landscape of our inner world, unearthing the hidden mechanisms that govern our perception and dictate our actions. We've examined the subtle yet profound impact of our internal narratives, the invisible architecture of our beliefs, and the pervasive echoes of external influences that shape our reality. It's become clear that the journey toward a more empowered existence isn't about external acquisition, but about internal reclamation, a deliberate process of clearing away the debris that obscures our inherent brilliance. The scattered fragments of information we absorb, the comparisons we unconsciously make, the inner critiques we internalize, the emotional weights we carry, the relentless pace we often impose upon ourselves, and the constant striving for an illusory control. All these elements, when left unchecked, create a formidable fog that obscures our true direction and diminishes our innate vitality. As we begin to transition towards the final understanding, consider the cumulative effect of consciously choosing what enters our minds, of recognizing the corrosive nature of envy, and of challenging the narratives that limit our potential. Think of it like meticulously clearing a choked waterway. With each obstruction removed, the flow becomes stronger, the water clearer, and the path forward more luminous. The insights gained from examining the impact of unresolved resentments, the consequences of perpetual urgency, and the insidious grip of needing to control every variable reveal a consistent theme. That true liberation comes from release, from shedding what no longer serves us, and from reclaiming our own internal sovereignty. The more we diligently address these internal patterns, the more space we create for clarity, for focus, and for the emergence of our most authentic selves. In light of these insights, the path forward becomes less about imposing external order and more about cultivating an inner sanctuary of intentionality and presence. As we pivot towards the final reflection, it becomes evident that the consistent application of these principles acts not merely as a cleansing, but as a fundamental recalibration of our internal operating system. The habits we've explored, from filtering information to confronting self-talk, from releasing past burdens to managing our pace, are not isolated techniques, but interconnected practices that build upon each other, each step reinforcing the clarity and strength gained from the last. This convergence of practices creates a profound shift, moving us from a reactive state dictated by external stimuli to a proactive one guided by internal clarity and purpose. The accumulated effect is akin to a powerful lens being polished. Initially clouded and indistinct, it gradually becomes capable of revealing the world with exquisite clarity and sharpness, allowing us to see possibilities where before we only perceived obstacles. The journey thus far has equipped us with the understanding that true transformation is an inside-out endeavor, a testament to the power of intentional inner work. The journey we've embarked upon, meticulously dissecting the layers of our mental conditioning, has revealed a profound truth. The greatest liberation is not found in mastering the external world, but in mastering the internal one. For too long, we've been conditioned to believe that our limitations stem from external lack, time, resources, opportunity. We've externalized our struggles, casting blame upon circumstances and environments, failing to recognize that the most potent architect of our reality, and simultaneously its most formidable barrier, resides within the landscape of our own minds. The repetitive thought loops, the insidious whispers of self-doubt, the deeply ingrained beliefs that subtly sabotage our aspirations, these are the true architects of our perceived stagnation. The core of this awakening lies in understanding that a new life is not granted. It is built, from the ground up, within the very architecture of our thoughts and perceptions. The path to a powerful existence is paved with conscious choices, with the deliberate act of detoxifying the mind from the pollutants of fear, comparison, and the relentless noise of external validation. We've explored how this purification is not a singular event, but a continuous practice, a daily commitment to curate our intake, to challenge our narratives, to release the burdens of the past, and to embrace the present with focused intention. Each step, From filtering information to celebrating small wins, from embracing imperfection to finding meaning in contribution, serves to chip away at the layers of conditioning, revealing the unblemished core of our potential. The true practice, therefore, begins now. It is in the quiet moments, when the external world recedes, that the real work unfolds. It is in the conscious decision to question a limiting belief, to offer oneself kindness instead of criticism, to breathe deliberately when feeling overwhelmed, and to choose presence over preoccupation. This is not about achieving a state of perfect mental stillness, which is an unattainable ideal, but about developing the skill of navigating the internal terrain with greater awareness, intention, and self-compassion. It is about understanding that our minds are not prisons to escape, but gardens to be tended, cultivated with precision and care, and that within this cultivation lies the seed of every possibility. The clarity we seek, the strength we desire, the peace we long for, they are not found in external acquisition, but in the quiet, persistent effort of tending to our inner world, day by day, breath by breath. This conscious tending is the foundation upon which a life of purpose, resilience, and profound fulfillment is built, not by chance, but by deliberate